Chapter 15. It was shortly after daybreak, and the light was struggling to break through the mists and white vapors that clung to the marshlands on the Illinois side of the river. Though he had been in good spirits as they powered away from Herculaneum, a night of rain that had never really been more than a thick, cold mist had left Jimmy Hinton feeling sober and uneasily alert. As soon as possible, for fuel was worth almost as much as blood these days, he'd cut the motor and let them drift downriver along the Illinois side, where they were less likely to encounter any patrols from Ken Stoller's compound. He knew it was unlikely Stoller's goons would come this far, for they were rapidly approaching the Red Man's domain. But one could never tell what Stoller might do. The man was an enigma. So they went on through the drizzly, miserable night, and for a while they traveled parallel to a dirt road that ran along the riverbank. They hid whenever possible in the thick, overhanging cottonwoods, because the banks were crawling with the infected, moving south through the streams of mist, as though they were responding to some kind of migratory impulse, a Pied Piper call that only they could hear. Several times they turned as a body to regard the Sugar Jane as it drifted past, and on one such occasion the sight of all those eyes glinting in the darkness had been enough to drive a half-drunk Richardson down into the cabin, muttering something about apex predators. Now, Jimmy Hinton was alone once more, regarding the feeble morning light and the white, cloud-like puffs of mist and fog that drifted like wraiths through the stands of rushes and out over the wetlands. The place was utterly desolate and darkly sinister, with the threat of the infected lurking somewhere out there, their hungry moans echoing through the night. He had pulled the Sugar Jane into the dead water under a towhead and broke up the outline of her hull with cottonwoods and young willow branches, like a latter-day Huck Finn. The process took a lot of work, especially for a man his age, but the unusually large amount of northbound river traffic they'd seen, and his jangled nerves, in his mind, justified the added caution. On a normal night, with the darkness so complete that you couldn't see the water when you looked over the railing, it wasn't unusual to hear the Bedouins on other boats beating on pots and pans or calling out to each other in friendly salutations. They'd touch off a candle and raise a light to each other as they passed. It was the custom of the river. It was good etiquette. But there had been none of that on this trip. In fact, a day before, just hours after they'd hustled away from Ken Stoller's people up in Herculaneum, they'd seen a trawler much like their own steadily chugging upriver. Jimmy had hailed the pilot, a thin, bald black man, with a friendly wave. But one look at the stark and strangely haunted emptiness in the man's eyes had caused the smile to shrink from Jimmy's face and his hand to fall to his side, his fingers curled into his palm as though to pull the hail back from whence it had come. Jimmy had stared after the man as they passed, his face a pale yellow in the guttering candlelight, and the man had stared back at him, never saying a word. The man's haunted expression never wavered, and it had unnerved Jimmy in a way that he couldn't quite identify. Since that disturbing moment, he'd seen a steady stream of traffic moving upriver. There had been other encounters that were equally unsettling, and those encounters, coupled with the crowds of infected moving south through the desolate Illinois swamps, had prompted him to take to hiding in the daylight, as they were doing now, moving only when they had the cover of darkness to conceal them. He wasn't sure exactly what was going on, but he had survived a long time by listening to the warning bells in his head, and they had been ringing loudly since that first encounter with the black man with the haunted eyes. Pausing to look over the screen of tree branches he'd made, his mind wandered, as it sometimes did, back to the time before the outbreak, and for one glorious moment he could once again sense the intoxicating smell of his infant granddaughter, and hear the infectious burbling of her laughter. Warmth spread through his chest. His world was perfect, inviolate, his spirit soaring on a thermal uplift of a memory so complete it eclipsed everything else around him. And then, The sound of a motor somewhere out on the expanse of the river knifed through the happy shell of his daydream, and his eyes opened to the misery of the present. "I love you, baby," he said, fetching a deep sigh. "I miss you." And then he went below. Jimmy Hinton stopped at the bottom of the stairs and surveyed the cabin. Gabby was sitting on the couch. The fat girl, Avery Harper, was seated on the floor between Gabby's knees. Gabby was combing the girl's hair and laughing at something the older woman, the college professor, had just said. He almost asked Gabby to come topside and help square away the deck, just in case the mist actually turned into rain. But seeing her with the other women, talking, laughing, he realized it had been too long since she'd shared a little friendly conversation with another woman. Poor thing didn't have anybody else but him to talk to most of the time, and Jimmy knew he wasn't that entertaining. Off to his left, Richardson and Nate Royal were huddled together, talking about something on Richardson's iPad. The two of them had been thick as thieves since they'd left Herculaneum, Richardson teaching the kid how to use the device. "I got us hid pretty good," Jimmy announced to the room. "There's still a bunch of northbound traffic on the river, but they ain't going to be able to see us. Same with the zombies. They'll probably stick to the road, and it cuts east of here to miss the wetlands." Gabby favored him with a smile, but her attention never really left the other two women. Richardson and Nate didn't even look up. "Good to know you people appreciate my efforts," Jimmy said. He surveyed the room again, waiting for somebody to acknowledge him, but nobody did. Finally, Gabby looked over at him. "Quit hovering, Jimmy. Why don't you take a nap? Take your hush puppies off and sleep a little. I bet your feet are hurting." She turned to Sylvia and said, "It's the gout, you know. We keep looking for Epsom salt for him to soak his feet, but nobody seems to have it." "Can't you improvise something?" Sylvia asked. "Baking soda, maybe?" "Well, I don't know. You think that'd work?" Jimmy opened his mouth to argue, but shut it without saying a word. They had already tuned him out anyway. And besides, Gabby was right, as always. He was exhausted. His feet were killing him, especially his ankles, and the bunk did look inviting. He slipped off his hush-puppies, the gentle vibration of the deck soothing the soles of his feet, and walked over to the sink for a cup of water. Richardson and Nate were still murmuring over the iPad. Jimmy caught a flash of a home movie on it. A pretty girl in a simple white cotton dress, teaching a group of children. "I'll bet you recognize her, don't you?" Richardson said to Nate. There was a touch of mischief in his expression. Nate squinted at the dim, grimed-over screen, frowning in concentration. But then his lips spread open, revealing badly yellowed teeth. "Hey, is that—" "Uh-huh. Bellamy Blaze." "No shit." Nate let out a whistle. "You're not shitting me, are you? You met her?" "I thought you'd like that." For a moment, there was genuine mirth in Richardson's voice, but it faded quickly. He looked at the screen and his smile turned sad. Her real name was Robin Thorpe. She was one of the ones who escaped the grasslands with me. Smart lady. A natural when it came to teaching kids. Nate laughed. "That girl could swallow a 9-inch cock and smile while she did it. Before the outbreak, I think I had all her movies. Me and her and a case of beer spent a lot of quality time together on my couch, if you get my drift." Richardson nodded. He seemed to be looking inwardly now, staring back across years. "She was a good friend," he said. "A good leader, too." "Did you ever—" Nate made that hitching noise again. "You know, tell me you hit that." "No, Nate, nothing like that. She was devoted to this guy named Jeff Stavers. Jeff was a Harvard grad, but he was working as a video store manager right before the outbreak. You would have liked him, I think. Richardson turned back to the iPad. You know what I remember about her? Nate shook his head. Do you remember me telling you about Ed Moore and how he led us all out of the grasslands? Well, when Ed died, it was Robin here who took up the reins. Not only was she the school teacher for our compound, but she was also our leader. She did a hell of a job, too. Richardson shook his head. Absently, he ran a finger down the side of the iPad. I miss her, Nate. She tried so hard. What happened wasn't her fault. I remember when we came back and found everybody dead. Those of us who were still alive really leaned on her after that. She was just a whale of energy. Up before everyone else. Didn't get to bed until way after everyone else was already in bed, exhausted. But you know what she told me that really impressed me? No. What? She said that the outbreak was the best thing that ever happened to her, because it let her start her life all over again. That's what I wanted to show you, Nate. I think you can probably identify with that, can't you? Jimmy didn't hear the kid's reply. He was watching the woman on the iPad screen. She was making a dozen little kids laugh over something they just read. Jimmy cocked his head to one side, studying the image. He could see it now. She really was Bellamy Blaze, the porn star. A little older, maybe, a little worn down by the weight of leadership. But it really was her. He remembered watching her videos on the internet, the girl bent over the arm of a couch while 3 guys with huge dicks took turns going at her ass like it was a punching bag. He felt uncomfortable. Sad, somehow. It wasn't her sexual exploits that held his attention. It was the children giggling. The sound filled him with sadness. You're wasting your time with that shit, Jimmy said. Both Nate and Richardson looked up at him. You said that before, Nate said. You don't like hearing stories about how people came through the outbreak. Why not? Jimmy regarded him, amazed once again at the people who managed to live through the apocalypse, and mourning those who didn't. This guy, he was bland and uninteresting, dumb as the day was long, and yet he was still alive. There didn't seem to be any justice in it. Ain't nothing good about what's gone, kid, Jimmy said. It ain't coming back, so what's the point? But that is the point, Richardson said. So much of everything is gone, both the good and the bad. That doesn't answer my question, Jimmy said. Look at us. Look at what we got here. Ain't none of us what we used to be. Ain't none of us got what we used to have. There's no point in reminding us of how bad things are. You think that's what I'm doing by saving these stories? Isn't it? Tell me. You ever brought back one moment of happiness by saving up all these stories? Have you? Seems to me all you're doing is dredging up a lot of pointless heartache. Richardson put his iPad down on the deck. Nate started to speak, but Richardson put a hand on his shoulder and quieted him with a gentle smile. It's okay, he said to Nate. Then he looked up at Jimmy and said, Storytelling isn't about bringing back the past, though you're right about everything else you said. There's nothing in these files that will undo what's been done. The world's not what it is. There's no change in that. So what's the point? Why bother? You're old enough you should know better than to add cruelty to a world that's already got too much of it. Yeah? And you're old enough not to believe that. Jimmy let out a huff, unimpressed. Do yourself a favor, kid, he said to Nate, and get yourself a new teacher. This one ain't got enough sense to pour piss out of a boot if the directions were written on the heel. Richardson laughed. What's so funny? Jimmy challenged him. That was one of my dad's favorites, he said. That, and you're running off the reservation. I used to love all the shit my dad used to say. Jimmy stared at him for a long moment. Yeah, well, We old folks are great for that. And yet you totally missed my point, Richardson said. You're wrong when you said all I was doing was adding cruelty to the world. He held up the iPad. That's not what this is. This right here. This is how we rebuild. These stories. This is how we make the world anew. Storytelling as our therapy. It's where we go for healing. Spare me the lit lecture, Professor. That's her job, Richardson said with a grin as he hooked his thumb in Sylvia Carnes's direction. I'm a reporter by trade. My job is to find the thread that connects us. And stories do that. Jimmy was unimpressed. He loosened his belt and untucked his shirt and dropped down onto his bunk. Suddenly he didn't feel at all tired. He felt angry. But not at Ben Richardson, not at any of them. He was angry at himself, angry at his life, angry at everything that had turned out so god-awful wrong. I'll tell you what's obvious, he said. His comment was directed at Richardson, but he was staring up at the ceiling. Humanity was made to suffer. There is no saving us. You're preaching a fairy tale. The world was made with more cruelty than kindness, and the scales won't ever balance. Do you really believe that? Nate asked. In the morning light that was quickly spreading through the cabin, his face looked far younger than it had when Jimmy first met him. Yeah, I do, said Jimmy. Now let me alone. I'm going to bed. And with that he turned his face to the wall and pulled the covers up to his ears. Nate woke to the sound of splashing. He blinked his eyes and listened. The cabin was in darkness. From the couch where he had fallen asleep, he could see a light rain falling on the windows. It was dark beyond the windows. The splashing was muffled, but constant, and it sounded like it was getting closer. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he climbed the stairs up to the deck and saw Jimmy Hinton, his wife, and Avery Harper near the front of the boat, looking toward the Illinois side of the river. Ben Richardson and Sylvia Carnes were in the back of the boat. Nate couldn't see them back there, but he could hear them, rummaging through their packs. The splashing continued. Nate rose to his tiptoes and tried to peer over the edge. All he could see was darkness, and here and there, overlapping rings in the water from the rain. What's going on? He said. Shut up, Jimmy hissed at him. The old man gave him a hard look that Nate didn't feel like challenging. Only then did he notice the long, hooked pole that Jimmy Hinton was holding. The hooked end looked dark and wet. Slowly, quietly, moving in a crouch, Nate crossed the deck and knelt down next to Avery Harper. Hey, he whispered. Hi, she said. Be quiet, okay? She pointed toward the Illinois shore with a chubby finger. Nate followed the line of her finger, but couldn't see anything in the darkness. He shrugged and turned back to her, but before he could speak, he saw a shape, a man's back, bobbing in the dark water below them. The man's arms were at his side, his face turned down into the depths. As Nate watched, the dead man's shoulder hit the prow of the boat and turned in a slow pirouette before slipping into the weeds along the bank. Zombie? He asked. Avery nodded, her lower lip between her teeth. In the darkness, her eyes had a glassy shine. She was actually kind of pretty, Nate thought. There was a softness to her, an innocence that made him feel strong, like he could be something meaningful for her. And he liked that. He liked the way she looked at him. It was close, she said, still whispering. That one there climbed up the side of the boat. If Jimmy hadn't been here, there's no telling what would have happened. There's more out there, Jimmy said. The way he held that long boathook reminded Nate of the Indians he'd seen in the old westerns, the way they'd kneel on a ridgeline and watch the cowboys riding through the valley down below.
You can hear 'em splashing."
"You sure it's zombies?"
Nate asked. "Course I'm sure, you jackass. Who the fuck you think it is?"
Jimmy stroked his chin with a free hand. His eyes focused on something Nate couldn't see out there in the dark. He turned to Nate.
"Make yourself useful, kid. Run back there and find out how they're doing with those rifles. I want 2 of them back there and 2 up here. You got that?"
"Yeah," Nate said. "Yeah, sure."
"Move, but be quiet about it."
Nate scrambled aft. He found Ben Richardson and Sylvia Carnes, each with a rifle slung over their shoulder. They were digging through their backpacks.
"Jimmy says he needs 2 rifles up front," Nate said. "They're right there behind you," Sylvia said. "We're trying to find magazines."
Nate turned, but he couldn't see very well in the dark. He was standing on a large coil of rope and some kind of bag. The boat was rocking with the current. It wasn't much, but between the darkness and the uneven footing, it was enough to make it hard to move, and when he saw the rifles and reached for them, he pitched forward and slipped. Instinctively, he tried to grasp at the wall. His hand hit something solid. It felt like a lamp of some kind, and knocked it to the deck. It hit with a muffled clank, a noise that reminded him of an aluminum bat hitting a baseball, and then shattered.
"Oh, shit," Nate said.
For a long moment there was no sound. The air around him seemed to go preternaturally quiet. A light breeze touched his face, cool and scented with the heavy but still pleasant scent of the river and the overhanging cottonwoods. Nate looked down at the shattered glass and blunt piece of brass at his feet. His mind felt hazy and numb, like he was experiencing déjà vu, though he knew that wasn't what this was. This was the way he had felt in the time before the outbreak, the way he felt when he fucked up bad when someone else was counting on him. There had been a lot of times like that in the time before, but none recently. Not while he was living and traveling on his own, when he had no one else to blame for his mistakes but himself. He turned his gaze on Richardson, who was staring at him with rheumy, soul-sick eyes. Something was haunting Ben Richardson. A fatigue so complete it seemed to invade his body like a cancer, and it scared the crap out of Nate Royal.
"I'm sorry,"
he said. Richardson never had the chance to reply. From somewhere out on the water, there came a moan. A deep, ululating sound that was full of hunger and pain and blind rage. Suddenly, the water was alive with splashing.
"What the hell?"
Jimmy Hinton called out.
"We need those rifles, now!"
"Go," Richardson said. "Take 'em and go." Nate didn't waste any more time. He grabbed a rifle in each hand and scrambled forward. Jimmy Hinton was already on his feet, the boat hook discarded, and grabbed the rifles from him as soon as he rounded the cabin.
"Give me those,"
he said. He snatched the rifles from Nate's hands and tossed one to Gabby. She caught it and spun around toward the water, the rifle already seated in the crotch of her shoulder and cheek. There was a rustling in the cottonwoods in front of them.
"Right there,"
Avery said, pointing.
"I got it,"
Gabby said. And no sooner had she spoken when a zombie stepped into sight, his hands slapping at the screen of branches in front of his face. The zombie was covered in swamp mud. The yellow glow of his eyes stood out against the mud, as did his blood-stained teeth. Raindrops spattered against his face, and Nate had just enough time to realize that the zombie was freshly turned before Gabby opened fire. The man's head exploded like a punctured water balloon, clotted chunks of gore splashing into the water behind it. The body dropped a moment later.
"I got movement back here,"
Richardson shouted, and the call was followed a second later by the rattle of his AR-15.
"There,"
Avery shouted, pointing over the side. Jimmy Hinton pushed Nate to one side with a hard shoulder shuck. Nate started to protest, but closed his mind before he spoke. Jimmy and Gabby Hinton knelt down next to each other and started firing at the infected that were coming through the cottonwoods. There were dozens of them, and Jimmy and Gabby laid into them with a steady stream of fire, churning the water to a froth as the bullets tore into the zombies and sent them convulsing into the water. Watching the husband and wife work, Nate was reminded of the Air Force guards back at Minot when the infected broke into the hospital where he was held captive during the 6 months or so following the outbreak. For a kid who got his military education watching Arnold Schwarzenegger fight the Predator, the kind of teamwork he'd seen from real soldiers had seemed anticlimactic, like there was almost no drama in it. It was just simple and businesslike and to the point. It was tactics over snappy one-liners, a group effort instead of a one-man show. Jimmy and his wife did it the same way. They covered each other during reloads. They conserved their shots. It was more than just turning the rifle loose and spraying and praying. They were always under absolute control. And when the last shell casing clinked against the fiberglass deck of the boat, and Gabby's call of, "Clear this side," was answered the same way from Jimmy, the water around the prow of the boat was choked with the dead, the bodies leaking blood into the black water. Gabby lowered her weapon, then turned to Avery.
"Are you okay, sweetie?"
Avery nodded.
"How about you?"
Nate was still looking at the bodies floating in the water. They had killed at least 20, and it had taken them less than a minute to do it.
"Nate?"
"What?" he said, turning back to Gabby.
"Are you okay?"
"Uh-huh." Jimmy rose to his feet. He surveyed the dead bodies down in the water, and when he was satisfied that none of them were still moving, he called aft to Richardson.
"You guys okay back there?"
"We're clear back here," Richardson said.
"Okay. One of you stay back there as watch. The other come forward."
A moment later, Sylvia Carnes appeared. She still had the rifle in her hands. She pushed her way past Nate and went straight to Avery and hugged the girl.
"We're gonna have to hustle out of here,"
Jimmy said.
"But we can't," Gabby said. "The river traffic."
"We can't stay here. What would you have me do?"
"I don't know. Find a place somewhere. Maybe cross to the Missouri side. There's less cover over there, but—"
"But what?"
"We've got to stay hidden," Gabby said.
Her voice had taken on a high-pitched, plaintive note that to Nate sounded an awful lot like panic. It was the first time since he woke up that he felt like somebody else was as confused and frightened as he was, and it didn't make him feel any better.
"I don't get it," he blurted out. "What's going on? Why can't we just take off? I mean, there's going to be more of those things, right?"
"Maybe,"
Jimmy said.
"Probably, actually. You saw those ones we just dealt with. Those were all Stage 1 zombies, freshly turned. They wouldn't get this far into the wetlands unless they were down here already."
"I don't get it,"
Nate said.
"What does that mean?"
"You're saying there are Stage 2 or Stage 3 zombies out there somewhere?" Sylvia said. "What are you thinking? That maybe those zombies got a hold of a boat nearby and turned the crew?"
"That'd be my guess,"
Jimmy answered, nodding to himself.
"Well, that's bad,"
Nate said.
"What are we waiting for? Let's shove off."
"Haven't you been listening?" Gabby said. "We've had northbound traffic all over this river since we left Herculaneum. That's not normal. All those people, they're fleeing from something. If we head out onto the river, we're likely to run across that northbound traffic."
"So?"
Nate said. "Nate," Sylvia said, and pulled Avery Harper to her chest. "Where do you think those people are going? They're running from something. Who do you think they'll turn to for protection?" Not really knowing what to say, Nate shrugged, his gaze wandering over the faces around him, and finally setting on Avery.
"Ken Stola's troops are that way,"
Avery said.
"Nate, we can't let them see us. If they find us, do you have any idea what they'll do to us? They think we're traitors. They'll kill us. If we don't find Nicky, then all of this will be for nothing. I can't let that happen. I just can't. Do you understand that?"
Nate's mouth twitched in a gesture that looked something like a smile, but was really the awkwardness and discomfort inside him trying to work its way to the surface. But Avery didn't look away. He nodded. The next instant, Jimmy Hinton pushed Nate to one side and charged up to the flybridge. He fed the throttle enough to turn the boat out of the cottonwoods and get them chugging out toward mid-river. In the darkness, the river seemed strange, ominous. In the daylight, it was wide open, the far bank, when it was visible at all, a lush tropical green. Staring at it, Nate had the feeling he was part of something vast and slow and ageless. Its power was suggestive, as though he could tap into it if only he could discover the right mystical combination of peace and concentration. But it was a far more sinister and constricting world at night. The darkness had a way of enveloping him, like a large snake slowly tightening its coils around his chest, choking off his air. It frightened him.
"Keep your ears open," Gabby said. "Anybody hears anything, say something."
Nate turned to the darkness and listened. He couldn't hear anything but the low, gurgling rumble of the Sugar Jane's engine. 2 minutes slipped by with him leaning over the railing, listening intently, before Jimmy Hinton cut the engine. A sudden silence dropped over all of them as the boat began to drift downstream.
"There,"
Avery said.
"Do you hear that?"
They all listened.
"I don't hear anything,"
Nate said. Gabby silenced him with a look. Chastened, Nate turned back to the darkness. And that's when he heard it. It was another boat, the engines off, the waves lapping against its hull.
"You kids get down,"
Gabby said. She lowered herself down behind the Sugar Jane's gunwale and adjusted the rifle against her cheek. The sound was getting closer. Nate could hear it clearly now, the rhythmic slapping of water against a drifting hull. Staring up at Gabby, he held his breath as he waited for her to shoot. But she didn't fire. Instead, Nate saw the weapon sag in her hands. She rose part of the way to her feet, murmuring,
"Oh, my God! Oh, my sweet God!"
The boat, a lot smaller than the Sugar Jane, was resolving out of the darkness as Nate stood up. And right away he saw what was wrong. The boat was drifting backward with the river current. There were 5 or 6 bodies on the deck, all of them dead. Blood dripped off the side of the boat and down its hull toward the water. Scanning the deck, Nate saw a hand with no arm attached, palm up, the fingers curled in on itself. It reminded Nate of a bug on its back. It took him a moment longer to realize that the body next to the hand was still moving. The zombie was on its knees, its back to them. It was feeding out of the belly of one of the corpses. Nate groaned. It was a sight he had witnessed hundreds of times since the outbreak, but the sight of it, the smell of a dead man's bowels opened, was something he never got used to. At the sound of Nate's groan, the zombie rose to its feet, turned, and stared at them. It let out a stuttering moan as its hands came up, the fingers clutching for them, completely ignorant of the gap between them. It was a freshly turned zombie, like the ones they'd encountered in the cottonwood grove on the Illinois bank, and its glazed-over eyes showed only an empty pit leading straight into nothingness. Before any of them could react, answering moans rose up from the bank behind them. Nate turned to the sound. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jimmy doing the same thing.
"Shoot him,"
Jimmy said.
"Stop him before he attracts more." "I got him,"
Gabby said, and raised her rifle and fired a single round, cutting off the moan in the zombie's throat. The next few hours were tense ones for Nate. Though Jimmy Hinton did his best to avoid Nate, it was a small boat, and they did bump into each other. It couldn't be helped. And when they did, Nate could see the simmering anger in Jimmy's eyes. He would squeeze up against the wall of the cabin to let Jimmy pass and mutter, "Sorry, and Jimmy would grunt something inaudible in reply and move on. Nothing was said, but the incident with the broken lantern was still very much between them. And so it was with more than a little trepidation that Nate climbed the stairs to the deck to see how far off the morning was. The mist that had been threatening to turn into rain over the last day and a half had finally succeeded, and the darkness swirled with silvery curtains of rain. Jimmy and Gabby had stretched a blue tarp over the forward section of the deck, and the rain sizzled and popped against it. Nate could see Jimmy and Gabby sitting in lawn chairs next to the railing up near the prow, Gabby with a rifle across her ample thighs. Avery Harper was sitting off to his left, watching a coffee pot steam on a camper stove.
"That smells good," he said. "You got any left?"
She smiled at him, and it was such an innocent, sweet gesture that he couldn't help but smile back. At least she didn't want to throw him overboard.
"I think maybe I made it a little strong," she said. "Don't apologize. I like my coffee strong."
She poured him a cup and watched him as he blew the steam from the cup and sipped it. She looked on the verge of wincing at some expected criticism.
"Well?"
He tried to keep on smiling, but the coffee was the worst thing he had ever tasted, and he had put away some pretty nasty attempts at coffee in his time. This was even worse than the shoe leather and chicory root combination he'd had outside of Memphis a few years back. It was thick as sludge and tasted like burned cooking grease. He couldn't stop his mouth from puckering.
"You don't like it, do you?"
"No," he said, coughing. "It's okay."
"It's too strong, isn't it? I've never made it before. Usually Sylvia or Nicky does it. When we can get it, that is."
Nate set his cup down on the deck.
"You go way back with them, don't you?" "With Nicky and Sylvia?" "Yeah. They're my family, Nate. Nicky raised me since I was 10. My own mom died before the outbreak. Nicky and Sylvia have been like mothers to me."
Nodding, Nate picked up his coffee.
"Look, would you mind if I, poured this out?"
She smiled.
"Go ahead. I saw Jimmy pour his over the side when he thought I wasn't looking."
"Okay," he said, chuckling at the image that popped into his head of Jimmy trying to sneak this stuff away without being seen. She was looking at him again, with that mixture of innocence and trust, an obvious attraction that quickened something inside him. The more time he spent with her, the more he liked her.
"You mind if I ask you a question?" "No," she said. "Anything." "Why are you here, Avery? I get why Sylvia's here. I even get why I'm here, sort of. But you're a mystery to me. What are you doing here?"
She didn't even hesitate.
"Because I believe in Nicky, Nate. Haven't you been listening? She is everything to me. Without her, I'd be dead. Oh, I might have gone on living, but inside, I'd be dead. She did more than take me in."
She smiled, and for a moment her eyes shone with the light of admiration.
"You should hear her talk. How passionate she is about saving what's left of this world. Every time I hear her speak, I feel this chill. She's like a battery. Do you know what I mean? When you stand next to her, you can feel the energy coming out of her. It's impossible to be around her and not feel like the world is worth saving."
Nate didn't answer her back. He nodded, but inside he was doubtful that Nicky had done Avery any favors. Most of the people who had survived this long had developed a hard inner grain of resiliency. But Avery seemed soft. He liked that about her, but it worried him too. Was she too much in Nicky's service? Anybody who relied so heavily on another to define them couldn't be entirely healthy, could they?
"Avery, honey."
It was Gabby. Both Nate and Avery stared up at her. The woman had a wonderfully comfortable smile when she wanted to, like a friendly grandmother. At least Nate imagined it as a grandmotherly smile. He had never known his.
"I'm going to go down to the galley and cook up some eggs. You want to join me?"
Avery looked at Nate, and he smiled and shrugged.
Okay,
Avery said.
Yeah, sure.
When the women went downstairs, Nate turned toward the prow and saw Jimmy Hinton still sitting there, staring off into the darkness.
Jimmy?
Jimmy looked up over his shoulder at Nate and grunted.
You mind if I sit down?
I don't care. Do whatever you're gonna do.
Nate sat down in the chair Gabby had just vacated, and tried to see what Jimmy saw when he looked out into the pre-dawn darkness that covered the river and its environs. But whatever the man saw there was a mystery to him.
You don't like me very much, do you?
Nate said. Jimmy slowly turned to him, his mouth pinched together like a man who keeps getting interrupted every time he sits down to read the morning paper, and said,
Nate, I'll be honest with you. I've flushed turds smarter than you. I think an awful lot of good, intelligent folks have died since the outbreak, and it breaks my heart sometimes looking at the folks God decided was good enough to go on living.
Nate cleared his throat. He wasn't mad. He'd never had any illusions about the brains he'd been given, and he actually found it refreshing to hear people talk about his lack of smarts. There was something honest in it.
I guess that's fair,
he said.
I'm sorry if I'm not the man that whoever you lost was.
Jimmy turned to him. He was frowning at first, but then the frown turned into a slow smile.
It was a woman, actually. My daughter. And my granddaughter.
I'm sorry.
Me too.
Jimmy didn't look away. He looked Nate over, then hooked a thumb toward the cabin.
You're kind of sweet on that girl, aren't you?
A little, Nate said. What do you think? You think I got a chance there?
A chance? I don't know. Maybe. Women are idiots, you know.
That made Nate laugh.
I haven't found that to be true.
No, I reckon not. I imagine you've met dead dogs with more brains than you got. It's true, though. Women are idiots. Nate, you ever looked at a man? I mean, really looked at him? You ever put yourself in a woman's mind and wondered why she'd ever want to fuck something that looked like an anemic pink gorilla? Look at a woman. She's got all those curves, all those beautiful curves. She's got breasts. She's got hips that feel like the steering wheel of a brand-new Buick. She looks like a fucking piece of art in blue jeans. Hell, she even smells nice. Then look at a man. He's all angles and dangling parts. He looks ridiculous. He farts. He scratches his ass. He'll live like a billy goat if you let him. I tell you, the only real mystery in life is why every woman on this planet isn't a lesbian.
Jimmy laughed. He picked at a piece of skin at the corner of his thumbnail and flicked it over the side.
And don't even get me started on the actual act of sex, he said suddenly. Have you thought about that? For a man, it's hurry up, I'm done. But think about what a woman's got to look forward to. She's got this big, clumsy oaf climbing on top of her, sticking his pork in her, and then banging away like it's a sprint to the finish. For a man, an orgasm is kind of like a moment of free fall. But I've heard women describe an orgasm like every part of her body is sending up fireworks. I hope that's true. I hope they get at least that much from us. God knows they need something special to make up for the shit we put them through. Don't seem like nearly enough to me, though.
From downstairs in the galley, they heard a sudden staccato of laughter. In the darkness, Nate could just barely see Gabby and Avery laughing over something.
I don't know, Jimmy said. Maybe motherhood's got something to do with it. I love being a dad. I really love being a granddad. But I don't think I got near as much from it as Gabby got from being a mother and a grandmother. Being a dad can sometimes feel like a spectator sport. You're working most of the time. You get to spend a few hours here and there in the evening, a little more on the weekends. You crack jokes, and if you're lucky, your kids think you're cool. At least some of the time. But it's the mother who does all the real kid-raising. When they're hurt, it's Mama they're crying for. When they crawl into bed in the middle of the night, they cling to Mama like barnacles. A man can feel like a man for keeping a roof over his kid's head. But there ain't nothing a man can do that can top what Mama does.
My dad was an asshole,
Nate said. But there wasn't any bitterness to it. All of the screaming and the hitting and the bullshit that was life in the royal household was a long time ago. And if Nate hadn't yet forgiven the bad times, he had mostly forgotten them. It was just like what that porn star, Bellamy Blaze, had said to Ben Richardson. The end of the world had pretty much given her a new life. It had done the same for him.
Dads have a way of seeming like assholes, Jimmy said. It is their special skill. I know I sure fit that description some of the time. Hell, maybe most of the time.
He shook his head, his gaze still locked on Gabby.
But you know, when I think of all the shit she has to take being married to me, I figure she must be an idiot. There ain't no other reason why she'd stay with me. My thinking is, if you're truly sweet on that girl in there, she's probably dumb enough to find something she likes about you.
Nate nodded.
You're an encouraging guy, Jimmy. Thanks.
Don't mention it.
When the morning finally came, Nate was sitting next to Ben Richardson down in the cabin. After each of them had finished a plate of eggs, Richardson took out his iPad and handed it to Nate.
"Go ahead," Richardson said. "Fire it up."
Nate turned the device on. Slowly, aware that Richardson was watching him carefully, Nate ran his fingers over the grimy screen, tapping files until he had all the hundreds of interviews that Richardson had collected over the years displayed on the screen. He had seen Avery's down at the bottom, but he hadn't looked at it yet. He wanted to, but at the same time he felt kind of creepy because of that want. Somehow, the idea of watching her interview felt improper, sort of like watching her change clothes when she didn't know she was being watched. It was an odd feeling for him.
"I've been thinking about these interviews a lot lately," Richardson said, and there was a solemn tone in his voice that immediately made the hairs on the back of Nate's neck stand up. "I've been thinking about what they mean, what they're worth."
Nate didn't speak. Though he'd never been a particularly sensitive man, he was aware that the conversations he'd been having with Richardson over the past few days had been leading up to something. And whatever that something was, this was it. Richardson was struggling to get something out, and nothing Nate could say would hasten that.
"I want you to have that, Nate. The iPad."
You what? But what about your book? All your notes are on here.
"That's true. I still want you to have it, Nate."
But why?
Nate looked at him, honestly and completely confused. But then it dawned on him.
You're not going to finish it. You never had any intention of finishing it, did you?
Richardson smiled.
"Maybe in the beginning I did. Certainly not lately. Lately it's just been a thing I do. Like a condemned man putting hash marks for the passing days on the walls of his cell. Does that make sense? It's something that you do because your mind won't let you rest. You do it because your mind has more stamina than your body."
What are you saying? You're not gonna do anything stupid, are you?
"No, Nate. No, you don't need to worry about that. But I am being a realist."
He pointed to the iPad. "This is what's been keeping me afloat for the last few years. I think that's why I've made it a point not to finish it. But I think you're finally coming into your own. I've listened to your story about where you came from, all the troubles you had growing up. But you're not that guy anymore, Nate. You may not feel like it, but you've grown up. This world, for all its faults, has made you a man. You're the pony to bet on. That's why I'm giving this to you.
Do what you want with it. Do what you think is right. I have a feeling it'll be the right thing to do. Nate stared at the iPad in his hands. He wouldn't look Richardson in the face. He looked back over the last few days, over all the things he had told Richardson while the two of them followed along behind Sylvia Carnes and Avery Harper. He had told him all about his life, from a high school dropout living in the shack behind his father's clapboard house, to Air Force medical experiment, to transient searcher for the meaning of life, and finally to nitwit messiah with the fate of mankind coursing through his veins. It had been, like that old Grateful Dead song said, a long, strange trip. And though he hardly grasped the full scope of it, he felt that, somehow, Richardson had. Perhaps he saw in Nate that which he couldn't himself become. Perhaps he was simply tired. But whatever the reason, he had given Nate the iPad that contained so much, and it felt right that he should have it. But still, for all the rightness of it, Nate didn't like the way Richardson was talking. In the short time he'd known him, Nate had come to think of Richardson as a survivor. He was simply too well put together in the brain pan to short-circuit. But what he was hearing now sounded like a man teetering on the verge of emotional collapse. Nate was hardly an expert on such things, but he had lived in the wastelands of America for 6 years. He had done his share of wandering. He had come to learn that when it came to men and the minds of men, there was broken, and there was broke. He'd met some who were flat-out crazy. He'd met others who'd gone wild, feral. Still others who seemed to be in love with self-destruction. But the really scary ones, the ones you didn't dare trust, were the ones backsliding into a cocoon of depression and exhaustion. Those were the ones you could never predict. They were truly dangerous. And Richardson, he seemed to be going down that road.
Hey, you guys need to come up here.
It was Avery, staring down at them from the top of the stairs. She had a funny way of holding her mouth when something was wrong that Nate had come to like she had just taken a big bite of a lemon. He saw the look on her face now. "What is it?" Richardson said. She seemed like she was searching for the right words, but they just weren't coming. All she could manage was a quick shake of her head. Then she turned and went back up on deck. "That doesn't sound good," Richardson said.
"No, it doesn't."
Nate got up to go topside, but Richardson put a hand on his arm. "Hey, Nate." Richardson had the iPad on his thigh, holding it as though he was about to thrust it into Nate's hand, but wasn't sure if the younger man would accept it.
"I'll take it," Nate said, "if that's what you really want."
Richardson nodded. A moment later they were both topside, and what they saw made them both stiffen. A thick morning fog drifted over the water, white finger-like clouds inching over the swampland that made up the country in this part of southern Illinois. On the shore they saw a winding dirt road leading down to a ferry house, and beyond the ferry house, rising like horrid scarecrows over dead fields, were hundreds of rotting corpses impaled on spikes. Circling above the bodies were thousands of shrieking birds, and when the wind shifted, the assembled crew and passengers of the Sugar Jane got the stench of all that death full in the face. Jimmy Hinton turned from the scene.
"No way," he said. "Out of the question. You people hired me to take you to Chester, but this ain't part of our deal."
"Jimmy,"
Gabby said. "1 second," he said.
He turned on Richardson.
"You lied to me. You said Chester. This wasn't part of our deal."
"Jimmy!"
It was Gabby again, her voice more insistent this time. She was trying to grab his shirt, but couldn't seem to make her fingers work like they were supposed to.
"What is—"
The rest of the question broke off in his throat. He was staring straight ahead into the fog, his mouth hanging open. Nate followed Jimmy's gaze, and he too stood speechless. There were shapes emerging from the fog,
hundreds of zombies wading into the shallow water, and the Sugar Jane was drifting into their midst. Chapter 16. One by one, the zombies separated from the fog and shadows, their tattered bodies curdling the river water and sending up the deep, fetid odor of mud and dead things as they surrounded the Sugar Jane.
"Get down!"
Jimmy shouted. Nate didn't move. He couldn't. He was frozen by the sight of all those zombies wading through the dark water, black silhouettes stirring in the shadows of the overhanging willow trees, their eyes glinting, teeth bared, full of the promise and the emptiness of death. Their moaning was deafening. They never blinked, never showed any sense of urgency or fear or hunger. There was nothing in their expressions but a bottomless, soul-sucking emptiness. For Nate, it was like looking into the mirror during his darkest moments while he was still Dr. Kellogg's lab rat back at Minot. He was transfixed, not by fear, but by the reptilian emptiness of all those eyes turned up toward him.
"I said get down!"
Jimmy was pulling on his shoulder, trying to get him away from the railing. Nate turned toward Jimmy. The younger man was confused, and for a moment none of this made sense. It was as though the fog that rolled over the river was creeping into his mind as well. He didn't understand. Seconds before, everything had been so quiet. But now, it was like he was standing still, and the whole world was swirling around him, too fast for him to make any sense of it. Jimmy was yelling at him again. Really yelling. The old hippie had a wild look in his eyes. His hair was standing on end, and with the morning sun behind his head, he looked like his head was on fire.
"What the hell, boy? You want to get shot? Get your head down!"
Shot? What was he talking about? Only then did Nate see the AR-15 that Jimmy was trying to point over the bow.
"Move!"
Nate took a few steps out of the way, and the next few moments went by, not like a smooth, movie-scripted action sequence, but in flashes of horrible violence, disjointed images rushing at him without context. He saw Jimmy Hinton, the rifle held over his head, flecks of spit flying from his lips, a scream frozen in his throat as he kicked one of the lawn chairs out of the way and leaned over the side, firing as fast as he possibly could. Zombies were scrambling up the railing, their mangled hands and faces visible in the searing orange light of Jimmy Hinton's muzzle flashes, mud and sludge oozing from their hair and tattered clothes. Gabby screamed something at him. Nate was looking right at her, only a few feet away, though he heard nothing but the indistinguishable roar of noise. From somewhere off to his left, he heard the crash of broken glass. Nate looked that way and saw Avery Harper and Sylvia Carnes on their knees, Avery's face buried in Sylvia's chest. Behind them, a zombie had fallen from the railing into one of the port windows, shattering the glass. It pulled itself loose from the broken window, its right arm a bleeding mass of deep cuts, and staggered forward, reaching for the two women. But they couldn't back away from it. They were trapped by two more zombies climbing over the railing right in front of Nate. At that moment, Avery looked up at him, and the confusion that had clouded his mind was swept violently away. Anger supplanted confusion, and he surged forward, his fingers curling into fists. None of these rotting bastards were going to touch her, not while he was around to do something about it. The two men closest to him were bone-skinny, both of them stinking of rotting meat and river mud, their heads lolling on their shoulders. Nate rushed forward, determined to shove them back over the railing and pull the women to safety, but he hadn't taken more than 2 steps before somebody threw him sideways into the cabin wall.
"Get your head down,"
Gabby Hinton said. She pinned him against the wall with one massive arm.
"Stay there!"
She let go of him long enough to bring her rifle to bear on the two zombies, dropping both of them with a single shot to the forehead.
"Don't move,"
she said. The intensity in her stare held him against the wall as surely as her arm had. He nodded.
Gabby fired again, this time at the bloody zombies staggering toward Avery and Sylvia.
"Get over there with Nate," she said to Sylvia. "All of you, inside, now!"
Nate helped them toward the door. Through the fog he caught a glimpse of Richardson in the back of the boat, burning his way through a magazine as he shot over the sides at anything that moved. Zombies were pouring over the railing now, all down the length of the boat, rising out of the fog like demons. Gabby kept firing, her brown dress swishing with every move of her vast bulk, but to Nate it seemed like she was fighting against an inexhaustible force. There were just too many of them. A woman was staggering toward Jimmy, her hands outstretched, the ruins of her dress hanging in strips from her waist. There were leaves and sticks caught in her hair. Her breasts swayed with every step, leaking mud. Her face was a patchwork of oozing sores, and her back was covered with leeches. One ankle was almost certainly broken, the foot twisted under so that she hobbled forward on the blade of her foot. Nate took a step forward, ready to push the woman out of the way, but his foot slipped on the blood and mud and viscera that had pooled on the deck, and he went down hard on his butt.
"Jimmy, behind you!"
he yelled. But the words were lost beneath the rattling guns. The woman was almost on him. Her mouth was opening and closing, her fingers clutching instinctively, as though already pulling the meat from Jimmy's corpse. Nate looked around and saw Jimmy's lawn chair folded up on the deck. He scooped it up, pulled himself to his feet like a man struggling to stand on wet ice, and swung it at the woman's head. The flimsy chair bounced off the zombie's head with a crunch of cheap metal, but it was enough to send them both sprawling toward the railing. The next instant, Nate found himself leaning over the side, staring down into water that was churning with zombies, all of them reaching for his face, the smell of death and rotting vegetation assaulting him like a slap in the face. When he pulled himself back from the edge, Jimmy was standing over the woman, slamming the butt of his rifle down on her face again and again, caving it in until it was unrecognizable. Gabby looked back over her shoulder and found her husband.
"Get us out of here," she said. "We can't do this much longer."
Another zombie, this one a one-armed woman with half of her face bashed in, rolled over the railing, flopped awkwardly onto the deck, and then slowly climbed to its feet. Gabby shot her right through the damaged part of her face and flipped her backward over the railing.
"Jimmy, get moving!"
"You got this?" he answered.
"Yeah, go!"
She didn't wait for a reply. She spun around to face the surge of hands and faces rising over the gunwale, rifle at the ready. Nate watched in awe and rapt fascination as she calmly flipped the weapon selector switch to burst and went back to firing at a zombie less than an arm's length away. Her bullets nearly sliced the man in half, causing him to slide back into the water that was rapidly turning to a bloody sludge. Suddenly, and for no reason that Nate could see, an appalling collective moan rose up from the zombies still in the water, like someone had just turned on a switch. The sound made everyone pause, even Gabby, and in the momentary lull of the guns, Nate could hear countless hands slapping against the hull, searching for perches to climb over.
"I'm out!"
Richardson shouted from the back. Gabby kicked a loaded magazine toward Nate.
"Take that back there!"
Without saying more, she brought her weapon up and emptied her magazine into 3 of the infected who had managed to hook their arms over the side. But there was a 4th behind her that she hadn't seen, and that one was already over the railing and trying to climb to its feet on the blood-soaked deck. Nate yelled for her to watch out, but Gabby couldn't hear him over the screams and barking of the guns. The zombie, a fat man wearing nothing but shorts and the remnants of a tennis shoe on one foot, managed to get to its knees. Its gut swung out in front of it, its hands out of control, flopping around like wounded things on the side of the road. But it didn't lose any of its momentum. The man's right hand came down on the back of Gabby's leg, and she jumped. She pointed the rifle at the thing's head. It tried to twist toward her calf, but she batted the zombie's hand away with a barrel and lined up her sights on the back of its head. But before she could pull the trigger, the man grabbed the muzzle and pulled it down, using the counter-leverage to climb to its feet. Without thinking, Nate rushed forward and kicked the zombie in the ear. It rolled over, emitting a noise that was somewhere between a growl and a feeding moan. It clutched at Nate's foot, snagging the hem of his jeans. Nate tumbled down to the deck, landing face first on top of the zombie. It raked its fingernails across his cheeks, cutting his skin deeply, though in the adrenaline rush that came with the fight he didn't notice the pain. He jammed the heel of his left hand into the zombie's mouth and pushed its head to one side. There was a brick next to his head, one of the ones Jimmy had used to anchor the lawn chairs in rough currents, and Nate balled his fist around it. The zombie turned its one seeing eye up at Nate and tilted its head to one side, as though questioning him, its mouth open and oozing fluid. Nate slammed the brick down on the top of its head. The zombie's face bounced off Nate's leg, and its stare found him again.
"Fucking die already!"
He slammed the brick down again and again, screaming with every blow until the zombie rolled off his legs, its head a caved-in mess. Nate pulled his legs back. He rose to his feet. Gabby Hinton was staring at him.
"What?"
She raised her rifle, the business end staring him right in the eye.
"Whoa," he said. "Hey, hold on!"
Without lowering the rifle, she turned her head and said,
"Jimmy, we need to go."
"I'm working on it." Nate turned just enough to see Jimmy pulling himself over the flybridge's railing. He grabbed the throttle and eased it forward, the engines responding with a sputtering gurgle that surged the boat forward. Nate swayed with the sudden movement. When he looked back, down the length of the boat, he saw zombies losing their grip on the railing and falling back into the water. He saw Ben Richardson and Sylvia in the back of the boat, punching at hands with the butts of their rifles. They were moving now, pulling away from the cover of the willow trees and into the wider expanse of the river. The zombies kept coming, but as they reached deeper water, they sank and drowned. When Nate turned back to Gabby, he was still staring into the business end of her rifle, the hole at the end of her muzzle looking like an open, toothless mouth. He blinked at her.
"You saved me, Nate,"
she said.
"But you're infected. I'm sorry."
He shook his head at her, held up his injured hand as though he could turn the bullets to one side. She backed up, keeping her gun on him.
"I'm sorry,"
she said.
"Stop!"
It was Avery Harper. She broke loose from Sylvia's grip and jumped between Nate and Gabby Hinton.
"Don't shoot him. You can't. He's immune. He won't turn."
Gabby stared at her. The rifle didn't move.
"Honey," she said, "move aside."
"She's right," Richardson said.
He was coming forward as he spoke.
"She's telling the truth. He really is immune."
Gabby looked from Avery to Richardson, then slowly back to Nate, studying him.
"No," she said. "That's impossible." "They ain't lying to you, ma'am," Nate said. "Those zombies, they can't hurt me. They can't turn me into one of them anyway. But—"
Gabby still couldn't believe it.
"How? Why?"
Nate stuck his bleeding hand out between them, almost as though he was offering it to her as a gift.
"I don't know," he said, "but I've been bit plenty over the years. They don't hurt me."
He pulled the flash drive from his neck with his uninjured hand and held it up for her to see.
"All the answers are here."
"Gabby?" This time it was Sylvia Carnes speaking. "He's telling the truth. I don't know the answers, and neither does he. But he's telling you the truth. Please don't shoot him. I'm begging you, don't. Everything counts on this." The huge woman shook with indecision, all the while keeping a steady sight picture on Nate. For a moment, the muzzle of her rifle dipped.
"Impossible,"
she said. "Gabby?" Sylvia said. She took a step forward. Sylvia held out her hand, but pulled it back when the older woman flinched, half turning the gun toward Sylvia. "Gabby, please. You have to listen to me." Around his neck he carries a flash drive. A military doctor used him to find a cure for this. Don't you see? Gabby shook her head slowly, not understanding, or perhaps not wanting to. "That's what we're doing out here," Sylvia went on. "We're trying to find a friend of ours. The Red Man has her, and we have to get her back." "You're crazy," Gabby said. "No," Sylvia said. "Gabby, this is the truth. Every word of it. We have to find our friend. She's been in contact with a doctor named Don Fisher. He can use the cure Nate's got with him. He can—" "Don Fisher!" Gabby nearly spat the name on the deck. "Fisher? He's nothing but a myth, a pipe dream. You might as well be looking for Prester John." "He's real," Nate interjected. "I've seen him. I've met him. I've met his family." Gabby wheeled on him, gun raised high, her gaze narrowed down the length of the barrel. "Nate, no!" Sylvia shouted. Nate pushed the barrel of Gabby's gun away with his uninjured hand. "It's all right," he said. He turned his attention to Gabby. "It's true. I've met him. He helped me when I was sick with the flu." "Why didn't you give him the cure then?" she said. She could have pulled the gun away. She could have taken a step back and blasted him. But she was battling more with herself now, her confidence wavering. She didn't want to believe what he was saying. That much was plain from the look on her face. But somehow, and he didn't know how he knew this, only that he did, she needed to believe. Something inside her needed to believe. Against every hard grain of doubt in her being, she needed to believe. "Because I didn't know who he was," Nate admitted. There was a note of humility in his voice now. "And because I was scared and stupid. I had the flu when I saw him, and he helped me. He gave me medicine and clean water. I should have known he was a doctor." Just then, Richardson stepped between them. He put a hand on the top of Gabby's gun. Gabby looked at him, and her eyes pleaded for direction. "I didn't believe it either," he said gently. "But I've seen the proof. He's telling you the truth." He put pressure on the gun, and she yielded. She lowered the muzzle to the deck. "So what are we supposed to do?" she asked. "We find this girl, this Nikki Booth, and then we find the doctor." "And then?" "I don't know," he admitted. "I really don't know." Without notice, the Sugar Jane rocked hard to port, throwing them all off their feet. Nate crashed headlong into the gunwale, hitting his head so hard his legs went numb. He sagged to one knee, looking around, blinking stupidly. Gabby had lost her gun. She and Richardson were tumbled together in a heap on the opposite side of the deck. Sylvia managed to keep her feet, but only by holding onto the awning above her. He couldn't see Avery. Gabby stood, looked around. The fog was thinning, but they still couldn't see much beyond the Red Man's compound rising above the next bend in the river. "We're turning around." The engines strained suddenly, causing them all to stagger. Gabby caught herself on the gunwale and turned toward the pilot house. "What are you doing?" she said. But Jimmy was already climbing down. He looked upset, desperate. "Jimmy, what's going on?" "We got trouble," he said. He rushed past her without explaining, unlocked an access panel near the bow, and threw open the hatch. Inside, Nate saw what looked like scuba gear, tanks, masks, and hoses. "Help me with this," he said. Gabby didn't hesitate. She rushed forward and started pulling metal tanks out of the hold, lining them up against the railing. Jimmy brought out the regulators, and together they slid them onto the tanks and screwed them down. He tested one of the regulators, and, satisfied it was working, turned to the others.
"We're abandoning ship," he said. "Everybody up front, fast!"
"What's going on?" Richardson said.
"The Red Man's coming. I caught a glimpse of them through the fog. There's a bunch of boats."
"You can't outrun them?"
Sylvia asked.
"Not a chance. Let's go, everybody. We've only got the 4 tanks, so 2 of you will have to double up."
Jimmy slipped a tank on his back and pulled the regulator over his shoulder. Then he helped Gabby into hers. Nate looked around. Sylvia and Ben were both putting on tanks, Sylvia pulling Avery over to her side as she did so. Ben nodded at him. "Looks like you're with me." Nate opened his mouth to speak, but didn't know what to say. It was happening again, the confusion seeping into his head like a fog. This was coming at him too fast. He had so many questions buzzing around in his brain, he couldn't figure which one to ask first. In the near distance, they could hear the steady thrum of boat engines coming closer.
"Let's get moving, people," Jimmy said. "They'll be on us any second."
He climbed over the railing and looked back. He caught Nate looking at him.
"What's your problem?" he said.
Nate stammered.
"Spit it out, boy."
"I can't swim,"
Nate finally said. Jimmy laughed. It was a deep, phlegmy sound. Then he shook his head.
"And here I thought you couldn't get any dumber."
He shook his head again and dropped overboard with a splash. Chapter 17. The Red Man sat in the dark in the middle of the little cabin at the foot of the stairs. The young man who had been given the task to go below and deliver the news stood at the top of the stairs, not wanting to take another step. He was more than scared. It was coming off him in waves, like heat shimmers rising from the highway pavement in the middle of the desert. The Red Man terrified him in ways he could not even express. He was sweating, unable to swallow the lump in his throat, a chill creeping over his skin with every moment he spent in this devil's company.
"Well?"
The voice startled the soldier, and he flinched. The Red Man was stirring, a darker shadow moving through a pool of lighter shadows. The soldier took a few steps down, stopping when the smell assaulted his nostrils.
"Sir,"
he said, his voice faltering,
"we've got the boat. We should be coming up on it any second."
There was movement in the dark, and the next instant the Red Man was standing just below the soldier, staring up at him with eyes that were unblinking and insane. He didn't speak, only stared at the soldier. The young man wanted to back up, but didn't dare. His name was David Cohen, and he had been a black shirt for a little over a year, ever since the Red Man's army swept over the Las Cruces compound, where he'd lived since he was a boy. He'd been working the fields, harvesting squash, when the main attack started. The klaxons had sounded, but David and the 3 people with him never had a chance to take their stations. Zombies poured through a hole in the fence and overran the main part of the complex. He'd barely cleared the field when the rest of the defenders started running in full retreat toward him. David was luckier than most. He and a handful of others managed to escape the compound, and he'd wandered, lost and confused, through the surrounding countryside for 2 days before the black shirts cornered him. The Red Man had given him a choice: become a black shirt or a zombie. At the time, the choice had seemed obvious, but the truth was, this was no way to live. And still the Red Man stared at him, the thoughts behind his eyes and painted face completely unknowable. Finally, the young man could take no more and blurted out,
"They asked me to come get you."
The Red Man nodded. It was a subtle gesture, and the young man wasn't even certain that he'd seen it, but he scrambled back up on deck just the same. Back in the fog, the soldier quickly made his way aft. This, he thought, was no way to live. No way at all. but he had seen his compound razed to the ground by the black shirts, and those who refused to serve the red man either eaten alive by his zombie army or impaled through the ass on a forest of stakes outside the red man's compound. This was no way to live, to be sure. But he was living. That much he would hold on to as long as he could. The old trawler emerged out of the fog, its stern toward the red man's approaching fleet. From the bow of his boat, the red man studied the trawler. He could see at a glance that it was deserted, save for a few dead bodies draped over the deck fixtures. Its hull was dark with smeared blood and mud, but he could still see the name of the boat, the Sugar Jane, painted in solid block letters over the propellers. "Doesn't look like anyone survived," one of the soldiers said. The red man didn't look at him. He studied the boat for a moment longer, then said,
"Bring us alongside. I'm going aboard."
"You don't want us to clear it first, just to be sure?"
"Just bring us alongside."
"Yes, sir." They glided up to the other boat, nudging it gently. The crew tied it off, and the red man stepped aboard. The deck was slick with gore and mud. Spent shell casings glinted wetly from the deck. Quite a few of them. The red man walked forward the length of the boat, noticing the busted window, smeared with blood, the fresh bullet holes in the fiberglass, and older damage, clumsily repaired. He circled back and went down to the main cabin. He saw beds for 5 or 6, 2 of them hastily made up. There was a backpack on one, and he opened it. A few yellow blister packs of pills and some tattered clothes fell out. And something else. An iPad, wrapped in a Ziploc bag. He opened the bag and slid the instrument out, running the stub of his missing finger down the side. He remembered these things, and was surprised that it still worked. The owner must have found a way to recharge it. In a world without electricity, such an instrument was a strange find indeed. On the screen was a file called Interviews. He opened it and double-tapped on the most recent file. A moment later, the face of a young, fat girl appeared on the screen. She looked dimly familiar in a way that so many of his memories did from the time before what he had come to think of as his conversion. This girl, awkward, shy, nervous, hesitant. He did know her. But from where? And then she started talking about Houston during Hurricane Mardell, and having to evacuate, and moving to Gooding, Illinois to be with her cousin, Nicky Booth. Of course, he thought, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. One of his guards appeared in the doorway behind him. "Sir, we've searched all the holds. There's nothing. My guess is they got pulled overboard during the attack."
"I doubt that."
The red man shut off the iPad without closing the file. He tossed the iPad on the bed, took one last look around, and turned to face his soldier.
"They're still alive,"
the red man said.
"They're somewhere."
"I have boats searching the water now, just in case." The red man nodded, but he knew they wouldn't find anything.
"These are Nicky Booth's friends," he thought. "They're coming for her. Well, that was fine. Let them come."
He reached out to the zombies in his compound, his mind focusing on them, moving them into place. "Your orders, sir?"
"Tow the boat back with us, and find the people who escaped from here."
The red man drew close to the soldier. The man stiffened. His mouth twitched, the beginnings of a grimace, partly from fear, partly from the rotten smell.
"There should be a young, fat girl with them. Take her alive. I want her brought to me."
The man swallowed uncomfortably, then nodded, and got out of there as fast as he could. Chapter 18. Nate surfaced, sputtering and coughing. They were underneath a large wooden pier that stretched some 100 feet or so out over the water, and there wasn't enough headroom for him to stand up. But even if there had been headroom enough, he wouldn't have had the strength. He was just lucky to be alive. He pulled away from Richardson and crawled on his hands and knees onto a stinking, slimy mudbank, the foul taste of the river still in his mouth. Richardson was beside him, also on his hands and knees.
"You okay?"
he said. He was speaking in a whisper. Nate nodded, then coughed again. He glanced toward the river, his eyes following the line of the pier. A thick, drowsy fog hung over the dark water. Waves lapped quietly against the muddy bank, stirring up a smell that reminded him of compost. He found it difficult to process the sleepy ease of the scene, especially after what he'd just gone through. It had been a rough swim. They'd been going with the current, downriver, and Nate was able to let it carry him most of the way. But then the group had reached the pier and turned toward shore. That had been the hard part. He had kicked and beat ineffectively at the water, but couldn't make himself go. The regulator had popped out of his mouth, and he'd started to sink. He'd panicked. River water had got into his mouth, and he'd swallowed some of it. But then Richardson grabbed his arm and pushed the regulator back in his mouth, and carried him the rest of the way.
"I almost drowned," he thought. "Jesus Christ."
That would have been something. He'd lived through the apocalypse. 4,000 Air Force soldiers died at Minot, but he'd escaped. He escaped the mass suicides at Jasper Sewell's Grasslands compound. He'd even escaped certain death at the hands of the Red Man, the Zombie King. It would have been something to live through all that just to drown in the river. Nate laughed, a gravelly, choking sound that brought with it another round of coughing. His chest and his throat were burning and tight, but it didn't hurt as badly as it had just a few minutes earlier.
"Nate Royal dodges another bullet," he thought. "Yay me."
After another round of coughing, he glanced up at the others. Jimmy and Gabby were stowing their gear in the joint where the pier met the bank, the two of them all business, as usual. Sylvia was fussing over Avery. She checked her injuries, then brushed the girl's wet hair back from her eyes with her fingertips. They made eye contact. Sylvia whispered something to her, and Avery nodded in reply. Beside him, Nate was sliding out of the harness that held the air tank on his back. Nate wondered if he too was thinking how close they'd come to drowning. With all his panicked kicking and thrashing, Nate knew he'd been a handful down there, and Richardson was certainly no spring chicken anymore.
"Where are we, anyway?"
Nate said. Jimmy wheeled around fiercely, his eyes narrowed, his lips pulled back from his teeth in a snarl.
"Keep quiet, you idiot! You trying to get us killed?"
Nate frowned at him. Jimmy stared back at him, almost daring him to say something else. Growing up, there had been a few years, mostly during middle school, when nearly every word he spoke to his father earned him a slap across the mouth. Kneeling there in the mud, the quiet sound of water lapping against the pier beams all around him, Nate felt the sting of old wounds rising in his cheeks. He lowered his eyes.
"I was just asking,"
he said. Jimmy turned away, muttering something about how a man so dumb had no reason to go on living. When their gear was stowed, they crawled over to the pier's shadow line and looked out across the grounds of the Kirkman Hyatt Hotel. A few guards stood by the entrance closest to the pier, but otherwise, the field between the water and the building was deserted. Nate's gaze drifted from the water, across the open field, and finally over the buildings. Or building, rather. From the glimpses he'd gotten while they were still on the Sugar Jane, it had looked like the hotel was made up of 3 separate buildings. But it was just one building. He could see that now. One really huge building.
There were 3 towers, each about 9 or 10 stories high, and made of dingy gray brick. They were arranged in a V-shape, each one connected to the others by flat-roofed common areas. Avery was looking at him. He met her gaze, and she smiled.
"It used to be the Kirkman Hyatt Hotel and Convention Center,"
she said, almost as though she could read his mind.
"It was the biggest hotel in the Midwest before the outbreak."
Sylvia looked back toward the water. "The fog's starting to clear," she said. They could hear the red man's boats powering slowly back and forth across the river. "They're still looking for us. But once that fog's gone, they'll know we're not out there. That doesn't give us much time."
"To do what exactly?"
Gabby asked. "We're going in there," Sylvia said. "We have to find Nikki. Without her, all this is for nothing." "I only see the 2 gods," Richardson said. "We can get past them."
"Listen to you two,"
Gabby said. There was a smile forming at the corners of her mouth, but it was an expression of disbelief.
"You're both absolutely insane."
Gabby looked from Sylvia to Richardson, and back to Sylvia again, as though one of them might miraculously come to their senses and tell her they were just kidding. But when that didn't happen, she huffed and shook her head. "What would you have us do?" Sylvia asked. "You know why we're doing this. You know how important this is. Not just to us, but for all of us. People everywhere."
"Save your speeches," Jimmy said. "Just tell me how you're going to get in there."
"We have to get around those 2 guards," she said. She hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the north side of the tower to their left. "Maybe through a window on that side there. That line of shrubs should give us some cover from those guards." "It'll get us out of their line of sight," Richardson agreed.
"And when you're inside," Jimmy said, "how are you going to find your friend?"
Sylvia shrugged. "I don't know. I hadn't thought that far ahead." Jimmy huffed.
"Well, it's your ass."
"Hopefully not." She turned to Gabby.
"You two don't have to come with us."
"It'd help if you could find us a way out of here, though. Maybe have a boat waiting for us?" Gabby looked at her husband. A silent conversation seemed to play out between them. Finally, she turned back to Sylvia, nodding.
"Yeah, we can do that."
"Good. Everybody ready?"
"Wait,"
Richardson said. He glanced at Avery. To Nate, it looked as though he was about to suggest she should stay put, or perhaps go with Jimmy and Gabby. "What is it?" Sylvia said. If she had picked up on Richardson's questioning glance toward Avery, she made no sign of it.
Nothing," he said. "I'm ready."
A ragged line of red-tipped photinias ran along what had once been the hotel's northern property line. It wasn't much for cover or concealment, and looking up at the black, vacant windows on the tower face above them, Nate figured that anybody watching the grounds from up there would spot them easily. But Sylvia guided them to the tower without incident. They ran from the last of the bushes to the side of the tower in a crouch. Like kids playing at being soldiers, Nate thought. The thought might have been funny in some other place, some other time. As it was, he was beginning to feel sick again, as though something long and massive was slowly uncoiling in his gut. Nate crossed the last few feet of rangy lawn and put his back against the wall next to Richardson. On the other side of Richardson was an empty window, and on the other side of that stood Sylvia and Avery. Sylvia glanced into the opening and seemed satisfied. "At least we won't have to break out the window," she said.
"Let's just get out of the open," Richardson said.
"Agreed." Sylvia climbed through the window. Richardson helped Avery through, and then went himself. A breeze touched Nate's face, bringing with it the dank, earthy smell of the river. But there was another smell behind it, underneath it. Something evil. It sent a chill through him, raising the gooseflesh on his arms.
"Maybe this was a bad idea,"
Nate thought. But he did it anyway.
He climbed through the window and dropped into what must have been some kind of office back before the outbreak. In the dark, he could make out a lot of desks, most of them pushed off at odd angles from their once orderly rows. He could picture people working at those desks, discontented drones engaged in the soul-sucking task of moving paper from one stack to the next. There was dried blood on the walls, a ragged outline of a hand dragged across a grimy wall. How old the blood was, he couldn't tell, and he supposed it didn't really matter. Trash was scattered all over the floor. Countless rainstorms had found their way through the windows over the years, and the room had a water-damaged grunginess about it. There was a smell in here, too, that of sodden paper and spoiled food. Rats scurried into the shadows. Nate heard, or at least thought he heard, the sound of their little claws tapping on the hardwood floor. "Where do we go from here?" Richardson asked. Sylvia shrugged.
"I don't know, Ben. I guess we just start looking around." "Should we split up or something?" Nate asked. "No," Sylvia said. "If we get separated, we may never find our way back together again."
They found the exit, and on the other side of that a long, narrow hallway. There were rooms all down the length of the hall, darkened doorways leading God knows where.
"I don't like this,"
Avery said. Sylvia grabbed her hand and squeezed.
"You're worried about zombies in here?"
Avery nodded.
"I don't think we're going to have to worry about that." "Why?" "This is the Red Man's home base. If he can control zombies from miles away, he should be able to keep them under control when they're right here under his thumb." "How is that supposed to make me feel any better?"
Avery asked.
"He uses uninfected troops, too. He can't very well house them here if he has zombies running around everywhere. None of them would stay. My guess is the zombies he does have here are kept out of the way and under tight control."
Richardson scoffed. "Sylvia, that's bullshit."
"Excuse me?"
"You know better than that. They let us get in here. They practically opened the front door for us. This is a trap."
"A trap?"
The muscles in her neck twitched. She put her hands on her hips and stared at Ben like he was the dumbest man alive. Nate knew the look well. He was just glad it was pointed at someone else this time. Sylvia shook her head.
"Ben, you need to make up your mind."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"You tell me. First, you don't believe these zombies are capable of being cured, that their minds are permanently gone, and then you go and suggest they're capable of setting a trap. Which is it, Ben? Make up your mind."
"A Venus flytrap is capable of setting a trap for a fly."
"What does that have to do with anything?"
"Nearly every predator on the planet is capable of setting a trap. That doesn't make them human. And it doesn't prove they can be cured. You're living in La-La Land if you believe that."
"And you're being obtuse."
"I am not."
"Fatuous, then."
"Hey, I'm not calling you names."
"You said I was full of shit."
"No, I said what you said was bullshit. There's a difference."
"Not from where I'm standing."
These two, Nate realized, were like racehorses going around the track. Their arguments had a sort of useless circularity to them, a constant effort to outdistance one another on a course that went nowhere and proved nothing. Nate looked at Avery. She met his gaze, and he saw exhaustion in her eyes, the same kind of exhaustion he'd seen in the soldiers back at Minot, right after they'd come back from working double shifts at the fence line, where the zombies gathered in crowds hundreds deep, moaning with the voice of hell. And yet, it wasn't exactly the same. Not really. Now that he was studying her, really looking at her, he could see it was actually the exhaustion in him projected onto her. The clarity of the insight startled him. For so long, people had told him he was dumb, a moron, and he had believed it. He'd never seen or felt anything to contradict it. And yet, when he was with her, when he was with Ben and Sylvia and Avery, he couldn't help but feel good, like he was complete. When the four of them were together, he felt like matching gears had suddenly been pieced together for the first time. This constant arguing between Ben and Sylvia. Perhaps it was some kind of courtship between them, something the two of them needed. But it was throwing a wrench in the gears.
"Both of you stop it," he said. "Just shut it."
They both looked at him, frankly shocked at the tone of his voice.
"Both of you, please. We have work to do."
Sylvia started to speak, then stopped. She huffed in frustration.
"I don't get you, Ben."
"What's to get?"
"Seriously," Nate said. "I mean, really? We've just come all this way. We nearly fucking died out there, and the two of you can't drop whatever the hell it is that's got you both so pissed off?"
Ben pointed a finger at Nate's chest, but Sylvia stopped him.
"It's okay, Ben. Nate, you're right. You're absolutely right. But this is important. This isn't just another stupid argument. Look, I'll come to the point."
She turned to Ben.
"Why are you here? If this is a trap, like you said, why are you here?"
"I'm a dumbass, I guess."
"You're an ass, Ben. But you're not a dumbass. I'm trying to be serious."
He shrugged.
"Think about it, Ben. Why?"
"I don't know."
"Answer my question, Ben. Why are you here? I know why I'm here. I know why Avery's here. Even Nate has a reason to be here. But what about you? What purpose do you serve?"
Richardson didn't speak. To Nate it looked like he couldn't, or wouldn't, find the words to say what was going through his head.
"Answer me, Ben. What are you thinking?"
Ben stared at each of them in turn. There was a fierce resistance in his eyes, at least at first. That faded. Then he spoke. "You remember when I saw you for the first time?" He was looking right at Sylvia. "I don't mean in Austin. I mean in St. Louis." She nodded.
"I remember. Outside of that pizzeria."
"Yeah. I was collecting stories then. That was what sustained me, you know? The thing that kind of kept me moving." She nodded. "I had come to think of myself as this sort of roving camera. I used to tell myself that when I saw fucked up shit. Roving camera, I'd say. Don't get involved. Just watch. Process it. Save it."
"Burnout," she said. "The feeling like you're going round in circles."
"That's right," he said, pointing at her. "Picture this. I'm working on this book, right? It's supposed to be the definitive history of this crisis we're all living through. I've been from one corner of the country to the other. I've broken laws, lived through mass suicides, talked to crazies and politicians and crazy politicians. I've seen it all. I've collected thousands of interviews. I've heard every single possible point of view, and I've dutifully put them all down. And you know what?" He looked to Sylvia. She shook her head. He looked to Avery, who simply stared back at him, eyes shrink-wrapped as though from incipient tears.
"Tell me," Nate said. "You began to wonder who the fuck would ever care."
Richardson seemed on the verge of tears. "Yes," he admitted. "Yes, goddammit, that's it exactly." He looked around the empty hallway, and there was no dread, no fear, no sense of being in way over his head. This place was just empty. Doorways leading onto quiet dead ends. Though, strangely, Nate didn't see the same pointlessness that Ben seemed to be feeling. Ben said, "Everything was still there. All my old writing skills. I could still type. I could still get someone to tell me their story, trust me. I could still find the right words. I could keep an interview lively. I could transition from one thought to the next like nobody's business."
"But," Sylvia said.
Ben didn't say anything.
"What was missing, Ben?"
Nate asked. He had been looking at the floor. When he met their gaze, his eyes were bloodshot and wet. "Curiosity," he said. Sylvia didn't get it. Nate could see that from her frown, but Nate was pretty sure he understood. "You sold out, didn't you?" Richardson flinched. He turned on Nate and balled his fists. But there was nothing beyond his posturing, and they both knew it. He bowed his head. "Yeah, okay. That's fair. I was speaking the words, but there was no real content."
"Has something changed?"
Sylvia asked.
"We have, I guess."
Nate frowned. At first, he didn't understand. But then he looked at the others, at Sylvia and Avery, and he saw understanding in their nods. And he too understood. They had come together for a reason. The whole world was butchered and damned, gone in the wink of an eye. Yet despite the seeming futility, the emptiness, the pointlessness of it all, the four of them were together, and they were on the verge of something important, something that actually had some content to it. This was humanity doing what it did best, what it had always done. They were fighting back. After a long time, they had finally found something worth fighting for. They stood there, processing this new understanding of each other and themselves. Nate felt good. He hadn't felt this kind of energy going through him in a very long time.
"I guess we go that way," he said.
"I guess so,"
said Avery. Sylvia and Richardson both nodded.
"You want to lead?"
Nate asked Sylvia. She shook her head.
"You go, Nate. You're doing fine."
They made it to the end of the hall without incident. And the next one. And the one after that. The place was deserted, it seemed. The only sound, the sighing breeze working its way through busted windows and down empty hallways. Nate was up front, Avery and Richardson behind him. Sylvia was bringing up the rear. Everywhere they went, they had to step over ceiling tiles that had crumbled and fallen to the floor, making it nearly impossible to walk quietly. Still, Nate tried. He was, frankly, tired of feeling dumb. But by the fourth or fifth empty hallway, and entering yet another empty landing, Nate started to get bored. The miserable, torpid heat that had settled inside the building was getting more of his attention than his tactics. He stopped and wiped his face with the belly of his shirt. They were standing in the middle of another large meeting room, much like the one they'd first stepped into when they entered the building, though this one seemed to have been cleared of most of the furniture. A few busted chairs stood out amongst all the fallen ceiling tiles, and one big wooden desk was covered with a thick layer of white dust. But aside from that, it was just another empty room with no air circulation. Nate walked to the center of the room and stopped. The side of the room from which they'd entered had only one door, but the opposite side of the room had 6. 2 of those were bathrooms. He could see the dust-covered men's room sign hanging from a single screw next to one of the rooms. But the other 4 doors could lead, well, anywhere. He looked from one to the other, and had no idea which one to take. He was about to ask Sylvia which way, when one of the doors fell open with the groan of seldom-used hinges. They all flinched. A girl-child stepped through the door, leaving it open behind her. She looked to be 9 or maybe 10. She was shabbily dressed in a tattered yellow dress, no shoes, her hair a wild tangle on her head. Her arms hung limply at her side, and from one hooked finger depended a plastic bag filled with half a loaf of bread and some oranges. She shuffled across the floor, one leg obviously injured. "Stand back," Richardson said, pushing his way past Nate. He drew his pistol and leveled it at the little girl.
"No!"
Used hinges. They all flinched. A girl-child stepped through the door, leaving it open behind her. She looked to be 9 or maybe 10. She was shabbily dressed in a tattered yellow dress, no shoes, her hair a wild tangle on her head. Her arms hung limply at her side, and from one hooked finger depended a plastic bag filled with half a loaf of bread and some oranges. She shuffled across the floor, one leg obviously injured. "Stand back," Richardson said, pushing his way past Nate. He drew his pistol and leveled it at the little girl. "No," said Sylvia. She stepped forward, put a hand on Richardson's arm, and eased his weapon down. "Look at her," she said. Nate did. The left side of the girl's face was all chewed up, but it had been cleaned and had already started to heal. The eye on that side of her face was ruined. The other eye was webbed with white lines, like incipient cataracts. She made her slow, shuffling way across the trash-covered floor, and for just a moment turned her one good eye toward Nate. There was a haunted, uneasy vacancy in the back of her stare. But the girl didn't stop. She kept going across the room, fumbled at a doorknob with a hand that didn't seem to work just right, and finally got it open. The next instant, she was gone. Richardson had taken a few cautious steps after her, but now he turned and looked at the rest of them. What was that? Why didn't she attack? Why didn't she start moaning? Nate shrugged. Avery grabbed Nate's hand.
"I don't like that," she said. "That's not right."
"No," Sylvia said. "No, it's not." "Anybody want to take a crack at what the hell we just saw?" Richardson said. Sylvia said, "I think we should go after her." "What?" "It looked like she was being led, didn't it?" Richardson shook his head, scowling like her suggestion was utter lunacy. But it made sense to Nate. Once again he sensed his thoughts coming together. Something had clicked for him. "It did look like that," he said. He nodded to himself. "Yes." Then, to Avery. "She was carrying food. That was what was in the bag, right? Food?"
"Yeah,"
Avery said. "So who was it for?" Nate said. Richardson shook his head. Nate frowned at him. It wasn't like Richardson to miss something that seemed so obvious. But he either couldn't or wouldn't understand. "We need to follow her," Sylvia said. "I bet she'll lead us to Nicky." "Exactly," Nate said. "That's crazy," Richardson said. "Ben," Sylvia said. "She was being led, directed. The red man is controlling her. You have to see that, don't you?" "No, I don't." "Why do you find it so hard to believe? You yourself told me you've seen Stage 3 zombies using Stage 1 zombies like hunting dogs to flush out prey. How is this any different?" "Because there's a physical agency involved in the way Stage 3 zombies control the lesser ones. They're exactly like hunters with their dogs. They point them where they want them to go, and they let native instincts take over. What you're suggesting would take some kind of psychic power. I refuse to believe that." "But why?" "Because it's not rationally consistent." "I don't even know what that's supposed to mean." "It doesn't make sense. These are zombies, Sylvia. Zombies. Their minds have been cooked to mush by the necrosis filovirus until there's nothing left. They have no intellect, no consciousness. They don't make plans. They don't play puppeteer with other zombies. And you know why? Because there's nothing for a puppeteer to hook his strings to. You can't control a mind that isn't there." Sylvia just stared at him. He huffed back. "These are zombies, Sylvia," he said again. "When you start giving them psychic powers, or whatever the hell you claim this is, they stop being zombies. They become something else. And that's just not consistent with this world." "I don't see how that makes any of this less real," she said. "Enough," Nate said. He went over to the door and looked down the hallway. The little girl was slipping around the corner at the far end.
We're going to lose her if we stick around here arguing." "He's right," Sylvia said to Richardson. She took Avery by the hand. "Come on, sweetie. Let's go get Nicky." They slipped past Nate at the doorway. He pointed them down the hall. "She went around that corner," he said. Nate turned to Richardson, who was standing in the middle of the empty room, looking frustrated and dour. "You coming?" Nate said. Chapter 19. They followed the little girl, but stayed well back in the shadows. Far enough away, Nate hoped anyway, that they could turn tail and run if it came to that. But the girl seemed to be the only thing moving through the hotel. She went from one hallway to the next, winding her slow and steady way through the maze of passageways, never once getting lost, like she was following an old familiar path. Nate got bored again. His head felt soupy from the heat, which was becoming oppressive the deeper they went. He smelled bad, too. Several times he tried to drive the cloying mustiness of the river out of his nostrils by shaking his head, but the smell enveloped him like a living thing. He couldn't tell if the others smelled as bad as he did. Probably they did, but they were definitely feeling the heat. He could tell from the labored sound of Richardson's breathing, and from the way Sylvia had given up trying to push the hair from her face. It was an unaccustomed look for her. In the week or so he'd been running around with this group, he'd come to expect a certain unflagging resiliency from her. But now, her shoulders were drooping, like the weight of this place and the job they'd set for themselves was weighing down upon her. Poor Avery, though. She was a different matter altogether. She was soaked with sweat. He could tell it was sweat and not river water, because it was popping out all over her skin and running down her cheeks like tears, cutting clean scars through the dirt that covered her pink face. Every step she took looked like it was bought with pain. He wanted to reach out and touch her hand, tell her that— "Nate, stop," Sylvia said. He froze, shook the thoughts from his head. He turned around. The others were 3 or 4 steps behind him. Richardson nodded down the hallway. The little girl in the yellow dress was about to round a brightly lit corner. Nate could see a flickering orange light spilling across the floor there, setting the girl into relief.
"Go quietly," Sylvia said. "No surprises."
Nate nodded. They got to the corner in time to see 2 black shirts opening a large wooden door for the little girl. She walked through, still carrying the plastic bag full of bread and oranges, and never even looked at the 2 uninfected men. To Nate it was unbelievable. Zombies and humans working together like that. It seemed unreal. A few moments later, the little girl came back through the same door, turned to her left, and walked away down a side corridor.
"That's pretty weird,"
Nate said.
"I bet she's in there,"
said Avery. She was trying to be quiet, but the excitement in her voice was unmistakable.
"I bet you're right," said Sylvia.
She smiled and patted the younger woman on the shoulder. Sylvia was more restrained than Avery, but she too was giddy. These 2, they'd been through hell to find Nicky. Now they were like kids at Christmas, the anticipation almost too much to bear. But then Sylvia's smile wavered.
"What?"
Avery said.
"We need to get in there somehow."
Nate didn't like the sound of that. The 2 black shirts had machine guns. He pointed at the pistol at Richardson's hip.
"Could you shoot them?"
"I'd never get them both," Richardson said. "One of them, probably. I might even be able to get the second one with a lucky shot. But even if I killed them both, the noise would just bring more." Nate nodded. Sylvia said,
"Well, there may be another way."
"What are you thinking?" Richardson asked. She glanced down at the baton in her hand and seemed to be turning options over in her mind.
"A diversion, I guess," she said at last.
She looked at Nate.
Do you think you could fool those guys long enough to turn their backs to me? Fool them?"
Richardson chuckled softly, shaking his head.
"What?" Nate said.
He was starting to get angry. "You sure look the part," Richardson said. "I think it could work."
"The part? What the hell are you guys talking about?"
"It's okay," Richardson said. He pulled his blackjack from the waistband of his jeans. "Here," he said, handing it to Nate. "Take this. Palm it as long as you can, tucked up into your sleeve." He showed Nate how to hold it out of sight. "There, like that." Nate was utterly perplexed. "Don't worry," Richardson said. "I know what she has in mind." Nate stepped into the open, certain he was about to get shot. This was stupid. He struggled to put some label on how he felt, but the only word that came to mind was transparent. Nate didn't know if that was right or not, but it felt right. He did know that these black shirts would have to be idiots to mistake him for one of the zombies. Shuffling toward them, dragging his feet, arms at his side, Nate watched the men without trying to make it look like he was watching them. He turned what he hoped was a dead stare on a spot somewhere near the middle of the door between them, letting his head loll and jerk, his mouth hanging open just a little. The black shirts weren't expecting anything. That much was obvious from the way they tensed, hands flexing on their weapons, the nervous glances that passed between them. But Nate ignored them. He got to the middle of the hallway and turned slowly to his right. He started walking. He made it a few steps into the new hallway when one of the guards said, "What the hell is that all about?" Nate stopped. He let a moan escape his throat. One of the guards had been about to speak, but quickly smothered the sound. Nate slowly turned his head, just as he'd seen countless zombies do during his wanderings. A runner of drool gathered at the corner of his mouth and fell down his chin. Nate fought back the instinct to wipe it away. He took a lurching step toward the guard, and he hoped the vacant look in his eyes was believable. He would find out any second now, he supposed.
"Ah, shit," the guard said.
He slid the machine gun off his shoulder as his partner came around to stand next to him. But before either man could raise his weapon, Nate let the blackjack drop, his fingers settling into the leather strap. What happened next seemed to happen all at once. His arm came up, the blackjack raised high. The first guard's eyes widened, almost comically. The blackjack came down on the man's chin, accompanied by the sickening crack of lead on bone. The man sagged to the floor. Sylvia erupted from the shadows, swinging her baton at the back of the second guard's head. Nate looked down at the first guard, who was writhing lamely on the carpeted floor, groaning in pain. Nate knelt down, his knees either side of the first guard's chest. He brought the blackjack down again and again on the man's face, smashing it to a bloody pulp. When Nate rose from the man's corpse, he had blood on his hands and in his eyes. He coughed, not quite believing what he'd just done, and then laughed.
"He did it," he said. "Did you see that? They actually fell for it."
Sylvia pushed him out of the way.
"Come on, there isn't much time."
She opened the door the guards had been covering and went inside. Avery and Richardson followed. And, after a pause, so did Nate. Just enough light spilled in from the doorway for Nate to see the outlines of a bell-shaped cage hanging from the ceiling. It was empty, and the floor below looked wet. He couldn't tell for sure, though. And he didn't want to find out. The others were just ahead of him, moving around the cage, giving it a wide berth. "I have a penlight," Richardson said. "Should we chance it?" Sylvia stopped and looked back. Her eyes caught the light, flashing like a cat's in the dark.
"Yeah," she said. "Go ahead."
Nate was standing right behind Richardson when he turned his tiny blue LED light into the darkness. He saw a flash of movement, a woman, battered and snarling, moving fast. She lashed out at Richardson, the heel of her hand smashing into Richardson's nose, sending him flying backward. The penlight hit the floor and rolled away. Nate was watching it when an iron grip locked onto his throat, fingernails digging deep into his skin. He couldn't breathe. Whoever had him was holding him from behind. He started to thrash. His resistance earned him a kick to the back of his knees. He collapsed, but not all the way to the floor, for his captor had grabbed his left arm and twisted it up behind his back. The grip on his throat slackened for just a moment. "Stop it!" Nate said. The grip tightened. Then a woman leaned in close to his ear and whispered, "Stop fighting me or I'll tear the windpipe from your throat." He tried to speak and couldn't. He nodded instead. A little pressure came off his throat, but at the same time his captor bent his arm farther up his back. Nate arched his back against the pain, a little whimper escaping his lips. "Please stop," he said. "Who are you?" "I'm Nate Royal." She wrenched his arm even farther up his back. "I want to know why you're here. Answer me." But before Nate could speak, Sylvia grabbed the penlight and turned it up at her own face. "Nicky, it's me." Nate was thrown roughly to the floor. He landed on his chin with an audible oomph and stayed there. It felt like his arm had been pulled out of its socket and his throat crushed. It took him a long while before he could sit up. When he did, he saw Sylvia and Avery and the woman they called Nicky hugging. Avery was crying. Sylvia looked like a worried mother. She couldn't take her hands off Nicky's wounded face. She kept saying, "Oh, sweetie. Oh, no, don't you worry. We'll get you out of here." Nate finally rose to his feet. His eyes had adjusted to the dark now, and he could see the three women in shadowed relief. He saw Nicky turn his way, and there was just enough light to see the distrust on her face. "Who's that?" she said. "His name is Nate," Avery said. Even Nate could recognize the hopeful timbre in her voice, as though she hoped Nicky might offer some encouraging words about him. Nate couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. He was 30 years old, but he couldn't ever remember being the cause of making a woman sound like that. Nicky, too, it seemed, picked up on it. She regarded Nate with a look he couldn't quite articulate, but it felt like he was being summed up, evaluated in some way. It made him feel all of about 2 feet high. "I think your friend is hurt," Nicky said. Nate nodded. "Uh-huh. You might want to help him," Nicky prodded. "Oh, yeah." Nate went over to Richardson and knelt by his side. He examined Richardson's face, the smashed nose and upper lip, the blood, the missing front tooth. "Wow, she fucked you up good." Richardson groaned. He tried to sit up, but his eyes crossed and he sagged back to the ground. "Can you stand?" After a moment, Richardson nodded. Nate helped him to his feet. The women were standing in a huddle a short distance away, Sylvia and Avery both trying to talk at once. Nicky noticed him, and her bruised smile receded. "Is your friend okay?" "My friend?" Nate didn't catch her meaning. He was too busy looking at her face. In the low light it was difficult to make her out clearly, but Nate thought she might have been pretty before she got beat up. Her eyes were blackened and puffy, her lips crusty with dried blood, her left shoulder drooped like she was too tired or too badly hurt to stand up straight. "What happened to you?" he said. Nicky huffed. "Your boyfriend's not the brightest bulb in the box, is he?" "He's not my boyfriend," Avery said, though she wouldn't look any of them in the eye. Though he couldn't be sure, Nate was certain he saw a high blush rise in her cheeks. "I'm all right," Richardson said. "Well, okay then," Nicky said. She extended her right foot and shook it, so they could all hear the chain cuffed to her ankle rattling.
"Somebody got a flat piece of metal? A screwdriver, maybe?"
A pause. "I do," said Richardson. He urged Nate to one side, hesitantly standing on his own. "I got it," he said. He reached into the back pocket of his jeans and pulled out a flat strip of metal about the size of a well-chewed pencil. It had a little squiggly hook at the end. Nate squinted at it, then looked questioningly at Richardson. "It's a lockpick. On my way to the grasslands, I traveled with this ex-cop named Michael Barnes. He said he used to carry one of these in his back pocket all the time, just in case somebody handcuffed him."
"That'll work," Nicky said. "Here, give it to me."
Richardson handed the lockpick over. Nate stepped forward, instantly fascinated. He'd always found it mystifying that people could manipulate things the way they did. Even back before the world got all messed up, the sight of somebody working on an engine, or installing cable on a new entertainment center, or turning some old appliance into something completely new and clever, was a mystery to him. Machines and electronics were like some puzzle too strange and too big for him to fathom. He was completely incapable of doing it himself, but it still fascinated him. Like Nicky Booth was fascinating him now. She was digging the pick into the gap between the cuff's ratchet arm and base, her bruised lips pursed in concentration. The cuff clicked open. Nicky kicked the metal away, then went down on one knee to rub her ankle where the cuff had chafed her. She got back up quickly. In the faint blue glow of the penlight, Nate could see the dark bruises on her cheeks, the dried blood at her ears and down the sides of her neck, the missing tooth. She swayed uncertainly on her feet. Her captors had really hurt her. But despite the damage, there was an unmistakable aura of certainty and control about her. This one, Nate sensed, was tough. The red man had battered her, bruised her, but he hadn't gotten to her core. He hadn't been able to get that deep. There was still a hard grain inside her that was as of yet undaunted and true.
"What day is it?" she said.
It's Wednesday,"
said Avery.
Nicky grunted.
"We don't have much time. I'm supposed to meet Fisher at sunset."
She touched Avery's hand lightly, and the younger woman looked up expectantly.
"How you doing, baby? You okay?"
Avery nodded.
"It's good to see you again."
"You too. Listen, I need you to help me. Do you know where we are? On the river, I mean?"
Avery nodded again.
"Do you know how to get to a little town called Chester from here?"
"Sure. It's only 14 miles south of here. We could just follow the east bank of the river."
"That close? Really?"
Nicky looked impressed. The faint glimmer of a smile appeared at the corner of her damaged mouth.
"I'm supposed to meet Fisher there at St. Mary's Cemetery. You know it?"
"You bet I do."
Nicky looked at Sylvia, and the two women traded real smiles now. Nate heard something. Behind them. In the dark. Richardson was a few feet away, still bleeding, his breath coming in wet, nasally pulls through his busted lips. At first, that was the noise Nate thought he'd heard, and he was about to turn back to the women when he saw a dark shape moving slowly across the ground just behind Richardson. Nate turned the penlight on it and let out a gasp. It was a man. Definitely a man, completely nude and covered in blood. Deep, oozing cuts ran down the length of his body, and some looked deep enough to show the yellow layers of fat beneath the skin. A wide smear of blood marked his relentless path through the darkness to this spot. But as injured as he was, the zombie moved with surprising speed. It extended a gnarled hand and locked it around Richardson's ankle. At the same time, he pulled his open mouth toward Richardson's calf and bit off a huge chunk of denim and flesh. Richardson screamed as he collapsed to the ground. Nate took a step in that direction, meaning to kick the zombie in the face to get him away from Richardson. But he had barely begun to move when he felt an iron grip on the back of his shirt. It was Nicky. She pulled him back, nearly throwing him to the ground in the process.
"Get out of the way," she said.
The zombie reached for her. She knocked his hand away, got behind him, and pushed the man face down on the pavement with the sole of her boot. He tried to clutch at her, but his movements were awkward, and he couldn't figure out how to turn his arms over to get a grip on her. Nicky gave him a solid kick in the ribs for good measure, then stood over the top of him and brought her boot down hard on the back of his neck. There was a loud crack, and the man went still. But Richardson was still screaming. "We need to keep him quiet," Nicky said. She took the penlight from Nate and turned it on Richardson. His face had gone pale, and his mouth was quivering. His eyes were wild with fright. The blue glow of the penlight made his skin look unnatural, like fine marble. He watched Nicky drawing closer, and he started shaking his head.
"No," he said. "No. Stay back."
"It's all right," she said. "Don't make any noise. I just want to look at you."
"The crows," Richardson said. "No, please. Stay back."
"The crows,"
Nicky said. She looked back at Nate, but he had no idea what Richardson was talking about. He shrugged. Somewhere in the darkness, they heard wet, gurgling moans. Lots of them. They all froze. Even Richardson stopped whimpering.
"What was that?"
Nate said. "Shh," Nicky hissed. She turned the penlight into the darkness. Nate strained his eyes to see into the shadows. There were figures moving around in little side rooms along the walls, some just rising to their feet, others already awake and surging against the chain-link fence that had been placed over the entrances to the rooms, turning them into cells. Out of habit, Nate tried to count them, but there were way too many for that. All he could see was a blur of ruined faces and shredded fingers, trying to squeeze through the diamond-shaped holes of the fence. One of the zombies tried to climb the fence, and the weight peeled the corner of it away from the wall. He fell and was trampled by the others surging forward, reaching for the opening that was getting wider with every second. A moment later, the fence tore loose from the wall, and soon dozens of zombies were stumbling across the floor, crunching the pile of trash beneath their feet. "Time to go," Nicky said. Nate knelt down next to Richardson and tried to lift him, but even he knew the older man was as good as dead. Richardson was already starting to convulse, a sure sign that the necrosis filovirus was waging war in his bloodstream, and winning. His eyes were rolling up into his head, and little specks of blood were already starting to appear on his lips. Nicky grabbed Nate by the shirt again and pulled. "Let's go," she said. "You can't help him now." Her grip was surprisingly strong. Even if he had tried to resist, he probably wouldn't have been able.
"And she's injured, too,"
he thought. Such strength.
"But Ben,"
Nate said. Nicky shoved him toward the door again.
"Move," she said. "There's no time."
Nate let himself be led out the door and into the hallway, where torches cast a flickering orange light on the black floor and the wood-paneled walls. He was still in shock, unable to resist. He looked into the darkness of the room they'd just left. The moaning was growing louder, and he could see the shambling forms of men and women moving toward the lighted doorway in which he stood. He knew he had to run. Behind him, the others were already heading down the hallway, but something inside him was telling him that this was huge, too huge to just walk away from. That was Ben Richardson in there. That was the man who had entrusted him with his life's work. A man was dying in there, and somebody had to pay attention.
Ben Richardson,
he thought, trying to wrap his mind around all that the man had come to represent for him. A new beginning. A purpose redefined. Not since Doc Kellogg had anyone ever bothered to talk to him, really talk to him about the way the world worked. But Richardson had. They had shared some conversations about this blighted world and how Nate might fit in with it. They had had such huge conversations. They had talked for hours on end. The man's words had been a gift to Nate, the kind of gift that saved lives. And now, Nate was left wondering why Richardson died, muttering something crazy about crows. It didn't make any sense. He couldn't quite come to terms with that. Chapter 20.
"You okay?"
Jimmy Hinton whispered. Gabby had slipped on the muddy bank and landed on her hands and knees. For a long moment she didn't move, so long that Jimmy almost asked her again if she was okay. But she finally looked up at him.
"The ground here smells bad."
"Yeah,"
he agreed.
"It's an evil place."
She stood up and shook the mud from her hands. It was a frustrated gesture, like she was trying to restore her pride, but it was a mood effort at this point. There was more mud on the front of her dress than there was on the ground. The shape of the stain, the way it spread in a semicircle across her lap, reminded Jimmy of an apron. That was funny, he thought. His Gabby wearing an apron. Their marriage, especially these last 8 years, had been as much about guns and keeping the Sugar Jane afloat as it was about love. This woman, who had meant so much to him, was anything but a domestic goddess. She didn't mouse about the boat, begging him to make their decisions for their survival. She didn't make the bed and cook his meals and cluck over him like an old mother hen. Instead, she killed zombies and river pirates alike, and she did it standing right by his side. There wasn't a trace of squeamishness in her. She didn't fear guns or engine grease or even the zombies that roamed this blighted land. Gabby Hinton was a battle-axe, and he loved her for it. He stifled a laugh.
"What's so funny?"
She was still trying to shake the mud from her hands.
"Nothing,"
he said. She gave him a look like she didn't believe him, but let it pass.
"Well, let's get moving. We aren't going to find a ride standing here."
"Nope, I guess you're right about that."
They were following a path of loose gravel that ran between the tall weeds that grew along the verge of the river and the muddy bank upon which Gabby had just fallen. It wasn't a true path. It was overgrown in spots, the gravel not even visible, but it offered the only cover they had this close to the river. The land that stretched out between the top of the muddy bank and the hotel was flat and empty of trees. There were a few rusted pickups and a boat trailer on the drive that led down to the pier, but nothing that could conceal them from the patrols wandering the grounds. They were stuck down here next to the river. Jimmy's goal was a small wooden shed about 30 yards ahead of them. He envisioned this hotel in its prime, with little boats rented out to guests puttering up and down the slow-moving majesty of the mighty Mississippi, and a dull-headed boy on his summer vacation working the shack, taking room keys and handing out pamphlets on the sights. Beyond the shack were a few of those small motorboats, and 1 or 2 looked like they might actually be sturdy enough to get them away from this place. Probably not very far, but far enough.
"Can you make it to that shed?"
he asked. She narrowed her eyes at him.
"Okay, then,"
he said. He held up his palms in mock surrender as though he was sorry he asked.
"Onward we go."
When they reached it, Jimmy saw something he hadn't expected. On the other side of the shed was a concrete drive that sank into the river. Debris floating on the water seemed to be moving slowly, and it occurred to him that the combination of deep water and slow-moving currents made this a logical ferry crossing point. He looked across the river for a matching point on the other side, but the fog was still thick enough in places to obscure his view. He had a strong feeling it was there, though, and he kicked himself for his stupidity. The shack wasn't some kind of checkout line for hotel guests. It was the weather shack for the ferry boat drivers. That meant the Red Man would be bringing his boats in here, especially if he was going to be offloading zombies, which he almost certainly would be.
"This is no good," Jimmy said. "We need to get back to the pier."
The pier? What for?
As soon as that fog clears, I think we're gonna—"
Jimmy stopped mid-sentence. Gabby didn't speak. The two of them had been partners long enough to recognize each other's cues, and she hunkered down, looking at him and waiting. He motioned to her that he heard something coming from the direction of the hotel. She fell back against the bank and pressed herself into the mud. Jimmy nodded in approval and crawled forward, peering over the lip of the bank. A guard was standing less than 10 feet away, his back to them. Jimmy gasped silently. If the man had been looking at them just then— "Give me a fucking break," the guard said. "I gotta piss." Jimmy quickly ducked down again, his eyes wide with panic. He motioned to Gabby in the sign language they'd developed over the years. "One guy, machine gun. We need to make that shack." Gabby nodded back in understanding. Together, they crawled through the weeds and over to the part of the shack that lipped over the river. Jimmy helped Gabby onto the deck, and the two of them hid inside an alcove facing the water. The inside of the shack was dingy and had the lingering smell of fish offal, as though it had so long been used to clean fish that the smell had settled into the wood like rot. They waited there, listening. Gabby was standing at one corner, her hands up, and the fingers curled over like claws. If that black shirt Jimmy had seen happened around that corner, he'd no doubt get his neck wrung like an old rooster in a farmyard. An apron, indeed, he thought. He heard footsteps on the planks of the dock, and tensed. The guard— he was no more than a kid, Jimmy could see that now— stepped to the edge of the dock, his rifle slung casually over one shoulder, and unzipped his pants. A moment later he was jetting a steady stream of urine into the water. Jimmy put a hand on Gabby's shoulder, urging her back. She eased back into the alcove, but he could still feel the tension in her. She was ready to kill the guard. The next instant the young man shook, zipped up his fly, and went back to his patrol. Jimmy could hear his footsteps on the dock, and then in the mud as he slogged his way back up the bank. He let out a long breath.
"You should have let me kill him,"
Gabby whispered.
"I could have broken his neck before he had a chance to make a sound."
"And then what? His buddies would come down and check on him."
She didn't have an answer for that.
"We can't stay here," he said.
"You said that before."
He nodded.
"This is their landing spot. My guess is this is where they're going to come ashore."
That stopped her. She studied the concrete drive, the slow-moving river, and he knew from the look on her face that she was coming to the same conclusion he had just a moment earlier.
"What are we going to do?" she asked.
"Is it clear?"
She turned so that she was facing the shack, then slowly peered around the corner, up toward the hotel. Jimmy studied her lips, trying to read the words she was muttering. It looked like she was counting.
"Not yet," she said. "I see 2 patrols. 8 men total. They're coming from opposite sides of the hotel. Both have a clear view of the bank."
"Okay, then. We waited out here."
She looked sharply at him.
"You said we couldn't stay here."
"We're probably safe as long as there's fog on the water. The red man will be out there searching as long as he can."
"You're sure of that?"
He wrinkled his brow.
"Why wouldn't I be?"
"I was thinking about what Sylvia said."
"What about it?"
"Do you think it's true? Can he really control zombies like they say?"
"I don't see why not. If he really is what they say he is, controlling zombies should be a piece of cake."
She didn't answer. Instead, she got a faraway look in her eyes, like she was going deep into her own head.
"What's going on with you?" he said. "What are you thinking?"
She smiled.
"You know me pretty well, don't you?"
"I hope so," he said. "After all we've been through, if I don't know you like I know my own soul, then I haven't been loving you like you deserve."
She blushed. He couldn't believe it. The battle-axe blushed. There was a girl in there, delicate and true, and needing something just as honest from him.
"You're wondering about our future,"
he said. It wasn't a question. She nodded.
"Beyond getting out of this?"
She nodded again.
I was thinking about that moron, Nate Royal.
The redemption of mankind in the hands of a complete and utter dumbass.
She stifled the laugh in her throat.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it, about God working in mysterious ways?
Her smile faded.
God hasn't lived here in a while.
"No," he said. "I suppose you're right about that."
So what does that leave us with? We've got no God. The world is a blighted ruin inhabited by abominations. Our future is a huge question mark. And the only answer in sight is a man who probably doesn't deserve the air he breathes. Where does that leave us? What does it mean that we've hooked our anchor to him?
Jimmy looked out across the water. The fog was patchy, like the way smoke used to cling to the ceilings of bars back in the day. In the distance, he could hear birds squawking, fighting with one another, no doubt over carrion. This world had become that, after all. A carrion country. A land feeding upon itself, much as a cancer spread through the body. It was the kind of land a good man wept for. Jimmy had seen as much, time and time again. Men and women breaking down, unable to advance another step, even when that step was as meaningless as the one before it. They were in a land of sand and fog. They were pillars of stone on a windswept plain. But it remained to be seen how much erosion they could withstand.
"We are survivors," he said. "We've lost a lot, but as long as we're alive, the ones we loved will go on living. As far as I'm concerned, that's all that matters."
She looked up at him then, and he had no doubt that she loved him. It was written in her eyes. It was on her lips.
Where do we go from here?
"I don't know,"
he said.
That doesn't worry you?
"It makes me wonder about our place in this world. I don't know if that's the same thing. I look at the world and I see desolation. I see a world that has turned into something I didn't expect, and that I don't especially like. But that doesn't necessarily make it wrong. Maybe this Nate Royal character really is the answer. Maybe he's the kind of man who's going to carry humanity forward into the world that's yet to be. He seems like a poor choice, if you ask me. Of course, I don't see anybody else standing in line to do that."
She paused, then asked,
Do you care?
"About the world? About what happens from here?"
She nodded.
"I'm scared," he said. "I want this Nate Royal guy to succeed. So yeah, I guess I do care. If he's the cure, then I definitely want him to succeed. I prefer a world of possibilities, even bad ones, to a world of madness."
Gabby reached forward and took his hand in hers.
I'm glad,
she said. The sound of a motor pulled his attention away. He looked back toward the river, where the fog was still patchy, but not nearly as thick as it had been just a few minutes before. The prow of a boat emerged from the fog. On the deck were a dozen zombies, all of them standing still and mute, like ghastly parodies of terracotta soldiers. The next instant, 3 more boats came into view.
"Shit,"
Jimmy muttered.
"The red man's come back."
What do we do?
Jimmy looked around. They couldn't run to the hotel. Too many black shirts. They couldn't go into the water. He had counted at least 40 boats while they were fighting out on the river, and they'd have no chance of staying hidden in the water with that kind of fleet coming ashore.
Jimmy, they're getting close.
She was right. Even as he stood there considering their next move, the red man's fleet was nearing the boat ramp. Then he spotted a wooden bridge leading from the water up to the top of the bank. There was, maybe, 2 feet of clearance underneath. He pointed her toward it.
What about snakes?
She said.
"What?"
I'm not going under there. There might be snakes.
He remembered a time up around Herculaneum. A water moccasin had slithered aboard, and she had cornered it between a lawn chair and the Sugar Jane's gunwale. He remembered her screaming at the top of her lungs, all the while blasting holes in the deck with a 12-gauge as she tried to kill the snake. He didn't argue. He got down on his back and wriggled his way underneath the wooden bridge. When he was completely under, he gestured for her to follow. She wedged herself under the bridge and got close to him.
You have enough room?
Yeah.
Good,
he said, like they were divvying up bedsheets. They waited. They heard men yelling orders and boats dragging bottom as they came ashore. Then everything went silent. Jimmy got scared for a second.
Something was wrong.
The only thing visible from where he and Gabby lay were a few bands of overcast summer sky through the slits between the boards. But he couldn't shake the image of a handful of troops rounding the edges of the bridge with their weapons raised, a look of smug satisfaction on their faces. But then, the first zombies came ashore. He could tell who they were by the slow, shuffling slide their feet made as they climbed the bridge. And they kept coming. Dozens. Hundreds. Their combined weight shook the bridge and rained bits of dirt down on their faces. It went on and on. He felt Gabby grab his hand and squeeze. He looked at her, saw the fear and worry there.
We're okay,
he whispered. A thin band of light illuminated her face. A shifting patchwork of shadows from the zombies passing overhead moved across her features, but they couldn't disguise the worry he saw there. Jimmy was uncertain how long it took the zombies to offload, but he guessed it was the better part of an hour. His back was aching, and his mouth hurt from clenching his teeth for so long. But at last, it ended. The final zombie passed overhead, and then the sky was clear again. Gabby let out a sigh that sounded like a mountain of fear collapsing in on itself. Even Jimmy allowed himself a moment of thanks. But all that went away when he heard footsteps on the bridge. It was a man this time. Jimmy could tell from the deliberate step, the control. The man was coming down from the hotel side of the compound, and he stopped directly above Jimmy, so that they had a clear view of the bare-chested red man coming up from the river. "I got your transmission, sir, but we haven't found any signs they've been here."
They're here.
There was a pause. The guard sounded like a man unwilling to point out the obvious to his superior. Finally, he said, "I ordered my men to search the hotel."
Have they searched the holding cell?
"I have guards standing by in front of her cell, sir."
Have you talked with them?
"Me? No. But they're two of my best men."
Call them, right now.
The guard paused, then pulled a radio from his belt and keyed up. "Parker," he said, "you monitoring?" A pause. "Parker?" Nothing but silence. "McCullers, you listening?" Again nothing.
Shit,
the man said. He keyed up his radio again. "Stevenson, Lardner, Wharton, you guys head inside and check on Parker and McCullers. I want a report as soon as possible."
That won't be necessary,
the red man said.
They've already made their way ashore and found their way to Nicky Booth.
"Sir, with all due respect—"
What?
the red man asked. Jimmy had missed something, some exchange between the two, but he recognized the threatening tone in the red man's voice. The tone of menace and implied contempt in the red man's voice was unmistakable. "Sir," the guard said, "I'm sure we'll get them to answer up."
Me too,
the red man said. He had been drawing near the guard as he spoke, and he suddenly lashed out and bit the man's ear. There was a momentary struggle, two bodies shifting on the bridge's wooden planks, and then the red man came away with a piece of the guard's ear in his teeth. Blood dripped onto the bridge and through the gaps in the boards, landing on Jimmy's chest. He did his best to ignore the hot wetness that spread across his shirt. And also, the pathetic screams of the wounded guard as he writhed in pain, his face soaked in blood. The red man wiped the blood from his lips and licked his fingers clean.
"I want Nicky Booth," he said, "and as many of the others as you can find. They are here somewhere. Find them!"
From somewhere close by, Jimmy heard a man say, "Yes, sir, we'll find them." But his eyes were glued to the black shirt, face down on the bridge. Jimmy shifted his gaze until he, too, was looking right at the injured man, right in his eyes, and he could see everything that ever mattered about the man, ebbing away into nothingness. Chapter 21. 3 zombies stumbled out of the darkened doorway. The first 2 were women who had been reduced to walking wrecks. Bloody, open sores on their faces and arms, dried blood caked in their hair, hands trembling as they clutched the empty air in front of them. It was their hands that Nate noticed. The fingernails were too long, 3 inches at least. They were cracked and filthy, the knuckles swollen. He had seen a group of people in New Mexico years earlier dying of starvation in the desert. Their hands had looked like that, trembling and fragile and horrible, but without the long fingernails. Behind the women was a young black man pulling himself along on half a leg. He hobbled badly. It slowed him down, but he looked far stronger than the 2 women, like maybe he had fed recently. He would be trouble if Nate let him get too close. One of the women reached out for him, slashing her nails across his face with surprising force for someone so rickety-looking. Nate flinched from the pain. He touched his face and his hand came away bloody.
"Bitch!"
he said. He made a fist and was about to lay her out with a haymaker when a hand grabbed the back of his shirt and pulled him out of the way.
"What the hell are you doing?" Nicky said. "We don't have time for this."
She had put herself between him and the approaching zombies and stood coiled, perfectly balanced, like a professional fighter. The same woman who had scratched Nate's face tried it on Nicky, but this time she didn't connect. Instead, Nicky grabbed the woman's wrist with her left hand, pulled the zombie's arm straight, and with the heel of her right hand, struck hard on the back of the zombie's elbow. The arm broke with a sickening crunch, but the zombie didn't cry out. She didn't even grunt. Her expression didn't even change. The lips were still pulled back, exposing cracked and broken teeth. The eyes never blinked. Nicky spun her around and planted her boot into the back of the woman's leg, driving her to her knees. Then she kicked her into the other 2 zombies, knocking them all to the floor. Nicky turned on Nate.
"Get moving! I've got this!"
Nate backed away, amazed at how Nicky moved. She had the grace of a featherweight boxer. The young black man had gone down with the 2 women, but he didn't stay down. He threw them to the side, rose up on his one good leg, and reached for Nicky. He looked strong enough that he might have been able to snap her neck if he'd been able to get close enough. But Nicky was faster. She grabbed his wrist, much as she'd done with the other zombie, but rather than pull his arm straight, she twisted the wrist over backward, doubling the man's arm up on top of his shoulder. At the same time, she spun him around, so that he was facing away from her. She didn't give him a chance to readjust. She grabbed his chin in one hand and his hair in the other, and gave his head a brutal twist. There was an audible crack, and then his body sagged to the floor. Nate's mind was still trying to catch up with what she'd done when she started shoving him down the hallway.
"Come on," she said. "Move it!"
Nicky and Sylvia took the lead. Nate and Avery fell back a few steps, following them down one darkened hallway after another. He could hear the zombies behind them, moaning in the dark.
"I thought we would have lost them by now,"
Avery said in a low whisper. Nate nodded.
Ben's back there.
It was finally catching up with him, the fact that they'd left Ben back there to die. Nate felt sick to his stomach.
Oh, Nate, I'm so sorry.
She took his hand in hers and gave it a light squeeze. Nate looked down at her hand in surprise. He didn't know what to say, so he just gritted his teeth and nodded again. He had never been any good at things like this. He had no skill at describing how badly he was hurting inside. Nate wished he could tell her that having her here, next to him, even in this place, somehow made the pain a little easier to bear. But he didn't have the words for that either. They rounded another corner, and the hallway opened up onto a landing. Beyond the landing was a railing that looked down over the hotel's main lobby. Outside, lightning flashed, brightening the windows. Already they could see drops of water speckling the glass. But they could hear something else moving down below. They went over to the railing to investigate. Light was filtering in through the front door, and long shadows stretched across the parquet floor and the marble fountain in the middle of the room. And then zombies poured in through the front door. They kept coming and coming, tracking vast quantities of mud across the floor.
There are hundreds of them,
Nate said. Nicky tried to shush him by grabbing his arm, but the damage was already done. A few of the zombies had hurt him, and one by one the zombies all looked up. The next instant, the moans started.
Nice move, jackass,
Nicky said. Nicky stared over the railing toward the landing on the opposite side of the lobby. There was a staircase there, and a few of the zombies were already mounting it.
Well, we're not going out the front door, she said. Avery, got any ideas? Where do you want to go? Can you get us to the convention center part of the hotel? When they brought me in, I remember seeing a loading bay over there. They have trucks. Maybe they have one there we could take. Might be an easy way to get us out of here.
A stuttering moan behind them caused Nicky to turn toward the stairs. A man was staggering toward them on a broken leg, his bare feet leaving a smear of blood on the wood floors. A large crowd was massing behind him, their eyes glinting in the dark.
Which way, Avery?
Nicky said. Avery pointed to the far side of the balcony, opposite the stairs.
Through that hallway over there. Is there a stairwell that way? I think so. There are elevators over there. The stairs are probably next to those.
Good.
I don't understand, Nate said. I thought you were looking for the convention center. Don't you ever shut up, Nicky said. I'm just asking. Look, we've got zombies behind us and zombies in front of us, but none above us.
She waited for him to say something. One eyebrow arched.
You understand? Any of this sinking in?
She paused.
Oh, forget it.
She turned to Sylvia.
This is turning into a hell of a rescue.
They got to the stairs and went up to the third floor. A few zombies managed to climb the stairs behind them, but they weren't able to keep up, and soon Nicky was leading them through darkened hallways, past rooms that hadn't been occupied in at least 8 years, probably longer. They reached the convention center part of the hotel a few minutes later. Though the walls were grimy with years of river rot and humidity, most of the signage was still in place, and it didn't take long to find the loading dock, which was a large cement bay, like a subterranean parking garage, only crowded with stacks of moldering wooden pallets and 55-gallon drums.
Look at that, Nicky said. See that truck?
They were standing at the mouth of a hallway that gave on the back of the bay. From their position, they could see a big black pickup truck near the overhead doors of one of the docks.
That looks like one of the same trucks they were driving when they surprised us in St. Louis, Sylvia said.
Yeah, agreed Nicky. At least we know they work. Sylvia asked,
So how do we do this? We've got to get that overhead door open. After that, we'll see what's what. I think most of the activity's probably going to be down by the river. And if that's the case, then we should be able to get a good head start in that truck.
Enough that we might be able to lose whoever they sent after us.
If that thing's got gas, you mean? Nicky gave Sylvia a broad smile.
Come on, Sylvia. A little confidence. We got this.
Nicky trotted across the bay. The others followed along behind her, but at a cautious distance. Nate's head was on a swivel, looking around for signs of movement and a place to take cover if anything happened. He had never liked playing soldier like this.
Take that side,
Nicky told Sylvia. He turned to Avery.
You two are going to have to ride in the back. That okay?
But before either of them had a chance to answer, Sylvia let out a curse.
What is it?
Nicky asked. She moved around to the passenger side of the truck, where Sylvia was standing, and her shoulders sagged.
Damn it,
she said.
What's wrong?
Avery asked.
No front wheel on this side. They've got it up on a jack.
Oh,
said Avery. Nate looked from one woman to the next.
So what do we do? I guess we're back to the original plan, Nicky said.
She turned to Sylvia.
You said you had a boat? It was boarded out on the river, but the two people who brought us here are trying to get us a boat. You brought somebody with you? Who? Jimmy and Gabby Hinton. Their boat's the Sugar Jane.
The Hintons? The same ones who dumped all that beef they were transporting for our compound?
Yeah, said Sylvia. Nicky shook her head.
Unbelievable. This just keeps getting better and better.
Right now, they're the only hope we've got,
Avery said.
I know, Avery,
Nicky said. She put a hand on her cousin's shoulder.
I know. We have to get out of here first, though.
Nicky scanned the wall where the overhead doors were.
No smaller doors, she said. We're going to have to risk cracking open one of these bigger ones. I don't want to risk opening it up all the way, though. Everybody okay with crawling under?
They all nodded.
Okay.
She went over to the nearest door and had her hand out to turn the handle when the door lurched and slowly started to rise. Nicky froze. One by one, all the doors down the line started to rise as well. Sunlight and rain poured in through the openings. Nate could see legs, and then torsos, and finally the shadowed faces of hundreds of zombies waiting to pour through the doors. Behind them, far behind them, were the Red Man's soldiers, riding in black pickups like the one they'd just tried to steal. Even through the rain, Nate could see the startled looks on the black shirts' faces.
Run!
Nicky screamed. She was pointing wildly toward a rusting metal staircase along a side wall.
Up there! Hurry! Go!
They ran for it, mounting the stairs just ahead of the first of the zombies. Avery was just ahead of Nate. She was taking the stairs one at a time, her legs pumping hard, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. One of the zombies hit him hard from behind, and he tumbled forward, falling into Avery, knocking her face first into the stairs. The zombie was on Nate's back, clawing at him, ripping his shirt, tearing at the skin on his back. The pain was intense, like being scratched with burning wire, and he screamed. When he opened his eyes again, he could see Avery beneath him. Mangled hands were trying to reach around him to grab her, but he raised himself up to a push-up position and shielded her with his body.
Run!
He screamed. The staircase was shaking badly, and more bodies were piling on top of him. He could feel his arms getting weak. He couldn't hold it. Avery was trying to crawl out from under him, but between the shaking of the stairs and Nate on top of her, she could barely move.
Nicky! Help her!
Nate saw a flash of black in front of him, then two hands locking onto Avery and pulling her clear. He collapsed beneath the weight of the zombies on his back. One of them clamped onto his arm and bit down. He screamed and yanked it back, pulling the zombie's bloody face toward him. One look in the thing's eyes, and he knew this was a Stage 2 or Stage 3 zombie, smarter, faster, more aggressive. The zombie snarled at him. Its mouth was open, snapping at him like a pit bull, teeth freshly stained with Nate's own blood. That was enough to get Nate moving.
He rolled sideways, shifting the zombie still clawing his back to one side. When he turned over, Nate's boots were almost touching the railing. He planted both feet firmly on the metal rail and pushed with everything he had. The zombies fell down the stairs, even as more scrambled over top of them. Nate pulled himself to his feet, only to feel the stairs start to sway beneath him. He turned and caught sight of Nicky, and Avery and Sylvia just a few steps above him. Avery's mouth was open in an O shape, her hands outstretched like she was trying to keep her balance. He had just enough time to register the strangeness of her expression when a painful groan of twisting metal drowned out the moaning crowd, and the staircase folded beneath them, knocking them all off their feet. When Nate looked around, he and Nicky were on a short platform at the bottom of the dangling remnant of the staircase. Avery and Sylvia were on top of the other half of the platform, about 15 feet away. The space between them was crowded with zombies. Within seconds, the zombies surrounded the platform. They stuck their bloody hands up through the railing and tried to squeeze their fingers up through the little square holes in the metal grid that formed the platform. But Avery and Sylvia were just out of reach. One of the zombies tried to climb over the edge, pulling itself up the railing, but Sylvia kicked it in the chin and sent it tumbling over backward into the swarming crowd that had gathered there. "Nicky!" Avery shouted. "Nicky!" Nate felt strangely suspended in time. There was so much activity swirling around him. Bodies were surging forward, ripped and ghastly faces snarling at him, hands reaching for him, and Avery over there, her face contorted with fear, reaching for Nicky. A hand grabbed the toe of his boot, and Nate kicked it away, a crazy thought racing through his head as he backed away. This is what a rock star must feel like. All those screaming fans reaching over the lip of the stage, hoping for just a touch. Beside him, Nicky was tugging on part of the railing, every muscle in her arms and neck straining. The next instant, the bar came loose, and Nicky pushed past him, the bar raised over her head like a club. "Hang on, Avery!" she shouted. She swung the bar down on top of the nearest zombie's head, smashing it in on one side. Zombies reached for her, groping at the cuffs of her BDU pants. She let them have it, attacking with a ferocity Nate had never seen before. Again and again she swung her metal bar at the crowd, and soon blood and bits of scalp and bone and little kernels of teeth were flying in the air around her. "Don't you touch her!" she screamed. Her metal bar was streaked with gore now, and every time she swung it, clumps of wet tissue went flying. But still the crowd around them grew larger. For every one that she knocked down, more surged forward to take its place. Their hands were slapping at her knees, her thighs, and to Nate it looked like they might pull her down at any second. And they probably would have, too, if at that moment one of the black pickup trucks hadn't roared into the bay and plowed its way through the crowd, stopping in line with the platform where Sylvia and Avery were stranded. Guards jumped over the side, their weapons pointed at the women. "No!" Nicky shouted. "You leave her alone!" An amplified voice boomed from the truck. "Drop the bar! Put your hands where we can see them!" Nate caught a glimpse of the driver through the blood streaks covering the windshield. He held a PA microphone in one hand. His eyes were fixed on Nicky. "Nicky Booth," he said. "Put it down! You're coming with us!" Beyond the truck, Nate could see Avery struggling with a man who held her arms twisted up behind her back. "Nicky, run!" Avery shouted. "Go! You have to!" The man twisted Avery violently away from Nicky and Nate, bending her over the railing so that her face was just inches out of reach of the zombies clamoring to get on the platform. "Go!" Avery screamed again. "Go!" Nate saw the fight suddenly drain out of Nicky. He was looking at her back, but he could tell the fight was gone. The metal bar she held dipped to the platform.
"I will find you,"
Nicky said.
"You hear me, Avery? I will find you."
"Nicky Booth, drop your weapon, now!" She turned away from the zombies and the men holding Avery and Sylvia prisoner, and when she caught Nate's eye, he could see her heart breaking. "Come on," she muttered as she passed him.
"We need to go."
"Stop!" said the amplified voice. Nicky jammed her middle finger into the air, not bothering to turn around. Nate lumbered up the stairs after her.
Chapter 22. Jimmy and Gabby hadn't been able to move from under the little wooden bridge where they hid when the Red Man zombies came ashore. They were both flat on their backs in a channel of muddy brown water that was rising steadily with the rain. The bridge's wooden slats were inches above their faces. The rain was falling steadily now, water dripping through the gaps in the planks, churning the runoff water in which they lay into a foam. The steady motion of the rain almost allowed him the illusion of a quiet calm. Except, of course, the Red Man was still out there, on the lawn. Jimmy had hoped the rain would cause him to move his zombies in the hotel, but instead they seemed to be lining up for review in the lawn, not 50 feet away. They weren't going anywhere, and neither were Jimmy and Gabby. Gabby said,
"Jimmy, tell me again about Mexico. I want to hear you tell it. About the fish so stupid they jump into the boat, and the lime trees, and the way the ocean smells at night. Tell me about that again."
But he wasn't listening. He'd noticed something going on out at the water, and he was trying to see through the tall ditchweeds that grew up around it.
"Jimmy."
He gave her hand a gentle pat, a warning that instantly silenced her. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, and she nodded back. She was frowning, but made no attempt to question him about what was going on. It was amazing to him how fast the dreamer could leave her. In an instant she could revert to the hard, practical woman who had pulled him back from the edge of death so many times. The transformation was so complete and so instantaneous. It made him wonder if the dreamer wasn't some kind of act put on only for his benefit. Indeed, she never acted that way except when they were alone. Perhaps the dreamer was just a calculated manifestation of the hard, practical woman who did so much for the man she loved. Did she sense that he needed that illusion of being her security, her provider, much as their daughter had needed a nightlight for so many years? Was the fantasy as much for his benefit as hers? It was certainly possible. For as tough as she was, for as hard as she could be, she was also a woman. And a woman, especially a woman like Gabby, was always so much more complex than men gave her credit for being. He suspected that complexity was the origin of her beauty, the way that even now, overweight and graying, she could shine in his eyes. He let out a long breath. It had been a month and a few days since he'd run out of his blood pressure pills, and he could feel the closeness in his chest, his pulse uncomfortably fast. Jimmy focused on his breathing, trying to ease down the pounding in his temples. He turned back to the river.
"Can you see anything?"
she whispered.
"A little. There are some boats pulling away from the pier."
"How many?"
"Looks like nearly all of them."
Jimmy was looking through a narrow part in the weeds, and as more boats came into view, he could see men in black uniforms, most of them looking vacant and bored, weapons slung casually over their shoulders, waterproof ponchos pulled down over their faces, watching the zombies on the hotel's lawn.
"What are they doing?"
Gabby asked. He shook his head.
"I don't know. They're just sitting there, right offshore. It's like they're waiting on something."
Jimmy thought back to the early days, right after the outbreak. The cops in Gulfport had looked like that when the military was setting up the quarantine wall. At the time, before everybody really understood what the quarantine wall was going to mean to all of those refugee families who couldn't get through fast enough. He had pitied those cops. 18 hours of manning a barricade, telling every desperate family that came through the same damn thing, would change a man. But when he looked closer, he realized these men were something different. They weren't like the cops, he remembered. These men were disgusted by the army of zombies up on the lawn, but they had also grown numb to it. They weren't unlike the occasional fakers he'd seen walking among the zombies. Yes, he thought, that was it. That was it exactly. They were another kind of faker. They had lost not only the desire, but the ability to care about what they saw. Disgust passed for compassion. Malaise for empathy. Rather than hating them, Jimmy was disgusted by them. Men like that didn't deserve their lives. Not when so many good people were dead. He shook the sudden memory of his daughter and granddaughter away and refocused on the problem at hand. Through the rain and the gray haze sitting over the water, it was difficult to be sure, but he counted at least 20 boats out there, most of them medium-sized fishing boats, like the kind that had cornered them out on the river just after daybreak. When they were hiding with the others under the main pier, he'd counted a number of smaller boats, too, ski boats and Boston whalers. He didn't see them now.
"Did they take the Sugar Jane?"
Gabby asked. "No, that's still at the pier." Something about Gabby's silence made him stop his line of thought. He turned his attention back to her. She was staring at him, her eyes shining in the shadows under the bridge. "What are you thinking?" he asked.
"I want to take our boat back,"
she said. "What?" The idea seemed crazy to him. The Blackshirts, for all their apathy and apparent boredom, were still armed, and as much as it rankled him that they had boarded his boat, he was also a realist. They were the lowest scum he'd ever encountered, but they weren't blind. Unless he and Gabby were willing to go back underwater, the only way they could get back aboard the Sugar Jane was to cross 60 yards of wide-open riverbank. They'd be lucky to make it 10 feet before the shooting started. But then it occurred to him that she meant to take the river. God bless her, she wanted to go underwater. "We'll have to swim for it," he said.
"I don't want to be stuck down here in this ditch anymore. Staying here, we're just asking to get munched."
"Or shot," he said.
"Yeah, that too."
"How's your leg? You gonna be able to crawl?"
"My leg's fine," she said. "Quit stalling."
"All right," he agreed. He flashed a smile. "You're a crazy, beautiful woman, you know that?"
"And you're a dirty old man."
She gave him a shove.
"Now go on, move it."
He took one last look through the gap in the weeds and pulled himself out from under the bridge. This was suicide, he thought. All it took was one zombie to spot him, and the moaning would start. Within seconds, they'd have an army of the things hunting them. But Gabby had a point. They were dead if they stayed under that bridge. Better to go down swinging. So he crawled through the tall weeds toward the humid reek of the river. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Gabby crawling up behind him. There was pain in her eyes, and he knew her hip and knee were bothering her again. At night, she'd frequently get out of their bed to stretch it, unable to sleep because of the pain. Too long in any one position and it happened, and they'd been under that bridge a good long while. She nodded for him to move.
"Don't wait for me, I'm all right,"
the gesture seemed to say. He nodded back and continued to pull himself toward the verge. A moment later, they reached the edge of the tall weeds, where the water lapped against the muddy, algae-covered bank. He spotted a pile of ruined lumber that had broken loose from the main part of the pier and that could probably provide some cover as they worked their way into the water. He motioned at it. "That way." She nodded. The salty, dank stench of the algae hit him a moment before he put his hands on it, and his face wrinkled in a grimace. The water here was sluggish, and the algae had grown thick. It grew all along the banks of the slower-moving parts of the river, but it was usually a vibrant, healthy green, not gray like this stuff. Nor did it produce the soap-scummy foam that this stuff did. He could only assume that the Red Man's compound was responsible for this. Poor sewage management, wasted food, garbage indiscriminately dumped. They all did their part to turn the water into this. It was disgusting. He tried not to breathe in through his nose as he slipped under the water. He swam around the ruined pile of lumber and over to the little wooden boats that were tied up along the shore on the downriver side of the pier. Here, Jimmy popped his head up and waited for Gabby to surface behind him.
"You okay?"
he asked.
"Yeah, you?"
He nodded. They still had another 30 feet or so to cover, but most of that was through wrecked and partially submerged boats, leftovers from back before the outbreak, when the hotel was a functioning tourist spot. Most of them were sun-bleached and rusted, squatting deep in the water, hulls turned up to the rain. Jimmy figured they could pick their way through the ruined hulls without having to go back under the water, and that, with luck, they could get all the way to the pier that way. Getting aboard the Sugar Jane would be more difficult, though. There didn't seem to be any way to do it that didn't put them in plain sight of the Red Man's soldiers. Maybe the rain would offer them some cover. He glanced back to check on Gabby. She was staring straight ahead at the Sugar Jane, and if she was scared, her face didn't give her away. But she wouldn't be, he thought. Not his Gabby. No way. They moved slowly through the wrecks and eventually reached the shelter of the pier. The rain was picking up now, making a sizzling roar on the water. That was good, he thought. It had covered a lot of careless footwork climbing aboard.
"How's it look?"
Gabby asked, gesturing toward the Sugar Jane. Jimmy checked the starboard side first, then the port. It was only tied off in one spot, and she'd been rubbing up against the pier on her port side, but there were no bullet holes down her length. No new ones, anyway.
"It looks okay," he said.
She nodded.
"Any idea on how we're going to handle this?"
he asked.
"You mean getting Sylvia and the others out of there?"
"Looks to me like we're locked down."
"Yeah,"
she said, and looked back toward the hotel.
"I wish we had some way to contact them."
He could just barely see the first few rows of zombies up on the hotel's lawn. The rain was getting heavy out there, and didn't show any signs of letting up. Zombies didn't care about the rain, of course, but the Red Man was no ordinary zombie. Surely he had a plan. Why else would he have ordered his soldiers offshore?
"We ought to get aboard," he said. "I don't think we'll have long to wait. Whatever's going to happen is probably going to happen soon."
"You think the soldiers will go back ashore?"
"Either that or they're about to go out on some other mission. But if they dock again, there'll be too many of them crawling around this pier. We'll never get away at that point."
"Okay."
She gestured toward the boat.
"After you."
A few rough planks had been nailed across one of the beams holding up the pier, forming a crude ladder. He climbed up it, then threw his legs over the Sugar Jane's gunwale, and slid onto the deck. Jimmy leaned back over the railing, extending his hand for Gabby.
"I got it,"
she said. She was at the top of the ladder when they heard one of the soldiers yelling. Jimmy looked over his shoulder. A young man was leaning over the railing of a nearby boat, pointing at them through the rain.
"Over here!"
he yelled.
"I got two of them over here!"
Through the blearing rain, Jimmy could see soldiers gathering around the younger soldier, squinting into the rain.
"Oh, shit," Jimmy said. "There goes stealth mode."
Gabby looked up at him.
"Okay, I'll take that hand now."
"Right."
He grabbed her hand and pulled her over. Once aboard, she quickly unwound the rope that held them fast to the pier, while he slipped into the cabin, pulled the mattress off the bed,
and removed 2 rifles and their last box of the M67 fragmentation grenades. She took the box and one of the rifles from him.
"Only 8 left,"
she said, looking into the box. He forced a smile and shook his head.
"I guess we better make 'em count."
Chapter 23. The black shirts handed Sylvia and Avery off to a third man already in the bed of the pickup. He was carrying a pistol and made them sit with their back against the cab. The third guard looked exhausted, but right away Sylvia sensed a nervous tension coming off him, like an animal waiting for a hunter to pass it by. He went down on one knee, the pistol resting across his thigh. Sylvia noticed he tried to stay as close as possible to the middle of the bed. Though there were wooden railings extended upward from the sides of the pickup's bed and a protective layer of chicken wire strung over the wooden rails, this man didn't seem to trust it. He watched the zombie crowd pressing up against the truck out of his peripheral vision, and it occurred to Sylvia that he was probably as scared as she was. The other 2 black shirts, the ones who had taken them prisoner on the platform, climbed over the cab and dropped down into the bed. They slapped the roof of the cab and the vehicle slowly reversed, knocking down zombies as it cleared the bay and emerged into a steady rain that had turned the landscape a watercolor smear of gray and green and ochre. Sylvia looked up at the sky, blinking the rain from her eyes even as she savored the taste of it on her lips. It was cool, and her lips were cracked and dry. It felt good. The soothing coolness of it gave her an idea. She looked at the guard directly in front of her, the one with the pistol.
"Why do you serve him?"
she said. He looked at her, dully, not answering. She looked at the other 2.
"Why do any of you serve him?"
"Shut up, lady," said one of the guards, an older, battle-scarred man leaning against the railing. He refused to look at her.
"Sylvia, what are you doing?"
said Avery. Sylvia flashed an, "It's okay. I've got this under control," smile. She turned to the first guard, the scared one with the handgun. He was staring at her from under the brim of a cowboy hat. She could hear the rain striking the brim, like finger taps on a sheet of cardboard. His mouth was set in a deep frown, but there was something sad in those heavily lidded brown eyes of his, something tragic, and she thought, "His spirit's broken. That man is soul-sick and rotting inside, and he doesn't have the guts to admit it to himself. I don't see how any of you can do it."
"Lady," the older guard said, "I'm warning you. You know what's good for you. You'll shut your mouth."
"Sylvia, please,"
Avery said. But Sylvia pressed on.
"Is it so horrible in your world, so empty, that this is what you're willing to call your life? I've seen the fakers trying to pass for zombies, and you're just like them, except that the fakers don't pretend they're still human."
"That does it,"
the guard said. He grabbed her by the hair and threw her face down in a pile of old, oily rags.
"Sylvia!"
Avery shouted.
"No,"
Sylvia answered, turning her head enough to see Avery trembling against the far side of the truck, a guard holding her down.
"No, baby. It's okay."
"Like hell it is,"
the guard on top of her said. Rainwater channeled off the brim of his hat and fell into the pile of rags next to her face.
"You want to know why we work for him? Do you? Well, you're about to find out."
A few moments later, the truck trundled to a stop. The women were pulled to their feet and pushed out the back of the truck. Sylvia took a look around and gasped. There were zombies everywhere, hundreds of them, standing absolutely still in the falling rain. The smell of rot and mud caused her to gag, but despite the retching noises she made, not a one of them moved. They stared out toward the verge of the river, where a metal platform 2 stories high stood facing the hotel. Beyond the platform, floating just offshore, were dozens of boats. Black shirts stood on the decks, watching in silence.
I'm going to die here, she thought. Right here. This is the end.
But with the same mental breath, she thought,
No, I can't let the fear show. Not in front of Avery.
But it was hard. She was so scared. She looked at Avery to see how she was holding up. Avery's behavior since losing Nicky in St. Louis had been troubling her a lot. She'd become so quiet. A lot like she'd been all those years ago, when a much younger Nicky Booth had led her into the compound and stood watch over her like a mama bear does her cub, nearly ripping the hands off anyone who tried to touch her, even though it had been obvious they needed help. The two girls had been nearly feral, though Nicky had come around soon enough, even thrived. But Avery had taken a lot longer. Reaching her had been hard. Even as a kid, she'd been scary smart when it came to maps and knowing the lay of the land, so much so that for a while Sylvia thought she might be autistic. Eventually, though, she came out of her shell, and Sylvia was able to see the bright, kind, fragile young girl that a blighted world had nearly destroyed. She blossomed. But then, when they lost Nicky back at St. Louis, it had done something to her. It caused her to rewrap herself in the same protective shroud of silence and despair she'd worn after her father died, and throughout those early years at Union Field. Thinking of the child Avery had been nearly overwhelmed Sylvia's resolve, and she could feel a sob rising in her chest. She forced it down as best she could, for Avery's sake. Those were her thoughts as the old guard stepped around the side of the truck and out of sight, and the rain continued to fall in her face. His radio crackled.
"He's coming," said a man's voice. "Bring them up."
"You want us to bring the truck?" said the old guard at Sylvia's right, the one with the scarred face. A pause, and then the radio crackled to life again.
"He says no. Walk him up."
Sylvia heard the man mutter a curse under his breath, but when he looked back toward her and Avery, he was all business again.
"All right, we're walking him up. Let's move it."
Rough hands grabbed Sylvia. Next to her, she heard Avery let out a yelp. The mother instinct rose up in Sylvia then, and she started to thrash.
"Damn it!"
the old guard said, grunting as he struggled to regain control. A ripple of interest spread outward through the zombies standing around them, but they held their positions. Sylvia could see their dead eyes following her as she struggled with the man. She could see their hands wanting to come up, their mouths working slowly in involuntary chewing motions.
"Let her go,"
Sylvia demanded. The man threw her against the truck, and she hit the back of her head against the wooden extension on top of the bed. For a moment her vision turned purple, and her legs buckled, but the man grabbed her arms again and wouldn't let her sink to the ground. He put his face close to hers, his breath hot and smelling of stale tobacco and meat. The urge to gag nearly overwhelmed her again, but she fought it down.
"Please don't hurt the girl,"
Sylvia said. Her voice was a whisper, spoken through sobs. The man locked eyes on hers, his stare narrowing in menace.
"Please, she's just a child. You know what they'll do to her. She's too young to suffer like that, to become one of those things."
He didn't say anything for a long moment. The silence went on and on, so long that she actually let the thought into her mind that she had reached him, and that the shred of humanity that must surely remain within him had been stirred to pity. But instead he said, "Too young don't make any difference anymore, lady. The world's too far gone for that." He peeled her off the truck and shoved her toward the river. She staggered through the motionless crowd of zombies in a haze. This close, she could hear the faint, rhythmic moaning the zombies made under their breath, almost like religious zealots murmuring their prayers. It raised gooseflesh on her arms, despite the oppressive heat. She slipped, trying to step up the curb from the parking lot to the grass, sending another restless wave through the nearby zombies. The old guard stepped up behind her then, and his grip on her arm was surprisingly gentle as he helped her back up.
"I'm sorry for this," he said. "I had a kid about her age, long time ago."
She looked back at him in surprise. His face was a hard mask without a trace of pity or compassion. Sylvia opened her mouth to speak, but he nodded for her to turn and face the platform. She did. Something was happening up there. She couldn't see what, not at first, but there was an agitation spreading through the zombie crowd. They remained standing in their spots, though now they were shifting from one foot to the other, low moans rising here and there throughout the crowd. And then she saw him. The Red Man. He limped up the grass toward the raised metal platform and slowly climbed the switchback staircase to the top level. The red paint all over his body looked dark as rust in the morning light. The river behind him seemed to boil. The smell of heated vegetation and mud mixed with the rotting bodies, and everywhere she looked she saw water running down ruined, blistered faces. Uneven moans rose from the crowd, and it occurred to her then that this was some kind of hell. It had to be. Nothing like this could exist in a sane world. One of the Red Man's guards slogged his way through the mud over to her captor, rainwater dripping off the bill of his cap as he met the older man's gaze.
"He wants him up there, with him." "I'm not walking him up there," Sylvia's guard said. The other guard, a much younger man, but nonetheless the one in charge, said, "Yeah, I don't want to either."
He looked up at the platform, then back at the guard, and shrugged.
"Fuck 'em. They can walk up on their own. He wants all of us on the boats."
"Right now?"
"He ever give you an order you could wait on if you want to?"
"No."
"Then get him up there."
The older man nodded, then turned to Sylvia.
"All right. You and the girl get up there."
"No way,"
Sylvia answered.
"You need to move it."
"We're not moving. I heard you. You're scared to death of him, aren't you? Admit it. You're so terrified you're willing to do things that make no sense. Don't you understand there's a better way? You can fight. Isn't that better? Isn't that what you would want your kid to see? It can't be this."
He leaned in close, and once again she could smell the stale tobacco on his breath.
"Lady, you and the girl need to get your ass up there. Right now."
"We won't," she said.
She raised her chin high.
"You'll have to carry me up."
"Lady, you'll go."
"I tell you I won't."
"That little girl behind you? The fat one? If you don't go, I'll cut her."
He looked down. She followed his gaze to where his hand was fingering the hilt of a small utility knife.
"Climb those stairs," he said.
"You bastard."
He didn't respond. She turned around and took Avery's hand. The fear in Avery's eyes broke her heart all over again.
"Come on, baby. Let's go up. We'll be together the whole time, I promise you that."
Together, they climbed the stairs. The Red Man watched them climb the last few steps, his eyes never leaving Sylvia's, his lips parting slightly, exposing teeth the color of dingy bathroom tile. Rainwater ran down his bald head and dripped from his nose, his chin, his ears. The water looked red next to his skin, like blood.
"Where do you want us to stand?"
Sylvia said with a forced calm she most certainly did not feel. The Red Man's parted lips melted into a frown. He motioned with a nod toward the space behind him. Sylvia took Avery's hand, and together they walked to the back of the platform, nearest the river. She could hear the rain beating down on the water out there, an ominous sound. When she finally found the courage to turn around, she couldn't stop the gasp that came out of her. So many zombies. Not hundreds, but thousands. The rain fell on them, and they didn't move. They stood absorbed, staring in complete devotion to the crazy man painted all in red above them. Something Ben Richardson had said came back to her then. His description of Jasper Sewell, the deranged preacher of the Grasslands death cult, the way he had held sway over his church. This is a cult, she thought. A death cult in its purest, most vile form. And that man, that red man, is their god. Almost in answer to her thought, he whirled toward her.
"Where is Nicky Booth?"
he said. She shook her head.
"My patience is at an end," he said. "You're going to tell me."
Go to hell.
He nodded slowly.
"Perhaps."
He glanced over at Avery, who had pressed as far as possible into the corner of the platform. The red man smiled, then glanced back at Sylvia.
"You're going to tell me what I want to know," he said.
His hand moved to his chest, and for the first time Sylvia really noticed, the necklace of shriveled, mummified human ears that ringed his throat.
"You will tell me," he said again.
Or what?
He smiled. He leaned close to her so that she could smell the rot on his breath. He said,
"Or I will eat you, and make her watch."
Chapter 24. Nicky walked confidently out of the shadowed protection of the hallway, the metal bar down by her side, her shoulders loose and ready. Nate followed along behind her, his nerves humming with adrenaline. At this point, after seeing her fight, he was prepared for just about anything. 5 zombies were staggering around the landing, unable to find their way downstairs. But when Nicky stepped into their midst, they all turned as one, their bodies twitching with the excitement that came from an imminent meal. "Raw," one of them grunted as he stumbled forward. His mouth was hanging open, his dead gaze locked on Nicky's neck. He never saw the blow that killed him. She dodged to one side and came up behind him, and before he could react, swung the bar at the back of his head. It connected with a sharp crack, and the zombie pitched over forward, hitting the wall head first. He slumped to the ground, landing on his hands and knees. Nicky was beside him before he could stagger back to his feet, bringing the weapon down at the point where his skull met his spine. He fell to the floor and didn't move. Nicky's face was twisted with rage and anger, and another emotion that Nate didn't quite recognize. But it almost looked like she was enjoying the fight. Really, really enjoying it. Like the girls in the porno movies he used to watch. But the next instant, the look was gone, lost in the shadows and her twisting and turning. He watched her. He was no longer frightened, not like he had been. Connecting the look on her face to the girls in porn was something of a breakthrough for him. Nicky Booth was in love with killing zombies. Maybe love wasn't the right word, but she certainly liked it. Another zombie went down. Nicky turned from it just as a woman with dark stains all over her dress reached for her. Nicky sidestepped the woman's hands and crushed her knee with the bar. The zombie sagged to the floor without so much as a grunt of pain. Nicky leapt over her and kicked another zombie in the groin. Its legs went out from under it, and it landed face down on the floor. It was dead with the first blow, Nate was sure, but Nicky hit it at least a dozen more times, turning its head into a bloody soup, spattering the walls with clumps of its brains and scalp. Nicky stood up from her kill, chest heaving, and turned back to the woman in the dress. She was trying to rise on her broken knee, but her legs wouldn't work right. Nicky kicked her over onto her back
and jammed the jagged edge of the metal bar down into the woman's right eye. The zombie went still instantly, her arms falling to her side. The final zombie was still leaning against the far wall. He hadn't moved throughout the entire fight, just stood there bobbing his head, his mouth miming an eating motion. Nate had seen this kind before. Too addled by the necrosis filovirus to do anything but follow a larger crowd. Most were on a short countdown to starvation, because on their own they were helpless. They couldn't hunt, couldn't even fall on food that wasn't already dead or dying. They weren't completely harmless, though. No zombie was harmless. They were all walking virus bombs. But Nate had learned to just keep an eye on them as he moved on past. No need to fight when he didn't have to. Nikki was trying to pull her metal bar from the dead woman's eye socket. She put her boot on the dead woman's neck and gave it a hard yank, but the bar didn't budge. "Suction," she said, and kicked the body away. She looked at Nate, then back at the zombie still making chewing motions over at the wall. "Goddamn wallflower," she said. "I'll get it." Before Nate could say anything, she walked over to the— what had she called it? The wallflower zombie? Man, and grabbed him by his hair. She twisted him around so that he was facing Nate, and their eyes locked. His dead stare never wavered as she twisted his head sharply to one side, cracking his neck with the soft, muffled crunch of deep-down bone going where it wasn't meant to go. He fell to the floor with the same dead look locked in his eyes. Nate's gaze rose to Nikki Booth, who was staring at him, bloodlust in her eyes, even while her mouth twisted with the pain in her ribs and lower back. Her chest was heaving, her tongue dancing at her lips.
"We need to find Avery,"
Nate said. The sexual intensity in her eyes melted away at the mention of Avery's name, and a different sort of intense stare took its place. This look Nate couldn't put a name to, but he recognized its directed ferocity just the same. She nodded. "You're right. We need to go." Nikki walked away from the kill without looking back, and Nate fell in behind her. She was at the stairs that would take them down to the hotel's main lobby, when a middle-aged man in a blue sport coat and khaki slacks, now grotesquely emaciated, his suit hanging off him in filthy rags, hair matted with mud and blood, one eye ruptured and the remaining jelly congealed in the socket, grabbed Nate from behind and pressed him against the wall. Nikki took a few steps back and scanned left and right, looking for more zombies. There were none. Nate struggled to get away, jamming the heel of his hand into the zombie's mouth as he tried to get enough of a grip to throw the man aside. The man let out a rusty moan and shuffled his feet, a movement that put him off balance just enough to give Nate the leverage to push him away. As they broke contact, Nikki stepped in and killed the zombie with 3 sharp punches to his Adam's apple. When she looked up from the corpse, Nate was holding his wrist, the heel of his hand leaking blood from a fresh cut.
"How is it you're still alive?"
Nikki said. He shrugged.
"I'm immune. The disease can't hurt me."
"I know that. I mean, how come you haven't gotten munched yet?" He said, then trailed off. He evidently didn't have anything else to say, because he shrugged again.
"Outstanding," she thought. "He's too stupid to realize I'm making fun of him."
Just great. She didn't bother to pursue the point. There was no point, and no time. But Nate was still standing there, his mouth open, showing a fairly pronounced set of horse teeth. It was still unbelievable to her that anyone could actually be immune to the necrosis filovirus. After all the death that she had seen, all the heartache that disease had caused, the idea that someone was naturally immune to it simply boggled her mind. Too bad that immunity had to come in such a pathetic package. She'd known a lot of great zombie fighters over the last 8 years. If any of them had been blessed with Nate's immunity,
It was a shame.
"Are you okay?"
he said. Her eyes narrowed.
"I'm fine. What are you thinking about?"
"What?"
"Well,"
he said, and then paused.
"It just looked like you were, I don't know, thinking about stuff."
Her first instinct was to turn away. They didn't have time to stand there gabbing about things that didn't matter. But there was something about him, an open, questioning look in his eyes. She wondered if that was what Avery saw in him.
"Just about how everyone I've ever loved is dead,"
she said, and the honesty and vulnerability in her tone surprised her.
"Everyone except Sylvia and Avery."
He frowned. Whether out of pity or understanding or confusion, she couldn't tell.
"Your immunity. It could wipe out the necrosis filovirus?" "That's what they tell me." "Will it cure those already infected?" "I don't think so. The doctor who was working on me said that he could make others immune, like me. He never said anything about curing zombies. But then, I don't really understand it all that good. He was always talking about gene ripping and stuff like that."
She let out a long breath.
"I've known a lot of great men and women who could have benefited from your immunity."
He looked down at his feet, and this time she was pretty sure he was ashamed.
"I know,"
he said.
"Ben Richardson used to tell me the same thing. He said he knew this guy when he was living in the Grasslands compound that was some kind of super zombie fighter like you. He used to talk to me about how things might have been different if that guy had been immune instead of me."
"Well,
we all play the hand we're dealt, I guess."
She paused for a moment and listened to the rain outside. It didn't sound like it was going to stop for a good long while, and she figured that was good. They could use the weather for cover, maybe. She said,
"You cared a lot about that old guy back there, didn't you?"
He shrugged, then lowered his head and nodded.
"I'm sorry."
He nodded again.
"You like Avery, too, don't you?"
He looked up, meeting her eyes for the first time.
"How did you know that? I didn't tell you that."
She laughed.
"You didn't have to. I can see it in the way you look at her. She likes you, too. You know that, right?"
He smiled.
"I was impressed by what you did back at the loading dock to protect her when the stairs collapsed. You shielded her. That had to hurt a lot." "It did. But I wasn't thinking about it at the time."
"I know," she said.
"You never do when it's someone you love. Listen, we're going to get out of here. And we're going to get Avery and Sylvia back, too." "I know."
"Good." She looked around the landing, and then her eyes narrowed on a shadow in the corner.
"What is it?"
he asked. But she was already crossing to the corner. She pulled a rusted metal chair from underneath a curling section of wallpaper and brought it over to him. Before he had a chance to speak, she kicked it, breaking it to pieces. And after it was completely smashed, she reached into the wreckage and came up with 2 nasty-looking pieces of metal tubing.
"Not bad,"
she said, testing the heft of one of them. She handed the other to him.
"You think you could do some damage with that?" "Oh," he said.
He reached into the waistband of his jeans and came up with a blackjack.
"I don't need that. I've got this."
She stared at him.
"What?"
he said.
"Seriously? We've been fighting our way all through this freaking hotel barehanded, and you had that thing all along?"
"Look," she said, heat spreading across her face.
"You need to get your act together. Got it? This is our survival here. This is everything. Everything. It all hinges on what we do here. Avery and Sylvia and everybody else we care about are counting on us to do this right. We cannot afford for you to be careless like this." "I'm sorry," he said.
She wanted to slap him. The idiot.
How in the hell did he manage to stay alive for so long? "Just take this," she said.
handing him the metal chair leg.
"And stay close."
They started down the stairs to the main lobby. Rain was coming in through the open front doors, splashing a dark and rank-smelling mud all over the marbled lobby floor. Nicky motioned for him to follow her into a sitting area to one side of the doors. They picked their way through busted tables and moldy leather chairs, and climbed up on the ledge so they could see through the windows there. Nicky whistled softly.
"That's a lot of zombies."
"Yeah,"
Nate agreed.
"Do you see Avery?"
Nicky scanned the open area down to the river. There had to be over 1,000 zombies out there, standing as still as flagpoles in the rain, all of them facing the river. The soldiers had taken most of the boats out on the river. Something was going on, or was about to happen, but she couldn't—
"Wait a second."
"What?"
Nate asked. "There, up on that platform."
She pointed across the field to a raised metal stand, like something from which a marching band director would watch his band practice, except larger, and equipped with a switchback staircase leading down to the field. She had seen a flash of red up there through the gray sheets of rain. Lauren Skaggs, that insane son of a bitch.
"You see it?"
"Is that the red man?"
"Yeah. You see behind him? I think that's Avery and Sylvia."
He looked from the field to Nicky.
"Why would he have them up there with him?"
"Because he wants me."
"You? Why, because you know where Dr. Fisher is?"
She stared through the rain at the red man, thinking back to the streets of St. Louis. He had her face down on the pavement, his face inches from hers, his breath hot and foul, the stench of rot strong enough to make her gag. She remembered his hands moving over her butt, cupping the tops of her hips, gripping them like handlebars. The thoughts going through his addled mind had been obvious from the way his fingers trembled, the way his breath hitched in his throat. The virus had chewed his brain to a honeycomb. It had cracked his skin and swollen his joints. But it hadn't killed the desires that lurked within him, or perhaps his loneliness.
"Is that why he wants you?" Nate said. "Because of Dr. Fisher?"
She stared through the rain at Lauren Skaggs, the red man, and hate swelled up inside her.
"Yeah,"
she said.
"That too."
Nate didn't respond. He didn't understand. That much was obvious from the vacant look in his eyes, but that didn't matter.
"Nate,"
she said,
"he has to die. We have to kill him. Even if we get away, even if we manage to get to Dr. Fisher and deliver the cure and move halfway across the country, it wouldn't matter. He'd come for us. He means to turn us all to be like him, to serve him. As long as he walks this earth, he's going to continue to be a threat. He has to die."
Nate nodded.
"I'll go,"
he said. She laughed.
"Don't be stupid. I've seen you fight. You'd make it about 30 feet before they munched you." "Yeah? And how far will you make it?"
That stopped her, the way he said it, like he was mocking her.
"Excuse me?" "You heard me. How far would you make it? Look at all those zombies out there. There must be 1,000 or more. What are you going to do? You would need a hunting rifle to kill him. Or you could wade in there like you always do. You could probably kill a bunch of them, too, you're good enough. But all it would take would be a bite. Or a scratch. Even a spatter of blood in your eye would do it. Before you know it, you'd be one of his slaves, groveling at his feet all day. But not me. I can waller around with them all day long and it won't hurt me. I've been bit and scratched by them so many times, I'm practically one of them."
He took a deep breath and climbed down from the ledge.
"It has to be me."
He was right. She hated to admit it, but he was right. Like it or not,
He was their best hope. He was their only hope.
We have to get Avery and Sylvia away from him. Promise me, Nate, you'll do that?
I'll try,
he said. No, don't try. Promise me.
He paused for a long time, but then he nodded.
I need you to do something for me,
he said. What?
He reached into his pocket and took out a Ziploc baggie and held it up for her to see. Inside was a flash drive attached to a lanyard.
Is that?
She asked, eyes wide. He nodded.
Can you get this to Dr. Fisher? The doctor who worked on me said this contained everything someone who knew what they were doing would need to work up a cure.
She took it from him. She tried to speak, but her throat wouldn't work.
I've seen what's on it, he said. It's a bunch of chemistry drawings and stuff like that. Looks like a bunch of math.
I can't believe it's real, she said. I've wanted something like this for so long.
You can get it to Dr. Fisher?
I will, she said,
nodding slowly.
I'll get it to him.
Wish me luck.
She nodded.
Good luck, she said. I'm going to work my way down to the river. I'll look for your friends, but if I can't find them, I'll steal us a boat of our own.
I'll look for you in the river.
Count on it.
Chapter 25. Gabby started shooting before Jimmy made it up to the flybridge. He glanced down through the rain and saw her directing concentrated fire on the men who had spotted them. She moved aft, stepping through wet puddles of blood and mud and ropes of guts left behind from the zombie attack early that morning, right out onto the open part of the deck.
"Gabby, get behind cover!" he shouted.
She didn't bother looking back at him.
"Get us out of here!"
He hit the ignition, and the Cummins diesel fired up with a cough, sending a tremor through the boat.
"Thank you, baby,"
he muttered to the boat, stroking the navigation console. God, he loved this boat. He fed the throttle, and a thick cloud of black smoke rose up from the engine. For a moment, it obscured Gabby from his view. When the smoke cleared, she had sighted her rifle on another of the red man's boats, this one less than 50 yards to starboard. The men who had first spotted them were dead. One of them bent over the railing, his fingertips dragging the glassy surface of the river.
"Let's go!"
Gabby shouted.
"Come on, Jimmy, get us moving!"
The Sugar Jane gained speed slowly. The first boat was dead in the water, but to back away from the dock, they'd have to go right between two larger trawlers. Jimmy could see black shirts aboard, but couldn't count them. Not through the smoke and rain. He glanced down again at Gabby. It scared him that she was so out in the open, so exposed, but there was nothing he could do about it. This first maneuver was going to put her even more in harm's way.
"Okay, coming about,"
he called down to her. She didn't acknowledge him. She went down to one knee and resumed firing, her bullets tearing up the trawler just off the starboard bow. Jimmy cut the wheel hard to starboard, and the Sugar Jane began to rotate, the bow swinging around toward the shore. He saw the little speedboat just as they started firing. A bullet hit the navigation console in front of him and peppered his face with bits of burning fiberglass and wood splinters. Jimmy flinched away from it, shielding his eyes. There were 3 men in the little boat. "Piece of cake," he muttered. He grabbed his AR-15 and sighted it over the railing. Despite the rolling of the boat and the driving rain, he managed to fire off 3 quick rounds, one of which struck a black shirt with a handgun and dropped him. The remaining 2 black shirts ducked down behind the gunwale, but their boat offered little in the way of cover, and as the Sugar Jane continued to swing around, bringing the flybridge directly over their position, Jimmy had a clear shot. 6 shots later, all 3 men were dead. But the Sugar Jane was still coming around, and Jimmy had to drop his weapon to correct the steerage back on course. He reversed the engine and started feeding throttle as fast as he dared. She was a temperamental boat these days, and too much throttle would almost certainly cause the engine to sputter and die, dooming them both.
Ahead, two of the Red Man's larger boats were barreling down on them, hoping to box the Sugar Jane in before she had a chance to pull away from the angle created by the pier and the shore. Jimmy saw only one way out. He said a silent prayer and pushed the throttle as hard as it would go, grimacing at the straining groan of the Cummins behind him. The first boat, with its dead crew, was still a good 70 feet from them. Jimmy turned the Sugar Jane to pass across its bow, a maneuver, he hoped, that would force the second of the two approaching trawlers to pass across its stern. It would give them some cover and take the boat out of the fight, at least for a moment. That would leave just the other trawler, and Gabby was already laying fire down on them. He held his breath as the dead boat loomed closer, ignoring the rain driving into his eyes and the occasional bullet that smacked into the walls of the flybridge. Jimmy was intent on gauging the pass, aiming to put the tip of the dead boat's bow just inches off the Sugar Jane's starboard side, and he didn't hear Gabby's screams until they'd reached a desperate pitch. When he whirled around, she was curled into a fetal ball against the port side gunwale, her rifle tucked under her. 6 or 7 black shirts were pouring down fire on the Sugar Jane's stern, chewing up the hull and filling the air with splinters. He grabbed for the rifle to return fire, but stopped short. Not far from Gabby's head was the upturned box of M67 grenades, the contents now spilled out like billiard balls across the deck.
"Gabby!"
he yelled.
"Throw me a grenade!"
He couldn't tell if she could hear over the rain and the rattling cough of the rifles.
"Gabby!"
But she was already moving. Without getting up, she lunged across the deck and caught one of the rolling grenades before the motion of the boat carried it away from her. Then she rolled over on her back and threw it up at Jimmy. He caught it like an egg. These things had saved their ass more than once, and he had a great respect for their power.
"Stay down!"
he yelled to Gabby. Then he turned the Sugar Jane hard toward the trawler and pulled the pin on the grenade. The sudden move surprised the black shirts, and for a moment they stopped firing, a few of them backing away from what looked like an imminent collision between the two boats. Jimmy waited until they were almost even, and hurled the grenade. It smashed through a window and exploded inside the cabin with a muffled roar, throwing the black shirts into the water, their bodies trailing smoke. An instant later the trawler was a churning ball of black smoke, laced through with orange tongues of flame.
"Got him!"
Jimmy shouted.
"Damn straight!"
"Jimmy!" Gabby said.
"Starboard side! We got trouble!"
He glanced that way. Its captain wasn't as foolish as Jimmy had hoped. He hadn't been fooled by Jimmy's attempt to put the dead vessel between them. Instead, he'd come to a full stop and rotated back to starboard, so that now, as the Sugar Jane picked up speed to flank the trawler, she was presenting her bow full on to the black shirt's vessel. Gunmen were already moving into position, low crawling toward the point of the bow with rifles up and pointed down range. Jimmy realized he was stuck. His only hope now was to outrun them, but the Sugar Jane was already at full throttle, and her diesel engine starting to sputter and smoke. They were making maybe 8 knots, but the Red Man's trawler was almost certainly capable of more.
"Jimmy!"
Gabby called up to him. He locked eyes on her. Her mouth was set in a tight line, her stare unblinking. He returned her gaze, unwilling to look away.
"You be ready with one of those grenades,"
he said.
"What are you going to do?"
"They're going to catch us," he said. "So I'm going to let them."
"What?"
"Just be ready." Bullets smacked into the flybridge, and Jimmy ducked down out of sight. He just needed a few more seconds. A few more. He rose up just enough to see over the railing. As he suspected, the trawler was gaining on them. Its captain had her at full throttle, aiming to close the gap enough for his shooters on the bow to fire down into the Sugar Jane's stern, the same way Jimmy had done against the little speedboat closer to shore.
"That's it,"
he muttered.
"Closer. Closer."
He reached up and pulled back on the throttle, bringing the Sugar Jane to half speed. The diesel coughed and sputtered, but kept working. The Sugar Jane eased down slightly in the water. At the same time, Jimmy shouted, "Now, Gabby! Give it to him!" She rose up on her knees and tossed her grenade at the surprised blackshirts on the trawler. They were gaining too fast now to turn away. The grenade hit the pilot house, bounced forward, and rolled down into an open hatch leading to the forward hold. The explosion blew a massive hole in the port bow, killing 2 of the blackshirts directly above it and flooding the hold with river water. And still the trawler sped forward, unable to check its forward momentum. The bow ducked toward the water and continued to drive down, going lower and lower until the boat slowed to a stop and gradually began to sink. Within seconds, most of its bow and pilot house were underwater, only its stern jutting up at a sharp angle from the plane of the water. Jimmy watched it as they pulled away, his chest heaving, and he almost allowed the warm glow of victory to overtake him. But Gabby was rolling around the deck, holding her arm. "Gabby!" He rushed down to her side and lifted her up, her head on his thigh. Smoke was seeping up through the seams of the engine compartment, and the engine was making a series of consumptive coughs. Through the rain and smoke, he peered at her injury. It didn't appear too deep, but it was bleeding a lot. "I'm okay," she said.
"I know. Just let me work."
He took a soaking wet handkerchief from his back pocket and tied it around her upper arm, as close to the shoulder as he could manage. "Tight?" She was grimacing from the pain. She nodded, unable to speak.
"We're in trouble, baby," he said.
"No shit," she gasped. He laughed. He couldn't help himself.
"That's my girl."
It was hard to tell if that was rain or tears in her eyes. He suspected tears, even though she too tried to laugh. The engine's coughing turned to a series of loud knocks, like some little gremlin was inside there, banging against the hull with a hammer. Suddenly, billowing clouds of black smoke poured up through the engine compartment seams, enveloping them both and causing them to hack. The next instant, the engine died. Through the smoke and rain, Jimmy could see the rest of the Red Man's fleet racing toward them. They had been stuck on the opposite side of the pier, and he had hoped that would buy them the time they needed to escape. But it was obvious now that was not to be. A lot of water had passed under this boat of theirs. It had been their home, their refuge, their one solid link to the dream of Mexico they both shared. And now, quite possibly, it was going to be their coffin. "I'm out," she said. For a moment, he wasn't sure what she was talking about, whether her rifle or some deeper reserve of her being. But then she held up the rifle and the empty magazine. He should have known.
"Wait here,"
he said. He went forward into the cabin and looked around for the last time. He saw the pictures of their daughter and their granddaughter broken on the floor, crushed by muddy boots, the sheets torn from the bed, the cabinets hanging open. They had searched it, rifled it, but they hadn't changed it. For him, the substance of this boat was always there, even as it filled with smoke and the sounds of the Red Man's fleet and his screaming black shirts bore down upon him. He took Ben Richardson's backpack from the bed and pulled off the cushion and exposed the hidden compartments he and Gabby had secreted there. He pulled out 2 more of the ARs and a handful of loaded magazines, and brought it all aft to take his position next to Gabby. She looked down at the stuff he brought forward and nodded, a pained smile crossing her lips. "Not gonna give up yet, huh?"
"Never," he said. "Not while I've got you next to me."
She smiled again, and this time it wasn't laced through with pain. With his help, she pulled herself to her feet. Her left arm was hanging by her side, but she still looked like the mama bear he knew her to be, always ready for the fight.
thick clouds of acrid-smelling smoke swirled around them as they turned to face the oncoming fleet. He reached down and took her hand, and together they waited. Chapter 26. Nikki watched Nate slip out the main doors and into the rain with mixed feelings. The man was, she decided, part cockroach. Had to be. There was no other way to explain the fact that he was still alive. And there was something else. Some nagging intuition that told her he was just a little bit off. It was more than his obvious lack of good sense. More even than the veil of contrition he seemed to live behind, as though he were wandering the world looking for somebody to forgive him for some past sin. There was a sin there, somewhere, in his past. She would have to watch that before he got too close to Avery. Which was another thing. Assuming they all lived through this, Avery was going to want that man in her life. A relationship like that would go all kinds of places, and most of them were places that Nikki knew were bad. Avery, as fragile as she was, would no doubt throw her heart into that man. He was just the sort to draw her out into the open, and then leave her high and dry. She pushed the thought back down. All of this was pointless. They were neck-deep in a world of crap, and here she was worried about Avery's love life. She took a deep breath and refocused on Nate. He was walking through the rain, stepping up onto the curb, the metal rod down at his side. Here at the back of the Red Man's zombie army, the stragglers were spread apart, and Nate walked between them, not bothering to slow down, and not wasting his time engaging them. That was good, Nikki thought. Lauren had told her that he could sense the morphic fields that surrounded the zombies, like they were heat shimmers rising off the desert or something. She didn't know if she believed that or not, but she supposed it didn't really matter. He had brought all these zombies here just the same, and he was continuing to hold them steady even now, in this pouring rain. The first few zombies Nate passed didn't stir, at least not until it was too late. He was coming up from behind them, and even as he passed them they remained still, caught between their own atavistic impulses to kill and their obedience to the Red Man's commands that held them in their place. But once one began to moan, that control wavered, and soon the zombies he passed were stumbling after him. That was her cue. She slipped out through the front doors and moved along the walkway next to the building. Red-tipped photinias, now run to riot, lined the walk, giving her a little cover. The rain helped some too. Within minutes she had made it to the edge of the building with nothing but a parking lot and open space between that, stretching down to the river. 3 zombies were standing out in the middle of the parking lot, all of them swaying in place, staring dumbly toward the Red Man's platform. She waited. Back on the main part of the lawn, Nate was causing quite a stir. Even the zombies on the fringe were advancing toward him, and a momentary twinge of excitement went through her to imagine Lauren up on that platform, losing control. But these 3 zombies weren't moving like all the others. She looked to her right, but there were no more back that way. Just these 3, standing still, looking like emaciated wraiths out there in the otherwise empty parking lot. She heard a muffled crash, and at first thought it was thunder, but it was too close. She scanned the river and saw there was something going on over there. Several of the boats were moving, and black smoke was coming up thick from one of them. And something else, too. Muzzle flashes. What the... That was the Hintons. Had to be. The ones who brought Avery and Sylvia and Nate down here, who were supposed to be waiting to ferry them to safety. They're running off. Nikki sucked her teeth in dismay. The cowards. The miserable cowards. She strained her hearing to pick up the telltale sounds of gunfire, but there was nothing. Watching the little bursts of fire, a thought occurred to her. Back at Stoller's compound, back when she was first starting to come into her own as someone who could teach others to kill zombies. She read Bruce Catton's account of the Battle of Vicksburg during the American Civil War. The fighting and killing had been atrocious, and yet observers on the fringes of the battlefield reported an eerie silence coming from the heart of the fighting. They were less than a quarter-mile away from the worst of it, and they heard none of it. And yet, 20 miles away, farmers reported the noises were so loud, so deafening, that horses scattered in panic and their windows trembled like eggs that hadn't quite yet set in the pan. Was that what she was experiencing here? Were the rain and the wind somehow masking the sounds of the fighting out there on the river? The questions hung unanswered, for at that moment there was another muffled boom, and a third boat started spewing black smoke. It was covering the river now, and the rest of the Red Man's fleet was going that way. Her anger and dismay disappeared. Maybe this wasn't such a bad thing after all. She looked back to the parking lot. She had been worried that killing these three would leave her little better than she was back at the hotel, her only choice a sprint toward the river, where the black-shirts waited on their boats. But now, time to move, she told herself. The three zombies were decrepit-looking wrecks, and though a faint warning bell was sounding somewhere in the back of her mind, she ignored it and charged into the open. She was running at a light jog, her metal bar coming up for the strike, when she realized her mistake. The zombie, a woman in a blue t-shirt and jeans, now hanging off her emaciated frame like a bag, her face oozing pus from open abscesses and unhealed cuts, turned toward her. And as she closed on it, Nicky saw for the first time the sudden sureness of footing, the defensive posture, the look of brutal, feral intensity in the woman's bloodshot eyes. Stage 3 zombie, Nicky thought. Oh, shit. But it was too late now. She swung for the woman's head and was stunned when the zombie stepped back to avoid the blow. Nicky recovered quickly, but not quickly enough. The woman was on her before she knew it, the stink of her breath hitting Nicky in the face, even as her fingernails slashed at the air, trying to catch a piece of Nicky. Nicky danced to one side and swept the metal bar across the woman's knees, sending her tumbling to the cement of the parking lot. The zombie lashed out again, but that time Nicky was ready for the quickness of her motions and was well out of reach. She moved around behind the woman before she could stand and brought the bar down on the back of her head, slamming her face into the ground so that it bounced off the cement and came up bloody. The metal bar came down 5 more times before the woman stopped moving. Nicky was about to turn around when a tight, cold grip clamped down on her wrist. She let out a bark of surprise to see the other 2 zombies right on top of her. But they were so far away, she thought. How did they close the gap so quickly? They're both stage 3 zombies, she realized all at once. They can move. Whirling around, she saw the man who had her by the wrist. His face had rotted around the nose like a leper's, pulling his upper lip into a clown-like, impossibly huge grin, exposing blackened teeth and a tongue oozing with sores. She couldn't get the bar up. They were too close in for that. And so she dropped it and spun around, throwing the grinning man off balance. He lunged for her arm, mouth open for a bite, but she slapped him across the forehead hard enough to cause his brain to skip a gear. For a crazy second he stood there, grinning at her, holding her wrist like she was a struggling child. That was the opportunity she needed. She whirled around again, pulling him forward, and at the same time kicking the back of his knees so that his feet disappeared from under him, causing him to land flat on his butt. The third zombie was a middle-aged woman whose green dress was ripped from the neck to the waist, exposing a pair of heavy dugs laced with the scars of old bite marks. With her hands free, Nicky did a skipping sidekick that caught the woman in the windpipe, crushing it. The zombie dropped to the ground, gasping, choking on its crushed airway. Nicky turned on the grinning man, who was climbing back to his feet. She picked up the metal bar and advanced on the man. He had his mouth open for another bite,
but Nicky didn't give him the chance. She swung hard for his face, connecting with his jaw and snapping his head around. Teeth went skittering across the wet pavement. She hit him 3 more times just to be sure, then stood there, looking at the 2 dead zombies and the 3rd who was still choking on her own throat as the rain fell all around her. "All right, then," she said. "To the river." Off to her left, a crowd of zombies pressed inward, toward the platform. Nate was still moving. That was good. As long as he was moving, he stood a chance. She, on the other hand, had pretty much a straight shot to the river. No more zombies. She was almost there when she got a glimpse through the smoke that covered the river. She had only seen Jimmy Hinton once before, and that was at the docks at Herculaneum while she was busy coordinating her squads, but she recognized him at once. And the woman next to him, the one holding his hand, a bloody wound on her arm, had to be Gabby, his wife. The 2 looked resigned, but content in each other's company, even as the bulk of the Red Man's fleet barreled down on them. Were they giving up? From the things she'd heard about the Hintons, she found that hard to believe. They were dirty business partners, yes, but certainly not the kind to just give up. And then the gap through the smoke was gone, and once again the river was covered by a churning black fog. The explosion came a few moments later, and it nearly knocked Nicky off her feet. Instinctively she turned her head away, shielding her eyes. When she looked up again, there was nothing left of the Hinton's boat but a burnt, soap-dish-shaped piece of hull floating on the water. Impressive, she thought. The Blackshirts were coming in their boats. Soon, she realized, they would be all over the area. If she was going to find a boat, she needed to do it in a hurry. Otherwise, they could forget about getting away from the Red Man's compound. And then she saw it. The little speedboat with the dead Blackshirts in it. "Hello," she said. She looked around to see if any of the Red Man's zombies were close by, and felt a sharp pain in her right side. Nicky touched it gingerly and winced. Up to now, she'd convinced herself the ribs there weren't broken, but it was getting harder and harder to lie to herself. And now that she was standing here, with escape so close at hand, the pain was catching up with her. She closed her eyes and forced it down one more time. "Just one more time," she pleaded with herself. "Just once more." Then she opened her eyes and waded into the river.
Chapter 27. Amid the wreckage of the Red Man's lunacy, Nate stood, letting the rain hit him full in the face. The zombies, an ocean of them, stretched out before him. They hadn't seen him yet. He was still too far behind the rearmost of the crowd for that, but they would notice him soon enough. Nate smiled grimly. Somebody was moving through the standing ranks of zombies, coming toward him. It took a moment for Nate to recognize Doc Kellogg, but when he did, his grim smile turned warm.
"I thought you'd stopped coming around,"
Nate said. Kellogg cleared the last of the zombies, then half-turned and gestured at the waiting army. "And missed this?"
"You think this is suicide, don't you?"
"What do you call it, Nate?"
"I don't know. That's why I'm asking you."
Kellogg shrugged. "I call it stupidity, but—"
"You can do better than that."
"Okay," Kellogg said. "I think life is a struggle to test the fragility of man against the rock of the world." Kellogg had always talked like that. When they first started having their regular chats at dinner or in the lab, Nate figured the man was making fun of him. But it didn't take him long to figure out that Kellogg simply wasn't capable of talking any other way. He was as dense in his education as Nate was in his ignorance. There was a gulf between them, a gulf far wider than that between brilliant doctor and penitent criminal.
"Now you're starting to sound like the Kellogg I remember. But I still don't understand. I'm sorry, I don't." I want to know what I'm supposed to do. I want somebody to draw me a picture. I need answers, not poetry.
Kellogg nodded. The man was not without pity. I'm sorry, Nate, but there are no answers. No pat, easy ones, at any rate.
So I go through life like one of those things out there?
No, not that either.
What then?
You have to answer for yourself what your life is worth. It's a journey, Nate. Sometimes it's an easy one, but sometimes it sucks, too. Most of the time it sucks. That's the kicker. You can be a coward and never find out what your life is worth, or you can show some moral courage and come up with an answer.
And what if I find out my life ain't worth shit?
Kellogg had laughed. The rain went right through him. There's always that chance. Though I suspect the harder you look for an answer, the less likely that'll be the case.
Thanks a lot, Doc.
Nate looked past Kellogg for a moment, toward the field where the zombies stood waiting on the red man to tell them what to do. He wasn't like them at all, Nate realized. They stood and waited. But Nate, he moved. Kellogg was gone. Nate knew he would be, just like he knew that this was the last time he would probably see the man. He breathed out slowly, trying to calm the heart pounding in his chest.
What is my life worth? He murmured. Time to find out.
He took a step forward, and another after that. And soon he found himself closing the distance between himself and the rear guard of the zombie crowd. Any second now. Before he knew it, the zombies were all around him. He could hear raindrops slapping against their clothes, all tatters and dingy gray. He could hear coughing, too, and that surprised him. In all his travels, and despite all the craziness he'd never seen so many of them all together, and so quiet. It hadn't occurred to him that they still coughed, that they could be so like a congregation at church, all with their eyes turned to God, or at least what passed for God in this wasted land. He passed a man with his mouth hanging open, rainwater dripping from his cracked and peeling lips. The woman just beyond him was twitching slightly, as though her body were being hit with a weak electric current. When frozen like this, they could almost seem human. Broken, but human. Except for the smell. This close, surrounded by them, not even the rain and the rich pungency of the river could mask the smell of their rotting wounds and the sour stench of excrement on their clothes. He had forgotten how bad so many of them together could smell. Already, the zombies around him were starting to stir, alerted to his presence. Their moans rose above the driving rain, and more were breaking ranks to follow him.
This is it,
he thought, and quickened his pace. In the distance, a muffled boom rolled across the river. The rain-streaked sky above the brown expanse of the water filled with a black, oily smoke. Nate wondered briefly what it might be, but the thought was gone as quickly as it occurred to him. All around him, zombies turned in his direction. He kept moving, threading his way through their ranks like a man trying to work his way up through a concert crowd to the front row. But his fear was mounting with every step. The energy of the crowd was turning inward, pulsing through the assembly like an electric current. It was always the same when they sensed a meal. A woman, her legs bent and her face a rotting mess of abscesses and open sores, stumbled into Nate's path. He huffed in surprise and only just managed to catch her by the shoulders, holding her snapping teeth at bay. She groaned, her hands slapping at his elbows. Grunting, struggling against the suddenness of her attack, he had a hard time tossing her away. He was off balance and falling over backward. A huge man shambled toward him, his arms outstretched. Nate rotated,
hoping that his old ankle injury from his high school track days wouldn't choose this moment to blow out on him, and tossed the snapping woman into the man's waiting grasp. To Nate's surprise, the man fell on her and started feeding, pulling her apart with his teeth, even as she kept her eyes on Nate and struggled to get back up. Nate stumbled backward. Another zombie, this one a teenager in jeans and part of a Lakers basketball jersey, bumped him and shuffled past. The teenager fell on the woman. Several others joined them. They made no sound, even as they began to rip strips of flesh from her arms and back. Her head was thrown back, her neck exposed. Teeth found out the soft spot below the chin, and a stuttering gurgle escaped her lips. She stopped struggling after that, though her corpse continued to jerk and twist as the others pulled her apart. Nate had never seen anything like that. This was something new, zombie attacking zombie. In 8 years of wandering, he'd never seen them do that. The zombies continued to surge past him, falling on the corpse, opening her torso like the belly of a canoe. Soon, the tangle of bodies was the color of mud. He couldn't tell one from the other. Not even the dead woman's blood was visible in that orgiastic mass of writhing flesh. It was just mud and tangled limbs. He turned away, back toward the platform. Hundreds of dead, vacant eyes met his. His gaze darted from side to side. He pivoted in a circle, staring all about him. But the dead eyes were everywhere.
"Aw, shit,"
he said. Zombies surged toward him from every side. Nate swung the metal bar Nicky had given him, but hands were already on him, clawing at his shoulder. The metal pipe was pulled away. He was bleeding, his shirt sleeve ripped away. He tried to run, but there were no open lanes through the mass of bodies. They tackled him, slipping on slimy ground. He tried to kick them away, but his feet were mired in the mud, and when he went down, they came down on top of him in a mass of limbs. They pulled on his arms and legs, trying to get their mouths on him. But still he kept fighting. He rolled from one side to the other. He jammed his right knee into a man's chin, knocking him back into the throng. The zombies moaned and surged forward, reaching for him. He pushed his way back to his feet, and for a moment he felt like he was moving with all the speed and confidence he'd possessed as a 17-year-old track star racing through the Pennsylvania woods. It was as though he'd never left the thrill of the run, or the joy of knowing you still had more reserves deep inside. A zombie reached for him, and he threw it into the mud, stepping on its back as he hurtled through the crowd. The lacerations on his back and arms and face sizzled like splashes of hot grease against his skin, but they didn't slow him down. He kicked and punched and shoved his way through, pushing the zombies into each other with strength he thought he'd lost long ago. 4 zombies grabbed his shirt and pulled him toward the ground. He swung his elbow, trying to knock their hands away, but one of them had its fingers tangled up in his shirt. The hand wouldn't come loose. Nate raised his foot to kick the zombie away, but he lost his balance and stumbled. Another zombie slashed his cheek with its fingernails, and blood flew into Nate's eyes. He staggered again. The ground rolled beneath his feet, and his arms pinwheeled as he fought to keep moving. More zombies pulled on his clothes. He could hear them tearing. Nate lashed out with a wild punch, knocking a zombie down, but it wasn't enough. He knew it wasn't enough. The press of bodies was overwhelming now, and a violent, claustrophobic panic surged through him. His heart was racing. He lurched to one side, throwing a shoulder into a zombie's chest and bouncing off. Their hands kept reaching for him, pulling on him, turning him around. His foot slipped out from under him, and finally his ankle couldn't take any more. He sagged to the ground. Fingernails tore at his shirt, ripping it away, ripping into his skin, his ears, his lips. He screamed but couldn't find his legs.
Every time he tried to stand, they pushed him down again. Nate didn't even feel the last shove, the one that landed him flat on his back. He looked up and saw a huddle of torn and snarling faces staring down at him, hands reaching downward.
Chapter 28. The rain was cold. Sylvia sat against the back railing of the platform, shivering and miserable, her arms wrapped around her knees. The world seemed to swirl around her in a blur of muddy images. Since being led up to this platform, she had managed to hold herself together. But that was becoming harder with every passing second. The thought that she was going to die here couldn't be pushed down anymore. And with it came nausea and a fear that prickled her skin and made her lips tremble. She glanced over at Avery, and for a moment the girl was 10 years old again, a plump little waif in ruined clothes, hiding behind Nicky, so fragile it made her heart break for all the good that had been drained from the world. Avery was staring back at her.
"What are we going to do?"
she said, silently mouthing the words. Sylvia wanted to answer, but couldn't. She didn't know. And the memory of the last time she had tried to scoot over next to Avery rose up in her mind. The way the red man had whirled around on them when he saw them together. She remembered the way his filthy hands had felt on her skin, the stink of his breath, and the words he'd whispered into her ear.
Think about this as you wait for Nicky Booth to come for you. Think about life. Did you love it like you should have, while you were holding it in your hands? Did you love it enough to go into this moment with an open and ready heart?
The sting of those words were still hot on her cheek, for she knew the answer was no. There were too many regrets, and too many broken hearts. She looked again at Avery, and shook her head in resignation. Avery's gaze sank to the plank boards under them, and when she started to sob, it felt to Sylvia like the worst sort of accusation. It had been like this after San Antonio all those years ago, her greatest failure. She became a college professor because she loved the glory of a young mind opening to the world. Ben had been wrong all those years ago, when he condemned her motives. She really did set out to teach, not just to publish her way to tenure, but to teach. She loved the vitality of youth, its blind trust and violent rebellion. She loved its innocence and its skepticism. She loved all the contradictions that made a college student a child on the cusp of adulthood. And yet, despite that love that had shone so brightly and so intensely, she failed the youth who had trusted her back then, just like she was failing Avery now. But the real tragedy of it all, the thing that really made her angry, was that she didn't even know why she failed. She couldn't fathom it. Love was supposed to find a way. Feeling like she was groping blindly for an answer that would always elude her, she glanced up at the red man. His back, dripping with blood-red rainwater, filled her with dread. There were no answers there. A part of her wanted to ask what he was waiting for, but in truth she already knew. He was waiting for Nicky to come to him. And why shouldn't he? He had his black shirts on their boats watching the riverbanks, and on land he had his army of rotting slaves. There was no way for Nicky to get to him, and that meant that time was on his side. A sudden crackle from over by the river broke her thoughts off clean. It took a moment for her mind to realize that she was hearing gunfire. But that's what it was. It had to be. And something else, too. Men yelling. Yells turning into screams of rage and pain. Even over the pounding rain, she could hear the emotion in those screams.
"Nicky,"
she thought, and perked up. She looked over her shoulder toward the river. Not Nicky. It was the Hintons. And then confusion set in. What were they doing? Were they leaving? Abandoning them? She could see the Sugar Jane backing up, Gabby down on the rear deck firing at the black shirts on the nearby boats. Sylvia looked over at Avery to see if she was seeing this. Avery's eyes were wide, staring down through the smoke, swirling over the water, absorbing the slow, cumbersome movement of the boats. The red man slowly crossed the platform and put his hands on the railing. But to Sylvia's surprise, he wasn't upset. At first he showed no emotion at all, but then a slow, sly grin tugged at the corners of his mouth, exposing the tips of his brown teeth. Sylvia looked away, focusing instead on the boats. The river battle pondered on. From up here, the battle developed with the rigid predictability of flotsam caught in a river of molasses. Sylvia found herself strangely torn. She saw the violence unfold, and she cheered under her breath as the Sugar Jane destroyed 3 opponents in turn. But at the same time, another part of her, the skeptic, was burning with the rage of betrayal. And then the red man laughed. Even as the Sugar Jane pulled away, he laughed. Sylvia looked up at him, and was surprised to find him meeting her gaze.
"Looks like your friends have had enough," he said.
That was your ride, wasn't it?
"They're beating your men," she countered. He shrugged.
"That matters to you, does it? The lives of a few dozen men."
She almost snapped off an answer, but was horrified by what she realized she was about to say. Not your men. As if the loss of a certain class of men was somehow a good thing. She recoiled at the heresy that nearly passed her lips. She had devoted her life, and especially her life after the outbreak, to the belief that all life was precious, even that of the zombies. And now look at her. But she was more horrified by the look on his face. All the red paint in the world couldn't hide the smug superiority, the knowledge that he had reduced her to his level. The wind stirred, gusting all around her. It blew a strand of her wet gray hair into her face. She brushed it aside. He looked amused by her distress.
"You're a bastard,"
she said. He shrugged again. Suddenly bored with her, his attention drifted back to the river battle. The screams had stopped. The river was enveloped by a foul, roiling black smoke, but the Sugar Jane's progress was still easy to see as it tracked its slow course out to the middle of the channel. The Hintons were standing in the stern, watching the black shirt fleet that was rapidly overtake them, hand in hand.
"Your friends have not only abandoned you," the red man said. "Looks like they have given up entirely. This part should be fun."
On the bow of the approaching boats, Sylvia could see black shirts on their bellies, their rifles flashing as they fired on the fleeing Sugar Jane. It was only a matter of time now, she knew. She was watching one of the black shirt snipers when the Sugar Jane exploded. The power of the explosion caught her off guard, but she did not flinch. Instead, her gaze rolled slowly across the smoky water, across the burning debris still streaking through the air, trailing smoke like little comets, and finally settling on the blackened, rectangular raft of fiberglass that was all that remained of the Sugar Jane's hull. There was no sign of the Hintons. The red man sighed and turned away.
"Well, I don't know about you, but I was hoping for a bit more than that."
Sylvia stared up at him, dumbstruck. There was so much rage coursing through her, so much horror and resentment,
that she couldn't put it into words. And for a moment, it almost overcame her. Perhaps he saw it in her face, for his smile suddenly evaporated, and his bloodshot eyes narrowed. "I wouldn't," he said.
"Sylvia, look!"
Sylvia looked past the red man to Avery. She was crawling forward on her knees, mouth open as a smile started to form there. "Get back!" the red man snarled at her, his hand raised like he might backhand her across the cheek. Avery froze, but the half-formed smile remained.
"It's Nate,"
she said. Sylvia followed Avery's gaze out to the muddy field before the platform. Her eyes were immediately drawn to Nate, fighting his way through the center of the zombie crowd. She gawked at him, pushing and shoving and kicking his way through the throng of zombies. They were surging after him as he passed. Ahead of him, a few heads turned to investigate the moaning of their brethren.
"He's coming for you,"
Sylvia said. She meant it to sound derisive, baiting. But she couldn't help but wonder where Nicky was. Sylvia scanned the field without trying to be obvious. And then she saw her. She was moving along the far side of the field, near the hotel, looking for a way to flank the zombie crowd. It's perfect, she thought. Nate draws the zombie crowd like a magnet dragged through metal shavings, while the Hintons draw the black shirts away down the river. And meanwhile, Nicky creeps silently along the riverbank, coming up behind the red man. It was perfect. "Oh," said the red man. Sylvia heard that startling smugness in his voice, and turned her attention back to the field.
"No,"
Avery said.
"Nate, no!"
Nate was faltering down there. He stumbled, went to a knee, and the next instant 4 zombies waved over top of him, dragging him down into the mud. More zombies fell on top of him. The scene, perversely, reminded Sylvia of football games she'd seen in long-gone days. Adults rolling around in the mud like children. But this was no game, and she didn't need the hitching whine in Avery's throat to remind her of that. Nate was down there, and he was dying. He fought to his feet, shucking his elbows from side to side like some huge, wounded beast. Nate stood there for 4, 5, 6 seconds, and then he was down again. The pile of bodies on top of him grew ever larger, and soon all she could see was a heap of writhing figures squirming around in the mud like worms. Even the blood was lost beneath the mud. "And he's dead," the red man said. Avery climbed to her feet. "Sit down," the red man said.
"You killed him,"
Avery said. There was a wounded rage in her eyes that Sylvia had never seen before. It both startled and amazed her, like someone had ripped away a mask, revealing some new wonder of creation. "Sit down," the red man said, this time through gritted teeth. Avery took a clumsy swing at him. The red man sidestepped it easily, then lashed out at Avery with a fierce backhand, his knuckles cracking against the line of her jaw.
"Avery!"
Sylvia cried. She jumped to her feet and rushed the red man. He turned just as she made contact, and the two of them flew into the metal railing, shaking the whole platform and nearly sending them both over the railing. Grunting, he threw her back. She struggled to regain her footing on the slick platform. He loomed over her, red and strange and fierce, but her fear gave her strength. She lunged for him again, this time meaning to throw her shoulder into his gut and send him sailing over the edge, knowing that she had just this one chance to get it right, or they were both dead. She never saw the foot that swept her legs out from under her. One moment she was rushing headlong toward him, and the next she was flat on her back, staring up at him, at his red face and leering black smile. "You do not get to win," he said.
Not today.
And the next instant he fell on her, his hands turning her face to one side as his teeth pushed their way through her hair and over her ear. The pain was intense. She felt as though the whole side of her face were being ripped away. She screamed up into the rain, hands instinctively moving to the torn flesh that only a moment before had been her ear. Through tears and rain, she blinked at her hands. They were bloody, and her face felt like someone had pressed a hot iron against her flesh. Then the red man came into focus. He was holding something white in his bloody fingers. Her left ear. He took another bite and chewed it while he watched her writhe on the platform.
You don't get to win, he said. I told you that. Not today.
But all she could think of was her life. How she didn't love it nearly enough to meet this moment with an open and ready heart.
Chapter 29. The boat was a white-over-yellow Mumba Mobius, with a raked-forward canvas canopy over the steering wheel. The canopy was in tatters now, flaps of it fluttering slightly in the breeze. Nicky could see 3 dead blackshirts sprawled out over the seats and a rifle hanging from one of the dead man's hands. She stopped, knee-deep in the water, studying the corpses. Something didn't feel right. She had that familiar prickling feeling along the back of her neck, a sudden alertness that she had come to trust over the years. Where were the other rifles? Every black shirt she'd ever seen had carried a rifle. Yet she saw only one here. She waited, but none of the men moved. And judging from the amount of blood pooled on the seats and dripping down the sides of the boat, they weren't likely to do so any time soon. She was getting paranoid, she decided. Of course they're dead. They'd have gone after the Sugar Jane if they weren't, or at least sought some medical attention from the other boats if they were wounded. Of course they were dead. She took another step into the river, but the sounds of moans behind her made her stop. She whirled around. Not all the zombies had gone after Nate, it seemed. 20, maybe 25, were staggering down the grassy slope toward the river, their vacant stares locked in on her. "Shit," she said. She looked back to the boat, and her eyes settled on the rifle hanging from the dead blackshirt's hands. Nicky glanced out to the river, where smoke from the Sugar Jane had lowered a curtain of inky blackness over the water. The red man's boats were heading into that vale, disappearing inside it. That meant the red man's back was exposed. A thrill went through her. The rifle. It would be an easy shot from the water. But she would have to hurry. The boats would be returning soon. She ran for the little speedboat. One of the black shirts was bent face down over the gunwale. He had a pistol on his hip, as did one of the other soldiers, who was lying face down in a thick pool of blood. She grabbed the gray hair on the back of the man's head and pulled it up so she could see his face. Nicky sucked in her breath. It was the older guard from the bed of the pickup from back in St. Louis. The same one she'd kicked in the jaw when she tried to make a run for safety. The same one who had shot her in the ribs with a rubber slug from his shotgun. "Not so tough now, huh?" she said. The dead man's eyes stared at nothing. His mouth hung open uselessly, gathering flies. She let his head drop, and his face thunked against the gunwale. Nicky grabbed him by the back of his belt and pulled him into the water. The alligators or the zombies could have him. She didn't care which. She climbed aboard and took a quick inventory of the weapons the dead men had left behind. She saw one pistol and one AR-15. There were 2 men with hip holsters, but she didn't see the other pistol. It must have gone over the side, she thought ruefully. Too bad. There was no time to look for it either. The first few zombies were almost to the waterline now. Nicky turned the black shirt with a rifle over, and was surprised at how young he was. Avery's age, maybe even younger. Such a shame. So young. And already things were bad enough he felt the need to join up with this lot. She thought of the men impaled on spikes on the opposite riverbank, and what the black shirt there had said. Those were all the ones who wouldn't serve the red man. She wondered if this boy here had been presented with the same choice, and she found it hard to hate him. She searched his corpse and came up with 2 fully loaded 30-round magazines for the AR-15. A good haul. She put her boot to his chest and shoved him overboard. "Okay," she said, turning to the third black shirt. "Your turn." She flipped him over, wincing from the pain in her side, and froze. As soon as she saw his eyes open and his pistol coming up, she cursed herself for her stupidity. A rookie mistake if there ever was one. He motioned for her to put up her hands. "Real slow," he said. She raised them halfway, at the same time gauging the distance to the AR-15 leaning up against the captain's chair. "I wouldn't," he said. He slowly climbed to his feet, careful to keep the pistol trained on her chest. She stared into his eyes, taking the measure of the man. He had a round face with a thick black beard. There was blood in his beard, and in his hair, but that didn't bother Nikki. She had seen blood before. Instead, she kept coming back to his eyes. Nikki had never seen the man before. She knew that, for she would have remembered eyes like his. They were cold and brutal. He didn't serve the red man out of fear. He was too emotionally dead for that. Too hollow inside even for something as instinctive as fear. No. He served the red man because he liked the killing. She had been wondering about the bodies on spikes on the opposite riverbank since she first saw them. Not only at the courage and pain of the dead and dying there, but also at the men who put them there. How fucked up and depraved did you have to be to impale another man through his ass on an 8-foot spike? Well, here was her answer, staring her right in the eye. Nikki's lip curled in disgust, but not because he offended her sensibilities. He disgusted her because she had had dreams of looking in the mirror and seeing eyes very much like his staring back at her. That recognition scared her the most. "You ought to shoot me if you're going to do it," she said. "I'll kill you if you don't." "Not the way you're favoring your ribs there. You'd never make it." She forced a smile. "No," she said. "I guess not." Chapter 30. Shivering all over, Sylvia touched the searing wound where her ear had been. It was hot to the touch and sticky. Her hand came away bloody. She didn't believe that she was going to die like this. She didn't want to believe it. Not after all these years and all that she'd been through. But here it was, her life dripping from her fingertips, turning pink in the rain and fading away to nothing as it splashed to the floor. She looked over at Avery. Sylvia had hoped to find some strength there, some hope, some desperate child need for her mother. But the girl looked beaten and resigned. Dark circles of exhaustion under her eyes, and somehow that look of defeat on Avery's face was harder to bear than the wound itself. To the red man she said,
"You had no right to do this. I don't want this. I don't want it."
She expected to be ignored, or, if he paid her any mind at all, to be backhanded across the cheek for her insolence. Either of those actions she was prepared for. But she wasn't prepared for him to kneel next to her and speak so kindly, so gently.
"But it will happen. Whether you want it or not, the course is set. There is no free will, no decisions, no choices."
She sniffled. His face was next to hers, his breath on her cheek. She wouldn't look at him, though. She couldn't.
"You've been through this before," she said. "You know how bad I hurt. Why would you do this to me, knowing that?"
"It does hurt. I remember. You feel like your lungs are filling up with blood. It's hard to focus. Your mind is racing with all the things you wished you'd done. The regrets are piling up in your mind like unpaid bills."
"Yes."
"All of that goes away," he said. "You hate me right now because you don't understand. But I've set you free. Here in just a moment there will be no guilt, no shame, no regrets. Nothing bad lives here. You are about to be reborn, and when you come out on the other side, I'll be waiting for you. And I won't be a monster then. I'll be your God. I'll be the voice that tells you where to walk, when to eat. For the first time in your life, you will rest easy. I guarantee it. You haven't felt this way since you were a baby."
"But my mind will be gone. All that I am will go away."
Evolution is painful, and it doesn't always take us in the direction we want to go. Don't you see? That's what's happening here. This is evolution. What you're feeling, this is the future of humanity. This is more than what you're feeling. This is more than you're changing. The world is changing, and those who don't change with it will become casualties of it.
Her eyes kept wanting to roll back into her head. She was sweating, but the rain was cold on her skin. Her mind was drifting, unable to lock onto a clear sense of where she was, or what she was feeling, or what she should do. There was a lump in her throat, but she couldn't swallow it. Her heart was pounding furiously, but no matter how hard she tried to fight it, she couldn't stop her mind from floating away. Thinking used to be so easy, she told herself, such a necessary part of who she was. But now, it seemed unimportant, like a daydream.
"This is a good thing," he said.
"No!"
her mind screamed.
"Fight, damn it!"
She reached down to his crotch and squeezed his balls as hard as she could. Zombies felt no pain because they lacked a sense of self, but she figured he'd be different. His howling in pain was enough to convince her she was right as she tried to roll over onto her hands and knees.
"Why was it so difficult?"
she thought, willing herself to do it. Something so easy. She heard him raging behind her. Her body rebelled against the sudden exertion, and she began to cough and hack. But she no longer felt like she was drifting. She felt solid, like she had purpose. His hands were pawing at her back. But that was okay. Lead him away from Avery, she thought. Give her the opportunity to escape. She didn't make it far. The red man was on her like a cat on a bug. He grabbed her shirt, her hair, her shoulders. He threw her back onto the platform, and she landed in a heap against the metal railing. The red man was standing over her, breathing hard. But the significance of it didn't make sense. At least at first. His gentle demeanor was gone. His eyes were bloodshot again, and he was looking at her like she was food. "No," he said, and shook his head violently from side to side. "No!" She had no idea what he was talking about, what he was objecting to, until the sense of calm overtook her once again. And that's what it was, too. A sense of calm. She had feared it earlier, but now she was better. Suddenly the calm seemed welcoming, not something to be feared. No, she thought. No, something's wrong. But it was the kind of wrong that she couldn't put her finger on. Every part of her was screaming that something was seriously off, but her mind wouldn't be bothered by it. All she wanted to do was drift away, like she did when she heard some old song she'd loved so long ago. And that's what it is, she realized. It wasn't fear, it was movement. Her mind was drifting into forever, while her body waited patiently somewhere far behind. A comforting stillness fell over her, and the urge to let go became overpowering. There was no need to be afraid. All this was going to be okay. Avery would be okay. Even Nicky, so angry and so violent all the time, would be okay. All she had to do was let go. For a moment she fought it. She rallied. She willed the fog from her mind. But there was never really any chance of clearing her brain. She was slipping beneath the waves, and it only hurt when she fought. Stop fighting. Make the pain go away. Stop. For a moment there was nothing, not even pain. There was only a need to stand and wait. The red man would move her when he wished. There were mangled faces huddled above him. Hands reached down. They scratched and tore at Nate's face and what remained of his clothes. He twisted left, then right in the mud, and swatted at their hands, kicked them when he could. And then, between their legs, he saw a flash of daylight. It had been like this once before, years ago, when he was still running track in high school. He had been racing a senior from the nearby town of Gatlin on a cross-country course through the forest out behind the high school. They rounded the last bend, neck and neck, the opening out of the forest just 200 yards ahead. Nate saw the patch of daylight at the edge of the trees, and a thrill went through him. He'd heard the note of exhaustion in the other boy's breathing, but Nate knew he had more. He had this. Run to daylight, he told himself. Run into the daylight. Now, with a mountain of sin and shame behind him, he was seeing that daylight again.
Run,
he told himself.
Run into the daylight.
He flipped over onto his hands and knees and scrambled through mud, clawing his way through the forest of legs until he came up on the other side. Nate was covered head to foot in brown mud. He stood on shaky legs and pivoted in a circle until he found the red man's platform again. A man with long, wild hair lunged at him. Nate stepped to one side and pushed him down into the mud. Nate's hand slid across his waist and touched the blackjack's hilt. He had forgotten about it. Another zombie, this one a woman with deep black gashes down her cheeks, like deep fingernail scratches, tried to take a bite out of him. Nate swung the blackjack, intending to catch her right above the ear, but caught her in the mouth instead. Her teeth shattered with a nasty crunch he could hear even over the collective moaning of the crowd, and she staggered back. Nate advanced on her again, and this time got her right above the ear, dropping her into the mud. They were all around him, a blur of faces. Nate didn't stop moving. He knew stopping would get him killed, and he had no intention of dying just yet. He twisted away from another zombie, put his hand in a woman's face to block her snapping teeth from his neck, and pushed on. One of them got its fingers caught up in the tattered clothes hanging around Nate's waist, and he had to spin around in circles to try to throw the zombie off balance.
"Let go,"
he said, and slapped at the zombie's arm with his weapon. But the zombie's grip was strong, and when Nate finally shook it loose, it came away with a muddy clump of his shirt in its fingers.
"Fucking bastard!" Nate screamed, and swung his blackjack overhand, coming down on the zombie's head. It hit with a crack as the scalp split in two and fell away from the skull. At the same time, more hands were reaching for him. Nate hit one of his attackers in the face with the club. It was an awkward swing, and he lost his footing in the slick mud. He landed on his side and felt the air rush out of his lungs. He gasped for breath and was still fighting to pull air into his lungs as he scrambled away on his hands and knees. A moment later, he was on his feet again. There was a gap between the two zombies directly in front of him, and he ran for it. They clawed at his face, but he didn't let them slow him down. The red man's platform was less than 100 feet away now. He was close. A man tried to wrap his arms around Nate's neck, but he ducked and twisted around, coming under the tackle. Nate swatted the man in the groin with a blackjack and almost laughed at the grunt that came from him. The zombie pitched over forward, but didn't stop. He kept kicking its knees at the earth, swaying from the blow, trying to climb back to his feet. But if he ever made it, Nate didn't know and didn't care. He was already pushing his way toward the platform again, pushing bodies aside, swimming over those he couldn't move and crawling like a worm under them. Then, there was daylight again. He was through the crowd and standing at the foot of the metal stairs that led up the front of the platform. Nate stumbled up the first few steps and stopped. He looked back. The zombie crowd was a riot, slowly pushing itself toward his position. He stood there, his chest heaving, watching them surge forward, not quite believing that he'd come this far. It didn't seem possible, even though his body was screaming from 1,000 cuts and bites and scratches. "Nate!" He looked up. That was Avery's voice. He turned away from the crowd and started up, crashing into the railing like a pinball as he tried to clear his head. The zombies hadn't killed him, but they had torn into him, and his mind felt like a soupy mess from the pain. He was still 4 or 5 steps from the platform when he saw the red man staring down at him, his bloodshot eyes seeming to blend in with the paint on his skin. But Nate could still recognize the look of shock on the red man's face. The red man looked at the stub of his finger, and then at Nate.
"You," he said. "That's not possible."
"I guess this ain't your day,"
Nate said, and raised his blackjack. He was about to swing when a woman stepped in front of the red man and fell forward into Nate's arms. Nate stumbled backward a few steps while struggling to keep the zombie at arm's length. Only then did he recognize Sylvia. The side of her face was a mixture of fresh and dried blood, the frizzled gray hair there matted and sticky. Her mouth curled down at one side where the lip was busted. Her teeth were red with blood.
"Sylvia,"
Nate said.
"No."
She snarled and lunged for him, teeth snapping. He was caught off guard, and she nearly got his upper lip. But Nate recovered in time to throw her to one side. She staggered, caught herself on the railing. Nate punched her in the nose with his free hand and knocked her off balance enough for him to get his foot up to her chest and kick. She tumbled down the stairs and into the arms of the zombies coming up from the field. Nate headed back up the stairs, the blackjack raised high. He swung with everything he had, but the red man had the advantage of height, and he blocked it by throwing his left forearm across Nate's wrist. Nate teetered on the stairs, off balance. The red man lowered his arm, and then hit Nate in the mouth with a fierce left jab. Nate's vision turned purple for a second, and he felt his legs turn to water. He couldn't remember ever being hit so hard, and as he started to fall backward, he pleaded with himself to keep his feet. Keep his feet. But it was no use. His body wouldn't cooperate, and he fell over. A pair of arms fell on his shoulder, and Nate blinked up at the torn and bleeding man who held him fast. "Ben!" Nate said. "Oh, Ben." But this wasn't Ben anymore. The body was the same, but the eyes were vacant and dead. His face was a crisscross pattern of dried cuts, and there were deep bite marks all over his arms and legs. He staggered toward Nate, a gurgle in his throat as he pawed at the space between them. Nate tripped on the stairs and landed on his butt. Then his eyes caught a flash of something protruding from the holster on Ben's hip. His pistol. The next few moments were a blur. Nate reached for the gun and pulled it. His gaze fell on Ben's dead eyes, and he said, "I'm so sorry, Ben. You deserve so much better than me." The shot. Ben's head snapping back. A spray of blood and bone and bits of hair flying out behind Ben's head, covering the zombies behind him. Ben's body flying backward, knocking the zombies there down like bowling pins. The echo of the shot rolling over the open field, drowning out the moans. Then Nate looked down at the gun in his hand, and for the first time in his life, he knew without a doubt what he had to do. He turned and headed up the stairs. Avery was huddled against the railing in the far corner. The red man was standing in the middle of the platform, staring at him.
"Put the weapon down, or they will kill you," the red man said.
Nate didn't answer. He stepped forward and raised the pistol.
"Stop! You're a dead man if you do this."
Nate smiled.
"You're wrong. I just started living."
He fired twice, hitting the red man in the chest and sending him backward, his arms pinwheeling madly. The red man landed with his back on the railing, his bloodshot eyes staring up into the rain, his mouth opening and closing, as though he were trying to speak, but couldn't get the air in his lungs to do it. Nate closed the gap between them and fired again, this time hitting the red man in the crease between his nose and upper lip. The red man's head snapped back just as Ben's had, and he died, curled backward over the top railing, body slack, his arms spread wide and hanging into the open air, rainwater dripping from his fingertips. Nate stared at him, fascinated. The whole world seemed frozen around this moment, and for a long time Nate had the feeling he was floating through a forest in Pennsylvania, a patch of daylight at the edge of the trees looming ever closer, his lungs bellowing in his ears, the feel of daylight on his skin and its warmth welcoming, like it would pull out of all this death and propel into a world that finally made sense. A moaning from behind him shook him from the reverie. "Nate!" Avery said. He looked at her, and then followed her gaze toward the stairs. Sylvia, bloody and vacant-eyed, was standing there.
"Back away,"
the man said. He waved Nicky toward the port side with the barrel of his pistol.
"Over there."
Nicky glanced over her shoulder, where the zombies were wading into the river. There wasn't going to be much time, and she was only going to get one chance to do this right. But his gun hand was just out of reach. Maybe a kick, she thought, then dismissed that idea. The man's eyes were hard and calculating. He looked ready for something like that, almost like he was hoping she'd do it. He had orders to get her to the red man. She was certain of that. But a part of her couldn't help but wonder if he really cared about orders. Was he just looking for a reason to put a bullet in her? She thought so. And she was not going to die that way.
"Move it,"
he said. Okay, she said, and stepped where he wanted her to go. He got the AR-15 from the captain's chair and laid it down in the puddle of blood on the deck. He was smart about that, at any rate.
Only an amateur would try to use a rifle in the close confines of the boat. But then she looked at his face again, at the blood crusting in his beard, at the pink rivulets of blood-stained rainwater dripping from his chin. "You don't care about the red man," she said. She could hear the moaning over her shoulder. The zombies were getting close now. The man didn't look at them, though. Instead, he smiled at Nikki, playing the game with her. He wasn't going to betray his fear by looking at the zombies, gauging the distance. He went on smiling, and the look seemed to say, "Fine, you want to play chicken? Let's play." "You don't serve him because you care about what happens here," Nikki said. "You do it because you're scared." "That's it, isn't it? You're scared." The smile slid away from his face. She took a quick glance to her right. The first 3 zombies were less than 10 feet away now. "That is it. You're scared. That's why you played dead, isn't it? You weren't trying to trick me. You were hoping to slink away like a coward. I thought I saw the killer in your eyes, but that isn't you, is it? You're just a coward."
"Bitch! You're gonna get a bullet in your head." "Then do it!" she snapped. "Come on, coward! Do it!"
The rain fell. They stared at one another, and for a moment she thought she had him. But then the smile came back, sinister and cruel. "No," he said. "Not yet." He flicked the barrel toward the captain's chair. "Over there. You're going to drive us over to the platform." "Just like that? You don't want to play anymore?" "Nobody's playing any games here." He motioned to the chair again. "Move!" She shrugged, then walked over to the chair, but didn't sit down. She focused on the sound of the rain pattering against his coat, gauging his location. He was behind her, just a little to her left. Just about perfect. Suddenly, she rocked forward, simultaneously throwing a mule kick in his direction. But something was wrong. Her aim was true. She had gauged the distance right. She should have connected. Only the man wasn't there. He had sidestepped her at the last second, and now he was right up on her, one hand balled in her hair, the other jamming the barrel of the gun into her broken ribs. She screamed from the pain, unable to control it. He pulled her away from the captain's chair and threw her onto the gunwale so that she was bent over the side, her face right above the weeds poking out of the water.
"You want to play games with me, bitch? Huh? That what you want?"
He pulled back on her hair so she could watch the zombies closing on the boat.
"How's this? Let's see how you like this."
She tried to kick and buck him off her, but he jabbed the barrel into her ribs again, and her legs turned to water. But she had to act. The zombies were almost on them, closing in. She bent her knees slightly, just enough to get some leverage against the floor. He was leaning over her, using his weight to pin her over the gunwale. As soon as she felt the gun pull away from her ribs, she jumped up and forward, carrying him on her back over the side of the boat. He let out a grunt of confused panic as he splashed into the water and weeds. He came up spluttering. But Nikki didn't give him a chance to react. She swatted the gun from his hand, and then grabbed the sides of his head and jammed her thumbs into his eyes, digging into the oozing jelly with everything she had. He screamed and grabbed her wrists, but there was no strength in his hands. His whole body seemed to tense and then sag into itself. Nikki shook his hands loose from her wrists and pushed him into the approaching zombies. His screams started anew as she backed away. He was still screaming when they pulled him down into the weeds, a dark red shadow spreading out from the huddle. She stood there, trying to catch her breath, eyes tearing up from the pain in her side.
A shot echoed across the river, and Nicky turned sharply toward the platform. It was followed by two more, and then a fourth. "Avery," she said, and jumped into the captain's chair. Sylvia pulled herself up the stairs. She could barely stand and had to lean on the railing for support, but she kept coming, wobbly legs shaking beneath her. Her moaning was a choppy, breathy gurgling, like there was fluid in her throat. There was unmistakable hunger in her eyes, though. Behind her, the stairs were crowded with zombies. The entire field was closing on the platform now. Nate raised the pistol and sighted it on Sylvia's forehead. "Nate, no!" Avery shouted. "That's not Sylvia," he said. "Don't!" She shook her head, pleading with him. He lowered his pistol and pulled her to the back of the platform, next to the red man's corpse, his eyes still open and staring up into the rain. Far out on the river, Nate could see the red man's fleet coming back to the hotel docks. He looked down at the water 2 stories below and shook his head. With the way his head was swimming, he doubted he could clear the short stretch of grass between the platform and the water. "Avery, we're gonna have to jump." She looked over the railing, her face stricken. "I can't." "We're gonna have to. We can't go anywhere else." Sylvia tripped on the last step and fell to her hands and knees on the platform. She looked up at them and groaned, then slowly climbed to her feet. Nate turned to Avery. He gestured with the gun. "She wouldn't want to be left like that." "Don't," Avery said again. "Please don't. I couldn't bear that." "All right, then. Climb over the railing. I'll cover you." Avery was climbing the railing when Sylvia let out a long, stuttering moan. Both Nate and Avery turned toward her just as a shot rang out, and Sylvia's head snapped back. She folded to the ground. "Sylvia!" Avery screamed. Avery tried to reach out for the dead woman, but Nate grabbed her by the hips and pulled her back. More zombies were already mounting to the top of the stairs. They were running out of time. He turned toward the river. Nicky was down there, looking up at them over the sights of a rifle. Her face looked twisted, and he could read the pain there, even through the rain. "Jump!" she yelled. "Avery, you have to jump right now!" Nate put a hand on her butt to help her over. "Come on, Avery. You got it." To his surprise, she didn't need much coaching. She went over, hung on the railing for just a moment, and then jumped for the water. She landed hard, but the next instant she was up. 2 more shots rang out, and Nate turned to see 2 more dead zombies at the top of the stairs. He looked back to the water where Nicky was lowering her rifle. "Come on!" she hollered. "Your turn!" Nicky rushed into the water and grabbed Avery's hand. "Baby, you okay?" The girl's eyes were red from tears. "Sylvia's dead," she said. "I know, baby. Come with me, please. We don't have much time." Slowly, too slowly, Avery took her hand. Nicky pulled her into the river, the water rapidly climbing up to their waists. Out on the river, the red man's fleet was coming closer. The boats were big, and the crews well-armed, but they were slow. There was no way they'd catch the little speedboat. All they had to do was get a small head start. They reached the boat, and Nicky helped Avery climb in. "You got it?" "Yeah," Avery said. Her voice was a strained grunt as she tumbled over the gunwale. Nicky turned back to the platform. She could see the red man dead on the railing, and she thought she should be glad for that. But the cost had been so damn high. She choked back her tears for Sylvia and climbed into the boat. With a little extra height, she could see over the platform's railing. Nate was backing away from a growing crowd of zombies. Even from the water she could see the cuts and bites all over him, and she marveled that he was still on his feet. Clearly he was made of stronger stuff than she'd given him credit for.
"Nate!" she yelled. "You have to jump!"
He fired the pistol, but the shot went wide of the mark, hitting one of the zombies in the shoulder and spinning it around, but not dropping it. Zombies closed in around him. Nicky looked back toward the river and saw the Blackshirt fleet closing in. The head start she'd been hoping for was rapidly disappearing. Another 30 seconds, and they'd have the little speedboat surrounded.
"Nate, God damn it, you have to jump! Now!"
A woman climbed over the bodies at the top of the stairs and staggered toward Nate. There were lesions around her eyes, the pupils like black, glassy discs in a sea of bloodshot infection. She snapped at him, drawing his attention toward the ulcerated skin around her mouth, the skin there green and crusty around the holes in her cheeks. He raised his weapon to fire at her, but she was too fast. She was on him before he could pull the trigger, raking her fingernails across his face and his hands, and the pistol went flying. He grabbed her wrists and twisted one way and then the other, trying to throw her off balance. But she wouldn't budge. 2 more zombies hit him from the right, and their combined weight was enough to throw all of them to the floor. Nate twisted away, but he was off balance, and his head slammed into the railing. He fell to his knees, bright lights going off behind his eyes as he struggled to regain his feet.
"Nate!"
Nicky yelled.
"You have to jump! Now!"
The woman with a diseased mouth piled onto Nate's back, biting at his bare flesh. He shook under her, staggered to his feet, and poured himself over the top of the railing. He tried to hold on, to control his fall, but his head was spinning. His fingers wouldn't grab at the rail. And then he was falling, tumbling in space. He hit the ground on his bad ankle and heard something crack. The pain shot through him like a lightning bolt, and for a moment, that was all there was. Blinding, mind-crippling pain. Nicky's voice broke through the pain first. He rolled over, disoriented, trying to spot her. The whole world seemed to be moving like the horizon as seen from a ship at sea. Images flashed in front of him. The back of the platform, the lacework pattern of crisscrossing metal beams shaking beneath the weight of so many zombies. Figures lumbering toward him, splashing clumsily through the water. Others falling from the top of the platform, dropping like lemmings from a cliff all around him. He could feel the water at his back, and he pulled himself that way, but it was so hard to keep his head above the pain. It was like a wave threatening to overtake him and pull him down. Faces were all around him. He heard coughing and felt hands on his back, gripping at his arms. Then he blacked out.
Chapter 31. Nicky lowered her rifle.
"Help him!"
Avery shouted. She was hysterical, screaming in Nicky's ear.
"Do something!"
"I can't get a shot,"
Nicky said. She raised her rifle again, squinting through the sights, but there was no way she could squeeze off a shot like this. Not while the little boat was rocking in the current, and Nate was up there getting mobbed. She was good, but she wasn't that good. She knew that. And she already had one friend's blood on her hands.
"Nate!"
she yelled.
"You have to jump! Now!"
Up on the platform, Nate was struggling to get back on his feet. The man was a fighter, that was plain. He managed to get his feet under him and pushed up to a crouch. Then he buckled again and pitched forward, hitting his head squarely on one of the railing's post bars. But he didn't go down. He kept pushing, and somehow managed to spill over the top of the railing. She watched him fumble for a handhold, miss, and tumble to the ground below. He landed badly. Nicky knew he was hurt from the way his leg folded under him. The ankle, she thought, with a strange clinical detachment. Broken. Has to be. Avery had both hands on the gunwale, and she was screaming Nate's name over and over again. Nicky stepped forward, raising her rifle as she came. Zombies were coming around both sides of the platform, and more were falling from the top. Too many. Nicky fired again and again, dropping at least 8, but it was a losing battle. There were just too many.
"We have to help him,"
Avery said. Nicky met her gaze, shocked at the look on Avery's face. Nicky knew well the panicked animal flicker that sometimes darkened Avery's expression. She had seen it often enough during those terrifying early days when they first found themselves all alone. But this was something new. The look in her eyes wasn't panic or fear, but fierce determination, and banked beneath it, defiance. She was daring Nicky to stop her. Nicky looked away. Behind them, the blackshirts were drawing ever closer. Already the first few boats were rounding the tip of the pier.
"We have to go,"
Nicky said. "We only have—"
"I'm not leaving him,"
Avery shouted. Nicky put a hand on her arm, but Avery slapped it away. Nicky drew her hand back, stunned. "Avery!" But it was too late. Avery turned away and bounded over the gunwale, landing with a splash in the weed-choked water. The next instant she was rushing toward Nate and the zombies gathering around them, her knees churning, water splashing all around her.
"Avery, no!"
One last glance at the river. The blackshirts were coming. The window was closing. A sudden calm dropped over Nicky, and her options appeared before her as though laid out on a chart. This was her gift, she knew, the ability to focus when everyone else around her was losing their minds. And in that moment, the pain in her ribs was gone. The pain of Sylvia dead by her hand was gone. There was only the choice: save Avery or save herself and the cure. She couldn't do both. But it really wasn't a choice at all. It never had been. She slung the rifle over her shoulder and went over the side. Avery had already reached Nate, and she was trying to pull him into the water, but she could barely lift him. Nicky stepped in beside her, her hands under Nate's arms, and quickly pulled him back. His body was slick with mud and blood, but once they got him to deeper water, it was easier to hold him up. "Get in the boat," she said to Avery. "I'll hand him up to you." Avery grabbed the top of the gunwale and pulled herself up as far as she could. The zombies were entering the water behind them. "Come on, Avery."
"I'm trying."
Nicky eased Nate down onto her knee to keep his head above water. Then she hugged Avery's legs and pushed her over the edge of the boat. Nate was unconscious now, dead weight, and he was harder to lift. But Nicky managed to get her arms around his thighs and hoisted him up. A woman splashed her way toward them, out ahead of the rest of the zombies. Nicky still had her arms around Nate while Avery fumbled with him up above.
"You're gonna have to lift him, Avery. I got company down here." "I'm trying. Lift him higher."
"I can't." Grunting with the effort, fighting against the pain in her ribs, she shoved Nate upward. It was enough. Avery got him by the arms and pulled him over the side, both of them falling to the deck in a heap. Just in time, too. The woman was only a few feet away now. Nicky shrugged the rifle off her shoulder and swung it butt first into the woman's face, her teeth shattering with a sickening crunch. Then she sagged into the water, coughing while she sank beneath the surface. Nicky watched her fall, feeling numb inside. More zombies were coming, but suddenly all the hatred was gone. She didn't feel fear or rage. The hunger to kill those slavering things was gone. She just felt tired. Wincing, she clambered into the boat. Avery had pulled Nate onto one of the forward bench seats, a smear of blood and mud across the white deck marking his path. Nicky scrambled past her and got behind the wheel. She fed the throttle and turned the boat into deeper water,
but almost immediately came to a stop. The black shirts were in formation all around them, riflemen leaning over the bows of their boats. They were surrounded. Nicky stared from one man to the next. She watched them adjust their grips on their rifles, and sighed. So close, only to end like this. She coughed blood again. The black shirts stared back at her, their faces impassive, unreadable. Nicky emerged from behind the wheel and walked forward, into the little open area where Avery was still tending to a groaning, unconscious Nate.
"Nicky,"
Avery said. Nicky gestured for her to be still. She stared back at the black shirts, aware of every twitch, every nervous cough. Aware, too, of the moaning and splashing behind her. What were the black shirts waiting for?
"Finish it,"
she thought.
"I would if I were you."
The rain, she noticed then, had slackened off to a fine mist. When had that happened? Strange that she could be so alive to the minute movements of the black shirts, but fail to notice something like that. Strange.
"They're not going to shoot us, are they?"
Avery asked. Nicky startled at having the answers supplied for her so unexpectedly. She had been fighting for so long, and so hard, that something vital had ossified inside her. She was blind, she realized, to anything else but the fight. But once Avery put the truth of it into words, she could see the black shirts glancing nervously up at the red man's body, still hanging over the platform's railing. She could see the questioning glances back and forth between the men. She could see their resolve wavering.
"Tell them to let us go,"
Avery said. Nicky opened her mouth to speak, but the words died in her throat.
"Let us go!"
Avery shouted.
"What are you doing this for? There's no reason for it. He's dead."
Nicky flinched, wanting to tell her to be quiet. But she held her tongue. She was too proud. That was always her problem. It was pride that kept her from letting Stoller's people bring them in all those years ago. And it was pride that made her turn her back on him years later. It was pride, too, that kept her from admitting that the shivering, bleeding shell of a man curled up on the boat's bench seat beside her was the answer to humanity's greatest blight. And it was pride that kept her from pleading for her life now, even when so much beyond their lives was at stake. But Avery's words worked where her pride did not. The black shirts lowered their weapons. It started slowly at first, one or two here and there, but soon they were all lowering their weapons. They said nothing. They didn't have to. A path between the boats zippered open. Beyond, the river, shrouded in mist, waited. Without speaking. She was too afraid to speak, as though her voice might crack and expose the brittle weakness she felt within her. Nicky went back to the controls and fed the throttle. They glided through the black shirt flotilla, and the black shirts all lowered their eyes as they went by.
"It's another few miles downriver,"
Avery said. She was sitting next to Nate, who had finally, and mercifully, passed out, damping a wet rag against his forehead.
"It'll be on the east bank."
"You'll recognize the right spot when we come to it?" Avery just nodded. She went on mopping Nate's forehead and brushing the sweat from his eyes. Immune or not, Nicky thought, he wasn't doing well. Despite the rain and dragging him through the river, he was filthy with mud, and the parts of him that weren't muddy were running with blood. There were slashes on his face, and deep bruises and bite marks on his chest and arms. The zombies had literally torn him to shreds. He was shivering, too. Even unconscious, he was groaning in pain. "Shh," Avery said. She was cradling her head against her stomach, and watching her, Nicky thought of something that happened a long time before. Before the compound, while the two of them were still wandering the ruins of their little town, and living off scraps left behind by the rape gangs and the hunters. They had taken shelter for the night in the map room of a library because, even then, Avery loved her maps. "You need anything?" Nicky had said, and waited. Nothing. The girl had a map of St. Louis spread out across the floor, and she was rocking back and forth while she quietly chanted the names of streets and parks and railroad lines, burying them deep in the labyrinthine minds of her brain. "I'll be back in a sec, okay? I'm just going to scout around a bit." Nicky waited again, but there was no reply. She turned away, frustrated, angry that she'd been stuck in this world, everything she loved taken from her, and that she'd been left with the custody of this kid who rarely talked and had no interest in anything outside of reading maps. She went out, intending only to look around a bit and come right back. And so she'd wandered the stacks looking for books on killing. As it turned out, there was a bunch. People liked to kill, and people liked to write about it. She opened a book on the tunnel rats of Vietnam and became engrossed, mesmerized by the killing power of men pushed to the limits. Only then did she hear Avery's screams. She drew the pistol and ran for the map room. Crashing through the door, she saw Avery on the ground, on her back, struggling weakly against a man kneeling between her legs, trying to pull her pants down. Two more were standing over her, eyes wide with lust and something akin to hunger, mouths open in anticipation of their turn. They looked up in time to catch a bullet between their eyes. The man between Avery's legs lunged to one side for his shotgun, but Nicky was faster. Her first kick caught the man in the solar plexus, knocking him onto his back, where he gasped for breath like a fish tossed on the shore. She stomped on his throat. She rammed her heel into his nose, breaking it. She threw him on his back and mounted his chest and slammed the pistol butt down on his mouth, sending kernels of teeth skittering across the wooden floor. Again she hit him. Again and again and again. The skin of his face split open. Blood flew everywhere. The man's hands had groped bootlessly against her shoulders, but now even those efforts ceased. He was nothing but a meat puppet, jerking and twittering beneath her blows. There was a thrill, a giddy joy in it. Release. The more she beat on him, the more the rage seemed to change into something that was beyond sexual. She snarled and screamed and howled, as though in the act of killing she might actually negate herself and make this horrible world that wasn't worth a damn go away. And then it was over. She stopped hitting, the rage ebbing away from her so slowly, its leaving was almost painful. And the only sound was Avery's sobbing. The red cloud that had dropped down over her eyes was gone, and in its place was responsibility and obligation and 1,000 other things that seemed like grown-up jobs. She was 20 years old, for Christ's sake. It wasn't fair. It wasn't. But the job was hers, and she couldn't—
"He'll be okay?"
Nicky shook her head, sending the memory into the recesses of her mind. Avery was looking at her expectantly.
"Will he be okay?"
Nicky's eyes flicked to Nate, taking in his shivers, his foot that was obviously limp and probably broken. "We need to get him to Dr. Fisher," she said. "He's hurt pretty bad." Avery started to speak, then suddenly stood up and pointed toward the shore.
"Look," she said. "You see that?"
Nicky squinted through the mist covering the river. Up ahead she saw a piece of river trash, white fiberglass maybe, caught up in the weeds. The humps of what looked like 2 human bodies were curled up behind it, not moving.
"What is that?"
Avery asked. Nicky went back to the captain's chair and turned the boat toward it.
"What do you see?"
she asked Avery.
"Keep going,"
Avery said. She was leaning over the edge of the boat, frowning at the bodies.
"We're almost there." "What is it?" "I don't know."
She turned back to Nicky.
"We're almost there. Just a little closer."
Nicky stood up, trying to see over the windscreen. "Tell me what you—" Suddenly, Avery screamed. Nicky was beside her in a second, her rifle pointed over the gunwale. Jimmy Hinton was staring back at her over the sights of his own AR-15. Nicky let out the breath she'd been holding and lowered her weapon. Jimmy did the same. That was when she noticed that Gabby was holding what looked like an iPad inside a Ziploc baggie. Nicky nodded toward it.
"What do you have there?"
They motored downriver. Around dusk, Avery spotted an access bridge spanning the river and told Nicky to pull over.
"That's the main road into town," she said. "If we climb up here, it should take us almost all the way to the cemetery."
"Okay. Why did Fisher want you to meet him in Chester?"
Jimmy asked from the back of the boat. He and Gabby were shivering when she pulled them from the river, and had stayed under a blanket most of the way downriver. Nicky shrugged.
"I don't know. Seems like a strange choice to me. The place has been a ghost town since the outbreak."
Nicky did her best to disguise her irritation. She had come this far south on a few occasions, on scavenging missions before the free market at Herculaneum got going, and she remembered how the river could take on a cathedral-like stillness if you let it. It could be beautiful. The fog pooling in the gaps between the trees, creeping over the water. The whole world glazed orange and red by the sunset. One of nature's miracles. Jimmy Hinton and his wife had been quiet enough after Nicky pulled them from the river. But the farther they got from the red man's compound, the more he started to chatter. She was tempted to toss him over the side again, let him talk to the alligators. Instead, she guided the boat to the bank and grounded it on the grass. It heaved back and settled, and she cut the engine.
"You're sure he meant this place?"
he asked again.
"I'm sure," Nicky said. "We're in the right place."
"But why? There's nothing down here. And I mean nothing. Just empty buildings and empty houses. Seems to me if you were going to develop some kind of cure, you'd want to go someplace like Cape Girardeau, where they got hospitals and stuff."
"Cape Girardeau is crawling with zombies," Nicky said.
"You know what I mean. At least down there they got facilities to work with. Maybe there ain't nobody left to work in those hospitals, but they would have the stuff left behind. Stuff you could use to work on a cure."
Nicky's temper was starting to rise, but she forced it back down. "He said to meet him here, in Chester, at sunset."
"Okay,"
he said, and held up his hands in mock surrender.
"I'm just saying it's not the smartest choice there is."
"Next time perhaps somebody will bother to ask your opinion first."
"Hey!"
Jimmy protested, but she ignored him. Two zombies were walking along the rail line that ran parallel to the river. A moment later, they saw the little boat and started down the grass. Nicky grabbed a wooden club she found on the boat and went up to meet them.
"Why don't you just shoot them?"
Jimmy called after her. Nicky kept walking. She reached the zombies, and as she bashed their heads in, she wondered about what Jimmy had been saying a moment before, about Chester being empty. Why had Fisher chosen this place? It really was a ghost town. The people who had lived here had fled as the zombies busted out of the quarantine zone down in Texas years before, and no one had bothered to return. It had gone untouched since then. One of the silent towns that stood like haunted memorials of a world long dead and gone. Though she'd never met Fisher in person, she had traded a number of messages with him over the last year. At first, their dealings were businesslike, short and to the point. But soon his personality crept in. She realized he had a playful streak, that his brilliant mind had a penchant for metaphor and symbols. Meeting here, in Chester, a place famous for its desolation, would not have been an accidental choice on his part. Its emptiness would not have gone unnoticed. Why had she not asked herself that before? One of the zombies groaned weakly, and Nicky clubbed it again, this time making sure it was dead, its skull shattered and smashed. She stood over the body, considering the violence that she had carried with her in this world. She had been as empty of mercy as this place was of life. But she stopped there, coughing, touching her ribs gingerly, and smiled, for she thought she finally understood Fisher's joke. She shook her head and went down to the boat to help Avery carry Nate to the cemetery. It wasn't far to St. Mary's Cemetery, a few miles, but between carrying Nate and the mounting pain in her sides, it felt like a long walk. Avery was on the other side of Nate, supporting as much of his weight as she could, but Nicky was doing most of the work. It was fortunate, Nicky thought, that the idiot had nearly starved to death before running into Sylvia and Avery. She couldn't imagine what it would be like to carry a well-fed man in her current condition. Night had already fallen when they crested a rise in the road and found themselves at the entrance to St. Mary's Cemetery. Silvered moonlight glinted off the tops of white tombstones poking up above a sea of overgrown grass and tangled shrubs. In the distance, toward the back of the cemetery, was a white barn-like building with a green metal roof, the one Fisher had told her about. Getting back there through the tangled brush that had grown up between the tombstones was going to be hard, especially carrying Nate. But she didn't see that she had much choice.
"This is the place?"
Jimmy asked. He and Gabby had fallen in behind them on the walk over from the river, and he had been quiet until now. Nicky nodded.
"I don't see anybody."
"We're late," Nicky said. "I was supposed to meet him here at sunset."
"Yeah, well, it's past that now."
Nicky fought down the urge to knock the man's teeth down his throat. And if she hadn't had Nate's limp weight resting on her shoulder, she might not have been able to resist.
"How do you know he's even still here?"
Jimmy asked. Nicky turned her head enough to give him a hard look, then forced herself back under control. "He has a family with him," she said. "They'll need a place to bed down for the night."
"And you think they'll do it in a graveyard?"
Nicky's fingers curled into a fist. She had despised him before, when he dumped all that beef bound for the compound. But now that she'd spent a day in his company, she was ready to punch him in the throat and watch him choke to death on his own broken windpipe. It would be easy to do, the blade of her right hand below his Adam's apple. Her pulse quickened just thinking about it. "Jimmy," Gabby said, resting a warning hand on his arm. He caught her eye.
"What did I say?"
he asked her. But to his credit, he kept quiet after that. Nicky turned back to the graveyard, and her laughter caught her unexpectedly. Avery looked at her, but Nicky just smiled. Unwittingly, Jimmy Hinton had asked just the right question. Fisher had known what he was doing in choosing this place. Here, where life ended, he was planning to show her a cure that had the chance of a new beginning. She laughed again, wondering what he would think of the cure she was bringing him. They entered the graveyard and followed an overgrown trail between leaning headstones. Suddenly, Nate groaned. "Easy, Nate," Nicky said. "We're almost there." They'd better be, she thought. His skin was a furnace. No telling what kind of infection he'd caught from all those bites and scratches. He groaned again. "Something's wrong with him," Avery said. Nicky shifted her weight to lay him down, but Nate fought her. "No," he said. His voice was weak, still little more than a groan. "What is it?" Nicky asked. "Over there. Look." He could barely lift his hand to point, but Nicky could see it now. Something moving in the shadows. Something big. At first she couldn't figure out what it was, but then its head came up, and another one behind it.
"Horses,"
Avery said. Nicky smiled at the delight in Avery's voice. The girl had always loved horses. The first animal regarded them for a long moment as it chewed its dinner, perhaps pondering if they were zombies or not, and then dipped its head back into the grass between the tombstones.
"They're so pretty,"
Avery said.
"Yeah, they are,"
Nicky agreed. She looked around. Nothing but grass waving in the evening breeze.
"Hello,"
she called out.
"Anybody out there?"
Hey,
Jimmy said, his voice a harsh whisper.
what the hell are you doing?
Relax, Nicky said. If there were any zombies around here, they would have already spooked those horses. And besides, my contacts told me that Fisher is crippled. He uses a horse-drawn cart to get around in. I bet he's around here somewhere. She looked around again, more hopeful now.
"Hello? Dr. Fisher?"
A dark figure rose up from the grass about 20 feet ahead of them. There was enough moonlight for Nicky to see it was a young man in his early 20s. He had a shotgun pointed at them.
"Are you Eddie or Jason?"
Nicky said. The man lowered the muzzle of his shotgun just a tad.
"I'm Eddie,"
he said. He nodded off to Nicky's right.
"That's Jason over there."
A man with a pump-action shotgun rose up from behind a tombstone.
Good tactics,
Nicky thought. The two men had them in a classic killing funnel, and she hadn't seen it coming. She must really be tired.
"You Nicky Booth?"
Eddie said.
"Yep, that's me."
"You're late."
"It's been a hell of a trip."
"What's wrong with your friend there?"
"He's sick,"
Nicky said. "It's a long story."
"Wait a minute,"
Eddie said.
"Hey, Jason, that's the guy from the river, the one with the flu." "No kidding?"
The one named Jason squinted at him.
"Wow, you're right. God, he looks even worse than the last time we saw him. What happened to him?"
"He got hurt," Nicky said.
"You sure he's not infected? He looks like he got tore up."
"He's not infected," Nicky said. "You mind if I see your dad now? I got a lot to talk to him about." Eddie lowered his shotgun and motioned for Jason to do the same.
"Sure," he said. "You guys come on. It's this way."
Fisher was lying on the grass, his useless legs stretched out beside him. His children, the two little girls and the youngest boy, were farther off, with their mother. But when Nicky and the others entered the circle of light from their campfire, they all inched closer.
"Dr. Fisher?"
Nicky said. He nodded. "Are you Nicky?"
"In the flesh."
"Based on your reputation, I was expecting somebody taller." Nicky laughed, then winced at the pain in her ribs. "You're hurt," Fisher said.
"Yeah, pretty bad, too. I think I broke my ribs."
"And your friend there, too, it looks like."
"Hey, Dad,"
Eddie said from behind them.
"That's the guy from the river, the one that had the flu."
"Really?" He studied Nate anew. "Well, I'll be. Here, Nicky, set him down here. I'll look at you both." Nicky put Nate down and sat down next to him. All at once the exhaustion overwhelmed her. All she wanted to do was fall asleep. Fisher crawled over to Nate and squinted at his injuries. Then his face hardened. "This man's been bitten," he said. "You brought an infected man into our camp." Eddie and Jason moved in immediately, weapons up.
"No,"
Nicky said. Quickly she explained. She told them about Nate's immunity, and the flash drive, and about the Red Man's death. Eddie and Jason didn't look like they believed any of it. But Fisher was different. The suspicion was already leaving his expression. "You say the Red Man's dead?"
"Nate here killed him."
"And you say he's immune to the necrosis filovirus?" His eyes flickered in the firelight. "Fully immune?" Nicky turned to Gabby.
"Let him see it,"
she said. Gabby took the iPad out of its plastic baggie. She handed it over to Fisher. "What's this?" he said, taking it.
That's the cure,
Nicky said. Half smiling, Fisher ran his finger along the edge until he found the device's on switch. I used to have one of these, he said. God, I loved mine. Used it all the time. Remember, honey? His wife was kneeling next to him.
I remember.
This one's got a lot of videos on it, Fisher said. Still works, though. A little cracked, but... Hello, here it is. His face took on a milky hue in the glow of the iPad screen. His eyes moved across the text, not blinking. Who authored this? Nicky looked at Avery.
Nate said the man's name was Dr. Kellogg,
Avery answered.
I didn't catch his first name.
Fisher shook his head. Never heard of him. He studied the display again, dragging more of the text onto the screen. No, he said to himself. I wasn't going this way at all. He shook his head. Not at all. But this is a vaccine, not a cure. My God, this is brilliant. Nicky felt his pulse pounding.
You think it'll work? You can use that?
Fisher took a deep breath. He was still smiling, still a little stunned. Yes, he said. I mean, if we were able to produce this in quantity and vaccinate people... His attention went elsewhere for a moment. Then a smile lit the corner of his mouth. Yes, he said. Yes, this'll work. He looked at her. We can do this.
City lights are blazing neon, underworld whispers in the night. Concrete jungle keeps us moving, chasing dreams that take their flight. We paint the town with stories bold, every step a tale unfold. In the shadows, truth we find, street poetry blows our mind. Graffiti preachers drop their wisdom, buskers play their unsung hymns. Alleyways are our kingdoms,
Chapter 32. Hobbling along on crutches, bandages all over his body, Nate propped the iPad up on top of a tombstone and sat down on the marker opposite it. He scratched at a sticky spot on his neck where the bandage had separated, coughed, and cleared his throat. He drew in a ragged breath and started speaking.
Hi, I'm Nate Royal. This isn't my computer. Well, I guess it is now. Before me, it belonged to this guy named Ben Richardson, who was one of the two smartest men I've ever known. Ben used to be a reporter for a magazine. I don't remember which one, and I guess at this point it doesn't really matter. Before everything pretty much went down the toilet, Ben set out to write the whole history of the zombie outbreak. Things went south on him before he got a chance to finish, but he didn't give up. He went on collecting stories. For 8 long years he wandered this used-up garbage dump of a world we live in, collecting stories from everyone he met. Nate!
It was Avery, calling to him from the clearing that Nate and the others had been sharing with Fisher and his family for the last week, while everyone mended. He waved to her.
Over here, Avery!
He turned back to the iPad.
Where was I? Oh, yeah, stories. Ben believed that stories were the glue that held us together. He said they were as much a part of us as the blood in our veins, and that we needed them just as much. For him, getting somebody to tell their story was as natural as breathing. He had this crazy dream that one day, when the zombies were all gone, all the survivors would gather round, and the stories they told would reshape the world into something better than it was. He thought humanity was something wonderful. He thought that we naturally went to the good, that we listened to the better angels of our nature. I don't know about that. I haven't done a lot of listening to my better angels during my time on this globe of ours. But like I said, Ben was a better man than me. And he said that stories were like a magic mirror that showed us what was best about ourselves. Maybe that's true. I don't know. But I do know that his eyes used to shine when he talked about it. He really believed it. It wasn't just words to him. Stories were his religion. And for him, collecting them was the most holy thing a man could do. It makes me sick to my stomach to think that the world's got to count on me for that now.
He shook his head, coughed. Everything hurt. Nate straightened and blinked away the pain. This was for posterity. It had to be good. He said,
I think about the 2 great men I've known in my life, Ben Richardson, who I just told you about, and Dr. Mark Kellogg, who used my blood to figure out a vaccine for the zombie virus. And I want to weep for all that we've lost. So much goodness. So many great minds. Just gone.
He smiled bitterly and shrugged.
The world is passing on to mediocre men who remember great men. We are only echoes of them, and not very good ones. Nate!
Avery called to him. She was coming up behind him, breathing hard from the climb up the hill.
You almost ready? Dr. Fisher says we need to get going before the day gets too hot. Yep,
he said.
Almost.
He focused on the iPod again.
Time to wrap this up. This is Ben's book that I'm trying to finish here. So I might as well leave you with something Ben said to me a few days before he died. He said, we all do the best we can, and that most of the time that's good enough to get the job done. And if it doesn't do the trick, well, we still own it. We may have lost the old world,
But that doesn't mean we can't find a new one. We just stagger on, zombie-like, one foot in front of the other, and trust we'll get there eventually. And you know what? I think we will.
He shrugged, then smiled.
That's it. That's all the wisdom I got.
He leaned forward and tapped the screen to stop recording. Avery, wearing a sundress borrowed from Dr. Fisher's wife, stopped a short way off and waited for him.
"What are you doing up here?"
she asked. He turned. Richardson was standing on a small rise behind her, facing east, watching a golden haze looming in the trees down by the road.
"Ben!"
Avery followed his gaze. Her brow wrinkled.
"You okay?"
she asked.
"What are you doing up here?"
Nate stood, favoring his broken ankle as he slid the crutches under his arms.
"Can you help me with the iPad?"
he asked.
"Sure."
She tucked it under her arm and stood next to him.
"Can I help you?"
Yeah, that'd be nice. Thanks.
"You didn't tell me what you were doing up here."
He gestured at the iPad with his chin.
Just finishing up something for Ben. Something I promised I'd do.
She smiled uncertainly, as though she didn't quite know what to say.
"Are you ready to go? Dr. Fisher wants to go."
He looked over at the next rise, but Ben was gone. To Avery, he said,
"Yeah, I'm all set."
And together, the two of them walked down to the camp in the late morning sun. This concludes Mutated,